and their legacies, knowing that defeat is only a stepping stone to growth.
Hello, hello, hello. Is I'm audible? Hello, hello, hello, hello. What a timing!
ESPORTS from Pakistan. Virtus Pro representing Serbia.
अबे ये तो टिग्जी है.
Of Kazakhstan.
टिग्जी बोलते, आईएचसी बोलते. हेलो गाइस, व्हाट्स अप? हेलो रोहित. रोहित, हेलो हेलो.
China, Tianba ESPORTS.
अरे मोड़ा भाई वंस अगेन पीएमजीसी लॉबी पे. अरे टीजे भी. लॉट ऑफ एक्सपेक्टेशंस. शेंशन. अरे कुनाली भाई. कुनाली कहाँ है? हेलो रोहित भाई, व्हाट्सअप? शिनचैन प्ले शाउट आउट दे दो भाई. बिग शाउट आउट शिनचैन प्लेस भाई. थैंक्स भाई. आज फुल सपोर्ट सीएसएस स्पेशली आई. लेट्स गो. सिपुल रॉय हाय ब्रो. हेलो हरमन मान. रोहित आइए ड्रॉप क्लैश होगा, देखते हैं. चंगू मंगू हेलो ब्रो. गोविंद व्हाट्सअप? संजय गुरंग स्टार्टिंग टाइम आई गेस 4:30 आई गेस. आज हमने लेट स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करा है. 4:30 में मैच स्टार्ट हो जाता है. अराउंड 5 to 10 मिनट्स हो जाएगा मैच स्टार्ट. यस बाबू और ऑडिबल. 10 मिनट फेस नहीं दिखाया जा रहा. हेलो भाई. हेलो हेलो इवन ब्रो व्हाट्सअप? यार फेस, यार फेस दिखा देंगे यार. तुम टेंशन ही बहुत लेते हो. कैसो. कैसो इज द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जहां से टीम्स बहुत लंबे टाइम से ग्लोबल क्वालिफाई कर रही है.
Falcons Force representing Mongolia.
Let's go. Lot of expectations.
2023 PMGC IHC
See and Falcons. Nice East action. Top. I'm excited though. आज का क्या ग्रुप है भाई ये. Let's go. What's wrong fam bro? ये फेस कैम लगा देगी भाई. हैप्पी छठ पूजा. अरे हैप्पी छठ पूजा टू ऑल ऑफ यू गाइस. एक बार हर्ट स्पैम कर दीजिए. आई एम एक्साइटेड फॉर टुडे गाइस. यू मेरे को लग रहा है आप शायद एक्साइटेड नहीं है हमारी. I'm very excited for the day, but you guys are not excited as I'm watching. EMP Rishi, what's up? What's up?
Housekeeping before we get into there, but there's definitely some spicy picks
Ka naam
between
kya
all of us.
tha?
So I think all
System.
three of us do agree that we don't expect IHC to be in top 3. Is that right, Hot Jukes?
Oh, dude, that hurts. I hope so. I mean, these guys were doing so good before. They have been.
I'm also excited. Yes, guys. आज के दिन excitement होनी भी चाहिए, bro. आज के दिन अगर excitement नहीं है, then you are not. वैसे होनी तो हर दिन चाहिए, but आज के दिन होनी चाहिए, bro.
Covering CSA with the watch parties, but you know what? They have a
आज
chance, and as we're hearing, they just play better
आपका
at
जो
PMGC.
प्रीवियस ईयर की चैंपियन टीम थी वो बैटल करने वाली है गाइस. वो बैटल करेगी यहाँ पर.
PMGC, we're going to play well. Rest of the year, I know it doesn't really matter.
Hashtag
But,
1,
don't worry,
hashtag
Jason,
2.
We're going to have
काश इस ग्रुप में अल्फा 7 भी आ जाती भाई, क्या मजा आता भाई, प्लीज यार मजा आ जाता। अल्फा 7 जैसे पिछले ग्रुप में थी ना, काश इस ग्रुप में आगे होती, क्या एक्साइटमेंट रहती भाई। मेक द चैट लाइट अप कर दो चैट। IHC एलेक्स PLST में चला गया है। आयोगी भाई अभी प्लेइंग 4 वीक्स होगी, नहीं चल रहा है काम। वी आर ऑल्सो excited and hoping for I would do okay. रेडियो के कंपेयर में नेक्स्ट लेवल है। चिंगू मंगू हला योगी वुप वुप दैट द साउंड ऑफ पुलिस। अरे कुनाल यू आर हियर bro, your favorite player is playing Shen.
From EMEA could be a really big surprise. I mean, looking at some of the players here, they could be absolutely incredible. I mean, you got Frozen, Jason. Look, I know you loved him back in PMGC.
आज मुझे TJB को देखना है खेलते हुए गाइस। TJB एक ऐसी टीम है, उसके बहुत सारे पता नहीं फैक्टर्स, आई डोंट नो कैसा परफॉर्म करेगी। शन पहली बार ही खेल रहा है, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। मजा आएगा शन। इस ग्रुप में से सारे MVP है अपने रीजन्स में, मजा तभी तो बोल रहा हूँ, फन टू वॉच दिस ग्रुप।
Honestly, I kind of want to see something out of Team Kessel here soon. You know, I was just talking to Seven a little about it earlier.
Oh, these are the regions जहाँ से टीम्स क्वालिफाई हुई थी। मैं पॉज कर रहा हूँ गाइस, सॉरी 2 मिनट के लिए। लेट मी चेक। RRQRU बेगेट्रॉन वोइन ऑल्ट, मेरे को ये लाइनअप बहुत अच्छा लगता है। ऑल्ट्रीगो लाइमैक्स से खेल रहा है, अब तो एरीज हो गया। ये लाइनअप मेरे को पुराने टाइम से बहुत अच्छा लगता है। अभी देखा नहीं है बीच में, बट बहुत सही है। वेम्पायर फेज काफ़ी अच्छे स्लॉट्स रहते हैं एज यूजुअल। सी में PMSL CSA में भी अच्छे खासे स्लॉट थे। देन अमेरिकास ठीक है, ओवरऑल गुड वन।
At least one of those teams here, and we saw some really good things out of them. They did end up qualifying here through those PMGC points, but we saw some signs of life, especially in Miramar for this squad. So I hope we continue to see that here today.
I can't believe you would say that because Happy Potro renamed to Potro, and that's my biggest disappointment.
अभी 7 मिनट में शुरू होना है। यस ब्रो, थोड़ी देर में स्टार्ट है। एंड गाइस जो भी एटीट्यूड लोग आए, मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल। IHC टॉप करेगी, देखते हैं ब्रो।
And honestly, there's quite a few teams that are looking to see a strong start out of. I know you didn't really want to put 2 PL teams in your list here.
रेडी फॉर Falcons IHC पावर है। सी फर्स्ट मैच देखते हैं क्या सीन होता है। मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर राइजन था, अब तो उतना इंटरनेशनल फॉलो ही नहीं करता हूँ। राइजन वाज गुड ऑन हिज प्राइम, बट आई गेस राइजन का सीन हो गया था बीच में थोड़ा, वो ब्रेक पे गया था ऑलमोस्ट बहुत लंबे टाइम के लिए। देन उसने कमबैक किया था, फिर चीजें वैसे एग्जीक्यूट नहीं हो पाई थी जितना मुझे पता है। बट यस, जो एरा जो था BTR का एक टाइम पे, वो तो कोई नहीं भूल सकता। एंड उस टाइम पे उन्होंने जो खेला है भाई, आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर दैट PMGC जो वो लाइनअप खेली थी जिसमें नोवा जीती थी, फर्स्ट एवर एडिशन था PMGC का। BTR वो स्ट्रगलिंग ऑन फाइनल में, मतलब बहुत स्ट्रगल कर रही थी फाइनल्स में। उनको कुछ नेट नोट इशू भी था, जिससे उनका माइंड सेट का भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल रहता है। लैंड्स बोल लो, एक सेमी लैन था वो इवेंट, लैन होना था बट ड्यू टू द पैंडेमिक नहीं हो पाया था। जो उन्होंने कमबैक मारा था एंड के डेज में, चुम्मा भाई, वो तुमने देखा है कि नहीं देखा लाइव? वो एक्सपीरियंस जिसने भी करा है ना लाइव, वो स्पोर्ट्स अलग था भाई, वो स्पोर्ट्स अलग था। आई डोंट नो आप में से कितने लोगों ने वो PMGC एक्सपीरियंस किया है। मैंने एक मैच एक्सपीरियंस किया है, मेरे को अभी भी कुछ मोमेंट्स याद है।
It all comes down to that preps. You did see a couple of surprise teams like your major prize in Group Yellow, but here's the schedule.
तो आपके चैट पढ़ लेता हूँ।
Throughout the rest of this month, and of course the grand finals kicking off on the।
आज भाई मेरे सर में दर्द है यार, सॉरी अगर मैं बोल ना पाऊँ ज्यादा, मेरा सर में दर्द हो रहा है, बट आई ट्राई जितना इंटरेक्टिव चैट हो। एक और मेरी एक MVP प्लेयर है, बहुत सेक्सी खेलता है भाई। मेरी ना आज से आई गेस 2 साल पहले की स्ट्रीम देख लेना। और मैंने रोजमेरी के बारे में क्या बोला है उस टाइम पे, रोजमेरी के बारे में टू बी ऑनेस्ट नहीं बोलते थे बंदे ज्यादा। जो मेरे को पुराने देखते उनको पता होगा, 2-3 साल पहले की मेरी स्ट्रीम देखोगे, यू विल गेट टू नो। रोजमेरी का मैंने उस टाइम बता दिया था, बहुत तगड़ा प्लेयर है, बहुत ज्यादा तगड़ा प्लेयर है। अंडररेटेड था शुरू पे, बट अभी उसको मिल रही है चीजें, अप्रिशिएशन, दैट इज गुड। तेरे पास पैसा बहुत है यार, हर जगह मेंबरशिप लिया है ब्रो, पैसा बहुत है भाई के पास। कूल गेमर ब्रो, व्हाट डू यू थिंक नेपाल एंड टीम और वी गो एज कंपेयर टू अदर एक्सपेक्ट? या जी, नो कमेंट्स। ये भी देखा ही नहीं तो मैं बता नहीं सकता। कूल गेमर अभी लंबे टाइम से आई एम इनएक्टिव, अभी धीरे धीरे देख रहा हूँ, तो उसके बेसिस पे बताऊंगा। मैं फैल्कन को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ कि टॉप 3 अकॉर्डिंग टू यू। पहला दिन खत्म होने दो, देखते हैं टीम किस फ्लो पे, मोमेंटम पे, माइंडसेट पे आई है, तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग बात करेंगे। जैसन हो जा भाई, डीआरएस कर पाएगी क्या? डीआरएस के मैचेस है, कर लेगी, टेंशन ना लो। फैल्कन का नाम मत लो यार प्लीज, ठीक है नहीं ले रहा। 100% एग्री विद यू भाई। येलो ग्रुप में वीपी का नाम ले रहे थे सैफ, ओके। आरआरक्यू एंड बीटीआर वाज गोल्डन डेज। गोविंद भाई आई डोंट नो। हेलो रॉबिन सा, व्हाट्स अप यार, हाउ आर यू एंड मेनी कांग्रेचुलेशंस। भाई डीआरएस कर पाएगी क्या? कर लेगी, टेंशन ना लो। बीटीआर का मस्त रहा था, मैंने देखा था भाई। यस i8 फाड़ेगी यार। ब्रूडिंग ने फॉर ए कमबैक आल्सो अनएक्सपेक्टेड। क्यों नहीं हो रहा फेस कैम? हो जाएगा, टेंशन ना लो भाई। यस मेरा भी हो रहा है भाई, थोड़ा लाइव कर लिया करो एक बार। आप उसको भी मैसेज करो, डीएम करो आप। डू यू रिमेंबर G9 ब्रो? यस मैंने वीडियो भी डाली उसके ऊपर, उसके लास्ट मैच था जब। आई थिंक बीटीआर ओनली द टीम हु विन पीएमसी। भाई उस टाइम क्रेजी खेलते थे भाई ये बंदे। साउथ ईस्ट एशिया का लेवल अलग था भाई स्टार्टिंग पे। रोजमेरी कहाँ, क्या नाम है? ठीक है लेमो भाई। आईएचसी एई फैल्कन टॉप 3, ठीक है।
For sure. I mean, we got a couple names. I mean, right off the rip, I'm going to go with Team Falcons. I mean, this squad, I mean, we saw them
IHC AE Falcon
in PMGC during 2023.
IHC AE Falcon, IHC AE Falcon, IHC AE Falcon.
And that was by far
Good choices.
Disappointment like that. I literally saw Maxman.
I'll choose Falcon, but Falcon का सीनियर थोड़ा सा गलत भी रहता है। Falcon फर्स्ट डे पे ना कई बार ऐसा चोक करती है, सेकंड डे पे ऐसा चोक करती है, एंड थर्ड डे पे कमबैक मार के, चौथे दिन कमबैक मार के पोडियम कर देती है। जब भी मतलब फैल्कन्स ने मतलब मैक्सिमम टाइम पे जब भी वो स्टार्टिंग के डेज में टॉप पे रहे, वो हगे एंड के डेज में। मैं आशा करता हूँ फर्स्ट डे पे हगे एंड वो लास्ट के डे पे कमबैक मरे, कि हमको भी मजा आए देखने का। हाय बेबी, हेलो अंकित, व्हाट्स अप, वेलकम टू पीएमजीसी लॉबी योगी भाई, वेलकम। फेस कैम कल करते हैं भाई। जापान से कौन क्वालिफाई? आईएससी ने क्लासिक बना दिया था। योगी भाई क्रिप्टो का बस देखने लाइव। गेम भी डेंजरस है बहुत। यस दे आर गुड, स्पेशली जब मिलिट्री सर्कल आ जाए, दे आर डेंजरस। इफ यू नो ब्रो, दैट मैच ऑफ i8 भाई ऐसा हो गया था कि भाई होगा ही नहीं, कम बैक ही नहीं कर सकते। याद है वो दिन जब हम देखे थे साथ में वाला मैच, आईएचसी ने क्या भाई मिलिट्री जोन आया। आई स्टिल रिमेंबर भाई, जो बेस्ट वे होता है ना मिलिट्री जोन खेलने का, उसने वो खेला भाई। अभी भी मेरे को स्प्लिट याद है उनका एक बंदा आगे जोन देख रहा था, बाकी 3 बंदे ब्रिज होल्ड कर रहे थे। ब्रिज कैंप किया, किल निकाला, जोन कटा, फिर उन्होंने एक बंदा ब्रिज पे इन्फो के लिए रखा, एक बंदा आगे ऑलरेडी स्काउट कर रहा था, 2 बंदे उसके पीछे जाके जोन लिए थे, फिर एक बंदा पीछे से आया अपना ब्रिज वाला, देन क्या मैच निकाला था उन्होंने। वो मैच अभी भी याद है मुझे। आज पुरानी यादें ताजा हो रही है कि भाई आज कौन खेलेगा फैल्कन में ईस्ट ऑन। अभी देख लो यार, मैच पे आ जाएगा। ओल्ड अयोगी, यस ब्रो, आज मैं ओल्ड हूँ बट मेरे सर में दर्द है ब्रो, तभी तो फैल्कन पे भरोसा है ऑलवेज। यस रोविन सा। यार आईएससी का थोड़ा जीजी लगता है रोविन भाई, मेरे को पता नहीं क्यों। मतलब जीजी इन द सेंस कि दे आर गुड, बट जब वो खेलते तो मारते, तगड़ा मारते, नहीं मारते तो कोई बार जीजी हो जाता है। चलो देखते हैं आज। ऑल्ट्रिगो एमएक्स लग रहा है मुझे आज अच्छा करेगी। फैल्कन सेकंड, थर्ड में टीएनबा और टीजेबी को रख सकता हूँ। टीजेबी आई डोंट नो कैसा खेलेगी, फर्स्ट एवर टाइम भी प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं। टीएनबा में एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर भी है कुछ, टीएनबा से होप्स है, लेट्स सी। दे एग्जैक्टली नो द माइंडसेट। गुजू मोटा भाई हमारे लॉर्ड ऑफ पीएमजीसी का पार्ट हो रह चुके हैं, सो उनका एक्सपीरियंस अच्छा मिलेगा। भाई टिक्सी वीपी में है, यस वर्चस प्रो में, जिसमें i8 भी है। बुट कैंप भाई, द चाइनीज टीम इन दिस ग्रुप टीजेबी एंड टीएनबा, आई नो। आई वांट टू, मैं फर्स्ट डे देखना है गाइस माइंडसेट क्या है, बस दैट्स इट। फिर देखते हैं सेकंड डे पे क्या सीन होता है। i8 दिस टाइम सो पावरफुल। किसमें ब्रिज कैंप किया? आएगी भाई तो फुल पम्प्ड है आज ब्रो, फुल पम्प्ड।
Good job, Jason. So many segments, right? Good job.
ब्रो इन प्लेयर्स के लैग नहीं होते ब्रो, होते हैं यार, मैंने कहीं काफी बहुत ही गंदे लैग भी देखे, मतलब मेरे पास वीडियो आई थी आज से, मतलब यार मैं बीच में देखना छोड़ दिया, तो मैं कनेक्टेड भी था काफी टीम से, तो वीडियोस आती थी मेरे पास जो लैग होता था, मैं दिखाऊंगा, तुम बोलोगे भाई माफ करो,
Falcons have been so up and down.
बट अभी ठीक है, सॉर्टेड है. बाय द वे जिन लोगों को नहीं पता है, ग्लोबल में मैक्सिमम टीम एंड्रॉइड पे ही खेल रही है पूरा साल. दैट्स व्हाई दे आर नॉट, मतलब वो ज्यादा पीओवी वगैरह भी रिकॉर्ड नहीं कर पाते. तभी इस साल मैं पूछ रहा था कि ग्लोबल टीम से कि आप लोग अपने पीओवीज वगैरह डालो ना यार, हमको देखना होता है. तो उन्होंने बोला भाई यार इस साल हम अपनी जो टीम्स है पूरी ना एंड्रॉइड पे ही खेली है, आपको पता है पीएमएसएल एंड ऑल. तो जब हम पूरा साल आपका एंड्रॉइड पे खेले तो प्रैक्टिस भी हमारे एंड्रॉइड पे रही है, रिकॉर्डिंग करते टाइम बहुत बिटी होता है, तो दैट्स व्हाई हमारे जो पीओवीज वगैरह होते हैं कम देखने को मिलते हैं. विल ट्राई कि हम स्ट्रीम्स वगैरह करें, वो करते भी है, दिक्कतें होती है बट ठीक है.
I think that synergy is going to be there, and I believe Falcons here are going to make a big comeback after PMWC.
आएगी भाई पॉन्स खेल रहे हैं, नहीं पहले मिलता, मैं थर्ड डिवीजन अभी में 10 में फेवरेट प्लेयर है. टूट चुकी है ब्रो वो आप जो बोल रहे हो टीम,
but there's a chance that he could still play at some point this week. Back to you guys.
टीएस में है बाकी कित्सिने और मैटिक. Tigzy is in Virtus Pro. Team got broken bro.
So many different teams having so much success over the course of his career. I mean,
जल्दी ब्रो, जल्द जाएंगे मून ब्रो.
I feel like he can provide a lot to the team, a lot of knowledge.
I'm not gonna lie, when I came to
क्या हाल है शुभम भाई? बढ़िया. भाई टिग्जी नावी में था. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go guys. Let me share this video too. And मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले guys, which team you are supporting, एक ही टीम होनी चाहिए. कमेंट में हर्ट्स के साथ स्पैम कर दो. Whatever the team is, I want spam your favorite team, और लाइक कर दो यार. 100 लाइक्स नहीं हो रहे आपसे क्या? Guys क्या कर रहे हो यार? 100 लाइक्स तो कराओ कंप्लीट.
How no success and also bad matches are going to be affecting your players mentally, so you can just be the right type of person for your players to back them up in the good or the bad times. So no, I think that's a good addition to the team here for Na'Vi. And again, Lemon, we're looking at him, we think he's going to do well, so I'm sure they're going to have a good start here this PMGC.
Oh, for sure. A good coach cannot be overstated. Just like having good commentators to bring you
Guys, 2 minute 2 minute थोड़ी सी chats मिस होंगी. Sharing flight path आ गया है.
Sanhok with John Allen and Blake.
One step further on the road to London. Now we turn our attention to Group Red, as Jason so rightfully said, as we head into the jungle for the first time around today. We're heading over from the west side, going over towards Kampong, but Sanhok's nice and compact, so everybody, of course, getting where they want to go.
Yeah, I mean, for Sanhok at least, it is a nice map to start off of. And honestly, for Red Group, I am happy to be here. We finished off a yellow. It was an absolute banger of a lobby that we had over there.
Alter Ego, Na'Vi, NGX. कौन सा zone? Third Island, second and main. Comment करो.
In their minds, but we're not sure, and neither is the analyst desk, of how they're going to place here. But there is a lot of hopes for our PL teams, including Tianba as well as TJB, who have done fantastically over in their own respective regions, and we'll see how they're playing on the international stage.
IEC कितने supporter? Let's go. Drop clashes. No drop clashes. No guys, आपकी स्क्रीन के सामने. But zone कहाँ का? Guys आजा थर्ड आइलैंड आजा, मजा आ जाएगा. आजा थर्ड आइलैंड आजा भाई. थर्ड आइलैंड. घुमा फिरा के मेन ही जाएगा यार. क्या पता शोर्स की साइड खींच जाए.
Of an adjustment on the southeast side and a move over towards that west. It's getting dangerous on the
TJB.
south flank. That's really where the majority of this has taken place. And challenging Virtus Pro and Painan, we saw it back in the EMEA. It's a dangerous business. And TJB, they've already been taken down by one player, but maybe they're going to take their turn up to the plate.
By the way, Sanhok में ये सबसे ज़्यादा मेजर बीटी हुई है टीम्स को. हमने देखा था इवन प्रीवियस ग्रुप में भी. लाइक एग्जांपल इज RSG. टीम्स ड्रॉप आपके जो रहते हैं उसके अराउंड में जो स्प्लिट्स रहते हैं, बेसिकली दैट वन, काफी सारे प्लेयर्स ऑफ गार्ड पकड़े गए हैं अर्ली स्टेजेस पे. RSG तो बिल्कुल ब्लैंक ही लग रहा था मुझे, जो उनका ड्रॉप भी चेंज हुआ, उनको काफी ब्लेंडर रभी रहा वाला सीन. TJB को भी सेम एक बिटी रहा है, उन्होंने भी एक बिटी दिया, चल पड़े अपने ड्रॉप पे.
their playstyle and PL translates to an international stage where
कास्ट भी सेम चीजें आई गेस पता नहीं क्या बोल रहे सुनूं क्या बोल रहे
much more focused towards that mid to late game, whereas TJB much more focused towards getting a lot of eliminations in the early game, pushing it further through there. But I'm excited to find out.
एक भाई याद है ना यस याद हो आप याद हो फेस तीनों आइलैंड में है भाई तीनों आइलैंड में दे दिया है टिक्सी फर्स्ट प्लस फाल्कन चिकन लेट्स गो लेट्स सी
quicker to these international lobbies in the past.
Something I'm liking, Blank, a new graphical addition to the show is those white lines on the table tower graphic on the right hand side.
अयो भाई याद हूँ मैं यस तने शर्मा तुम वो तो नहीं हो यार जो टैप शॉट वाले
down towards the bottom where you need to get in order to
वो तो काशू गेमर था यार क्या नाम था उसका
That's a nice little addition, so you guys at home pay attention to that as well.
Yeah, it's been quite mean. Right now, we're cutting out Furia, Team Queso, Tianba, Ven, and IHC as well.
It's a dead draw. It's probably like alphabetical at this point.
They've not even had a choice. They've just been thrown down here.
Guys, my favorite team, one of my favorite team from the global.
In the future,
बस qualify कर जाओ तुम. I know you are.
on our
आप qualify करोगे. Ultra MX.
Actually playing
Moonbite
far off
बढ़िया.
towards the western side, which is typical for Alter Ego. I think they usually go for this kind of drop spot anyway in Calp Alpha, and they'll continue to play from this spot. A lot of times they make these southern rotates down towards Ruins and then back past over towards that eastern side. A bit more clumped up with Falcons, FaZe, Virtus Pro, and V all playing down towards that side. I'd say all of those teams are pretty fearsome.
Love pass to यार मेरे पास चीजें बहुत कुछ है but धीरे धीरे I will do that. टेंशन ना लो. मेरी फर्स्ट वीडियो रहेगी मिलिट्री सर्कल्स पे. आई गेस कल या परसों वीडियो आ जाएगी और उस पे फेस कैम भी रहेगा. आई एम ऑन द वे. टेंशन ना लो चीजें होंगी धीरे धीरे. बहुत सारी चीजें चलती है और वो भी देखनी पड़ती है. सॉर्ट करना पड़ता है तो साथ साथ आई विल डू दैट. वीडियो मेरे को कंटिन्यू करनी है वो मुझे पता है. उसकी आप टेंशन मत लो. स्टार्टिंग की कैजुअलिटी तो बहुत आएगी. शुरू में गाइज रहता है यार. शुरू में हार्ड फ्लाइट पाथ्स आएंगे ना जब जिन टीम्स ने ड्रॉप चेंज करा है, जिनको ड्रॉप की बीटी है, गाड़ी समझ रहे हो जहाँ से वो गाड़ी उठाएंगे क्या पता कोई अदर टीम भी वहाँ से गाड़ी उठाते हो. और अर्ली बसर्ट्स जो आरएसजी के साथ भी हुई थी एक मैच पे. सो वो चीज़ आपको देखने को मिलेगी क्योंकि लॉबी हैप्चुअल नहीं है. मतलब ये अभी आपका खेल ही रहे फर्स्ट टाइम. स्क्रिम्स नो डाउट खेले होंगे, चीज़ उन्होंने ट्राई करी होगी, बट जब मेन स्टेज पे चीज़ें आती है ना तो कई बार चीज़ें ऊपर नीचे हो जाती है. फ्लाइट पाथ एक मेन रोल भी रहता है. मेन रोल है फ्लाइट पाथ का चीज़ों को लेके. राहुल बिश्नोई भाई एकदम बढ़िया यार. गोल्ड डोमिनेशन शेप लेंस आएगा ब्रो, टेंशन मत लो.
At the end of PMSL EMEA, which was exciting to watch. And they're certainly a team that we should keep watching.
By the way, 240 logs देख रहे हैं. If you're new to the stream, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Navi इसमें बस वो चीजें मिस होती है नावी पे देख के. Igzy, Matic, Kitsune. If you know, you know.
It would have been the finals for Enigma Galaxy going into PMGC, but not to be the case. Now they have to prove themselves once again, getting towards the top 3, or from 4th to 11th to head through to the survival stage.
I think that, I mean, they were talking about on the desk in terms of teams that may be the Mirin Sejong of this lobby. I feel like Enigma Galaxy may be also in that conversation. They were talking about IWNRX, and I think rightly so. They have had an excellent performance at times. The issue is consistency for me with IWNRX, and I think it will continue to be until they can show something here into this one. And obviously, these are two of the teams that we've covered back over in EMEA, but definitely I think both of them are rightly in that conversation. Furia as well, they've got some real firepower behind them.
Bootcamp जाके एक और इनो स्ट्रीम आए भाई की जगह आप होस्ट करना. We'll try my best विष्णु भाई. करेंगे.
But I think this is the group to do it, right?
We'll do that.
Group Yellow is the group of death. This group is a massive test for these teams and a gauntlet to prove yourself against some of the other best teams in the world, right? And I think there's quite.
मैं वैसा नहीं है कि काफी करता रहता हूँ, but I'm trying.
Yeah, it's quite funny because you look at
Not used to, but trying.
You should should recognize.
देखी होगी आपने वीडियोस बहुत सारी. Let's see एक hard shift किधर की तरफ, then an isolated shift toward that shift. ऐसा कुछ रहेगा. आज के दिन पे मैं zones नहीं कर रहा, नहीं तो मैं okay. अगला shift क्या shift रहता है? Let's see. Northern, Eastern, Western or Southern. But do you guys think where next shift will go? जितने भी मैंने shift देखे हैं, और वेस्टर्न्स पार्ट को काफी ज्यादा जोन ने फेवर करा है, वेस्टर्न क्वाड्रेंट को. सो लेट्स सी इस मैच में क्या होता है. मैक्सिमम हमने प्रीवियस वीक में हमने देखा है बहुत सारे आइसोलेटेड शिफ्ट्स हमको देखने को मिले. क्या इस आपके ग्रुप में भी आइसोलेटेड एक और शिफ्ट रहेगा? थर्ड, उसमें देखते हैं थर्ड वाला जो शिफ्ट रहेगा.
IWNRX finding vengeance here, but could be a little bit of a third party going on there. Getso Roy taking this scrap here. Vengeance rolling up, but there's only one player left for them. Close by to Getso Roy, but neither team having a great time of it. Two players of Vengeance. Actually, the res onto Noise might be really quite important for them. Getting back up to 3 would be great news. They've got 3 eliminations already, Blink.
Yeah, they're doing well. I mean, they have just kind of rotated around, and it's been fortuitous for them where they've been actually been able to pick up a lot of these eliminations, purely because of where they've been forced to rotate to. So look, they did go into Getso Roy to pick up some of the elims on that side. Didn't start off great.
Carnival Soul can perform in global. जब खेलेंगे तब पता लगेगा bro.
Holding their nerve on the door frames here.
Pound clearing, बढ़िया.
An onslaught coming very soon.
Nice one.
They go.
अच्छा क्लियर करते हुए आगे गए. स्मोक का यूज, गुड वन. किल्स आगे, ऊपर से आगे नावी. ये भी बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया. Meanwhile, Falcon action locked. Virtus Pro के साथ BT.
Looking to try and play around it, navigate their way up that east edge, but there are a lot of teams looking to do the same.
It's so right now between Na'Vi as well as Vengeance, you got TJB in the back lines here. Just chilling on this area.
बंकर भाई अभी मैच चल रहा है. इसके बाद अगर स्पैम मत कीजिए, मतलब मैंने देख लिया आपका कमेंट. अभी मैच चल रहा है, अभी फ्लो टूटेगा मैच के बीच में. वो चीजें पॉसिबल नहीं है जो आप बोल रहे हो. मैच के बीच में फ्लो टूटता है. मैच के बाद एक बार आप मेरे को याद दिला देना.
High progressive position on the front line. I mean, that is an unexpected angle on the rock, but there is those sight lines that sit either side of the road there. Which can get tricky. So I do think that Na'Vi maybe has to think about that in the future. But right now, they're fairly comfortable on their hold.
Galaxy making the rotate and continuing to sweep out his southeast side, trying to play with their backs to the blue. They like to do that on Sanhok. TJB closer to it as the next circle going to start to cut teams out, going to make entrenchments a little bit easier. That northwest side looking jam-packed right now. You've got Alter Ego there, you've got ASA8, you've got Furia moving in from Paradise Resort.
देखिए भाई, Falcon का एजल कौन है? गैस करो यार, कौन होगा? शेंक्स भाई. उसका नाम आई से आता है.
I think at the moment Incilio is
I think बार GC में दिल टूटेगा मेरा. टेंशन ना लो, टेंशन क्यों ले रहे हो?
We'll see if they're able to get that done. Next
Okay, okay.
It does go up north, so that gives them a little bit more strength and a lack of necessity to push them all the way through that blockade.
Chance for Tianba,
Tianba?
chance for Furia. Quick western rotate or southern rotate for Furia here, and either of those squads could be in a very crucial position towards the end of the game. Always a difficult one playing that compound because it is on the crossroads, so it's not always the easiest thing in the world to hold all 3 positions there, but you can certainly take up one side at least. For the time being, Tianba is going to sit pretty on that high ground off towards that eastern side. Rather let other teams get in and kind of play from this edge side. I respect it. Vengeance gets torn.
I see. मैं हूँ FLC का एजल Itachi. Okay.
Player now, but they do get away from this game with the 4 eliminations, and it's Team Queso to look to finish off the last player. Great zigzags to get him out of dodge.
Fancy freak from Lily. And a whiff on the spray there from Team Queso that gives away the position, puts him on notice, and backs them off somewhat. I mean, this is a crazy dash from Vengeance. I mean, that was a short time coming, that nade. But either way, nice to see a little bit of life in the team from Japan. 4 eliminations on their first match. It's not a complete complete loss for them, but still not as far as they'd like to go. A big send into the middle to close things off for them.
Yeah, it's not a flop. I mean, with 4 elims on Sanhok, sometimes that's all you can really ask for when the circle does go elsewhere. I mean, Vengeance did make a pretty wild push towards the center. I think they were like, look, we are not going to survive on the edge down here on the south, so let's just try and get as far as possible. It's TJP. They've lost 3 players. Igman Galaxy, they took a...
Why Nizard is पता नहीं यार, वो तो टीम से पूछना पड़ेगा आपको कि why he is benched.
Too far forward, but Nade heads on in. Just needs a little tag over towards him, but he does get the first aid kit off, which still will see him a little bit more healthy. But those shots should do the trick, yeah. It's interesting, again, for TJB, high progressive team in the early game. They get taken out in 9th place and will be one of the first to leave the lobby. Falcons up against Virtus Pro. Action is down as Virtus Pro just sends away.
Virtus Pro have already lost 2 of their players, and so with Action down, sure, that takes a couple of sightlines out of the mix, but that's still a pretty crazy roll-up that Virtus Pro have been able to do on the southwest side. You got FaZe a little bit to that south edge as well, so they just made that rotation through the middle
ये मैच मेरे को ना ऐसा लग रहा है कि
quite strange that they were able to get through looking, well, I would like to say unscathed, but I don't think that's quite true. IHC, spot Enigma Galaxy.
Tianba का
managing
नदन वाली टीम का ये मैच आना चाहिए.
Side, as we are seeing them suppress out towards the blue. IHC actually lagging behind to take these shots out towards Enigma Galaxy.
Isolated shift or not? Another okay guys, fine.
Actually, and I think
एक और मतलब
to go for this.
kind of a isolated shift, मतलब पिछला shift भी इधर की तरफ को था, अगला shift भी इधर की तरफ को आया. Tianba कौन लेगी compound? I guess Tianba मेरे को probability लग रही है कि अगला shift भी काफी close by रहेगा. Furia Tianba, let's see. Furia Tianba. बाकी वेस्टर्न एजेस कौन क्लियर करता है वो देखने वाला है, क्योंकि पूरी अभी 13 टीम बची है, 14 मिनट हुए, ऑलमोस्ट 14-15 मिनट अभी बचे हुए हैं. वेस्टर्न एजेस कौन क्लियर करता है?
Enigma Galaxy, they're moving towards the middle here. They're not taking that crossroads compound. They're taking the buildings in the middle of the stretch between the 2 compounds.
अयोगी भाई नेक्स्ट फॉर्मेट क्या है? क्या गाइस आप भी प्रेडिक्शन यार, हम जैसे मैंने आपको कुछ बताई, प्रेडिक्शंस दी, आप भी चैट के अंदर वो चीजें डिस्कस कर सकते हो. हम गेम के रिस्पेक्टिव में चीजें डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. हमने जोन देखा, हमने जोन प्रेडिक्ट करा, मुझे लग रहा था आइसोलेटेड जाएगा. मीनवाइल टियनबा ने आईएचसी को बीटी कर दी और आईएचसी यहाँ पे बीटी में रहेगी और एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी. टियनबा ने काफी अच्छा होल्ड एंड बैक होल्ड कर रखी है. बहुत अच्छा टियनबा का प्ले है. सेकंड जोन कटती मेरे को लग रहा था टियनबा यहाँ पे अच्छा निकालने वाली है. एग्जैक्टली they are doing the same.
Come through this eastern side, but again, Tianba has held this high ground for quite a while, waiting for the teams to make
bundle of experience, bro. Moda bhai.
2, possibly 3 eliminations for this fact, which is fair enough.
Falcon Nizard कहाँ है ब्रो? पूछना पड़ेगा आपको, वो तो मैनेजमेंट को पता होगा कि कहाँ पर है.
I think one of them was over towards Enigma Galaxy, the other 2 over to IHC now. Team Queso trying to hold Na'Vi, but the push from Na'Vi seems to be going okay. They have taken a knock, however.
FLC can do that. Let's see.
Get back into action fairly quickly.
Let's see next shift where the shift will go. अगर फिर से shift फेवर करता है northern side, northern eastern side को या northern side को 12 बजे की side को, so it will be good for that team जो Furia है. टियनबा ने काफी अच्छी पोजीशन होल्ड करके रखी है, काफी अच्छे एडवांटेज स्टेज पे. एंड वेस्टर्न एजेस कौन क्लियर करता है? वेस्टर्न सदर्न एजेस.
No, most likely not. I mean, it was a good dash, well played, but on this 7th side, this is why so many teams did make that wide wrap up towards the northern edge. Very dangerous on this south side.
सदर्न वेस्टर्न एजेस से जोन गया तो उनको इशू होगा, वहाँ हाई ग्राउंड से नीचे आना है. रोहन जैन भाई, लेट्स सी.
So all packed together tight in a tin can.
भाई जोन हैक तो नहीं है भाई, जोन हैक तो नहीं है, जोन हैक तो नहीं है ब्रो. दिस इज द जोन हैक. आपके भाई ने पूरी जोन की स्क्रिप्ट मैच से पहले ही बता दी थी. इसी खुशी में गाइस, इफ यू आर न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम, मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल. मैंने इस पूरी मैच की स्क्रिप्ट पहले ही बता दिया आपको.
Enigma Galaxy lose another, but they hold an important building for the crossing for the teams on the south.
mean, for Nipicality, the move has been pretty good. I mean, they've only got 2 players, but the fact they're able to get over towards here does keep them set in place for quite a while.
जलवा है तुम्हारे भाई का, guys, वो वाला मीम बना सकते तुम. जलवा है तुम्हारे भाई का.
On that south side, then got caught up, and it's not really their fault because it has been a huge glut of teams down towards the south side. Great nade from Zedwolf over towards.
नहीं बचती वे, Falcon out है.
Now Falcons are trying to create
बहुत मुश्किल है Falcon का विश में.
Great nade again over the top side, blasts Encilio out of position.
And the push up comes through from East, trying to be the forward front runner, allowing the team to insert from the outside of the circle as well, as they can send it on through, but it's not going to happen. Falcons having a real rough time of things. They're still fighting strong. It's such a difficult maneuver to make, though, and with IWNRX pushing this fight together.
Fury, I don't know, bro, किसका CD आता है, let's see. But मेरा तो सही हो गया सब कुछ. जो मैंने बोला इस मैच.
Hang on a minute, Falcons have managed to find an opening, maybe playing the hillside, but the spray down from Zedwolf. This guy is an absolute terror. Such a powerful player on the side of IWNRX. East goes down first, top next up, but he's going to take the shots over towards Frozen, get the flush as well. Out in the blue zone, he will fall, but IWNRX crunch that fight together and force 2 teams out of the mix.
IWNRX 10 eliminations, guys, already at this stage of the game. I mean, Zedwolf is down, but still technically
next zone, next zone, next zone.
What a way to start this one off for IWNRX in this game.
ये तो i8 को benefit कर गया बापे लोग. क्या first chicken i8 का आएगा क्या?
Wow. Really well played from them. Zedwolf.
क्योंकि Tianba के पास zone नहीं है. Tianba को zone लेना पड़ेगा. Tianba बसड़ में फंस सकती है.
Let's be honest, they look
i8 के पास अच्छा खासा zone है. Almost 2v4 निकाल लिया था.
In Sanhok, which typically isn't their most.
पता नहीं guys, अब लैंड में देखो क्या होता है. Tianba की moves पे चीजें depend करेगी. CD, CUD क्या आता है. Chances i8 probabilities are high.
It's just been unfortunate. They have been very dim, those stars, over the past few months.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the teams how they finished in the EMEA, IWNRX is the team from.
And guys, if you're new to the stream, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, super chat करिए, membership हमारी explore करिए. हमारे चैनल का गोल है 100K का, उसको पूरा कीजिए. ऐसी अच्छी स्ट्रीम्स आपको देखने को मिलती रहेगी.
They are just going to leave Kain alone and out towards the blue zone with ASIA on this western side. This looks like
अगर आपको सीखनी है अफगानी रोटेशंस, अफगानी इन द सेंस की क्लस्टर वाली जगह से जो पाथिंग्स टीम्स पाथिंग बनाती है ना टीम, और एक अच्छी खासी रोटेशन डाल देती है, वो NGX की टीम है. यू कैन फॉलो इन रीजन, मतलब ग्लोबल के अंदर आप फॉलो कर सकते हो NGX को. इनकी पाथिंग बड़ी सही होती है, मतलब इनका जो IGL जिस पाथिंग से रोटेशंस करवाता है काफी अच्छी रहती है. इफ यू वांट यू कैन वॉच NGX इन टर्म्स ऑफ रोटेशंस एंड पाथिंग्स. जिस तरीके से वो टीम को रोटेट करवाता है, मूव करवाता है, दैट इज ऑसम. NGX.
I'm curious to see how they will deal with this.
अभी से नहीं, बहुत लंबे टाइम से.
Redox trapped on the inside now, but ASA8 slowly navigating the low ground here. On the north side, Fury are going to have to try and sweep through.
Paraboy JTE.
As Tianba sit in their way, there is no way they can't take this fight. Tianba know that. Well, they're a very controlling squad. You said that they were a little bit more passive, but they're going to have to try and find some fight in them now. It's up to the rock.
Tianba, nice one, Bappe.
Over the top, a shutdown with the DBS, a breakout wide. Everybody running for the hills. Furia torn in half here.
दिमाग लगा के मारा बे Tianba ने पूरा भाई.
Slap in their face.
Yeah, I didn't say they were a passive squad. I said they play way better going into those internationals because they have much more control of that mid to late game, which is where a lot of our global teams play their
best.
Guys,
imagine Tianba winning the PMGC भाई.
You get the best of both worlds.
No doubt. जोन अच्छा रहा है उन पे सेकंड थर्ड से. इस मैच पे जोन के फेवर के अकॉर्डिंग भी they played well. अच्छे से एज होल्ड करा, देन एक पुश फ्यूरिया के साथ बनता था, वो फाइट हुआ भी. बट Tianba चुम्मा भाई, नो पैनिक लास्ट. वो बंदा कौन था भाई?
Now it's i8 towards the western side. They do get the circle, and they will get
आइए 4-5 kills एक्स्ट्रा निकाल सकती है. एक और ट्रेड, 2 बढ़िया. नहीं नहीं नहीं नहीं नहीं एंड गुड वन. i8 का पहला चिकन डिनर ओए. सेंट्रल साउथ एशिया.
An excellent way to close that down.
Tianba बहुत मारती है भाई. Tianba का चिकन है नहीं ब्रो. i8 का. i8 के पास बहुत टाइम था.
Clean of it, maybe there's a chance, but as the circle shifted away, ASI8 were there to pick up the pieces, and the team from Pakistan kick us off for our.
So guys, 429 people are watching. If you are new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel. बहुत मजा आएगा. आगे के मैचेस भी देखते आ जाओ.
Big Galaxy fighting on through. There's a lot to talk about, so let's send it to the desk.
I mean, gentlemen, you can't forget about the Pakistan supremacy. They're here to play. Our boy Falcons and i8 in total with the roster swap they had, taking Crypto out, bringing Naki in. We got to see how well of a team they could be when it came to PMSL CSA Max, and I am so happy to see them have such great success in the first match of the day.
I was scared for any team to go on a 50-meter radius of Falcons.
Falcons is too good. Yes, bro. Yes. एक मिनट रुकना. मैं क्या कर रहा था?
Set them up for success this game. Hot Jukes in particular for i8 is quick rotates. They leave Hatim the moment they're done looting all of that area, get in the cars.
Tianba and TJB का रोस्टर इंग्लिश मैन वहाँ पे क्या नाम थे उनके, मुझे वो बताओ यार. मैं यही पूछ रहा था.
And just send it in there and wait the entire match. There are a few northern circles that was lucky for them, but they just knew we don't have to fight. Other teams are going to.
भाई अब गेम खेलना क्यों नहीं आती जाने मन. दी गीकी बॉय मैं आता हूँ बट आप ही नहीं खेलते हो यार.
A textbook game, and i8 showed up big in the first match already.
I just won due to zone favor. Otherwise, skill wise, I lost. They just got in because. ईशान भाई, let's see. 4 दिन है हमारे पास. एक भाई उर्दू में लगाओ, इसमें हिंदी में आता है, उर्दू में लगाओ, हिंदी आता है. ठीक है भाई, टेंशन नहीं. रिलैक्स. क्यू रिफ्लेक्सेस सही था, अच्छा मारा. Tianba, शांस, QZZ, GG बॉन्ड, XBC. मेरे को उसमें चाहिए यार जो उनके चाइनीज पे थे नाम, और मेरे को चाइनीज वाले नेम याद आ रहे हैं यार. TJB Longs SS ठीक है. 676 फ्लावर ये ठीक है.
For them over to the west. I mean, towards the end of the match, realistically, they were the only team in that area, and they especially had the 2 rocks southwest of Paradise Resort, which in terms of a defensive position.
हिंदी में क्या होता है ना, ओवरलैप करती है वॉइस. मैं भी हिंदी में बोलता हूँ, वो भी हिंदी में बोलते हैं, तो कई बार चीजें समझ नहीं आती. इंग्लिश में डिफरेंट वो है ना, तो मतलब क्लियर रहता है सीन. मेरे को एक बार किसी ने चैट पे बताया था. Tianba, ओके मेरे पास रोस्टर आ गया. Tianba, शांस, QC, GG बॉन्ड. अच्छा, GG बॉन्ड इज गुजुजू. QZZ अपने नाम से खेल रहा है. XC इज शाओ बाय शाओ. लिंगयू शान है Tianba में. TJB में फ्लार हुआ लुंग 676 SSS शन. ठीक है. मुझे सिर्फ TJB ओनली एस का पता है क्योंकि क्योंकि भाई मुझे TJB में भेज दो. अच्छा जी, मैं प्रणय अगर तू देख रहा है ना तो एक बार इसको चैट पे भी कमेंट कर देना. मैं प्रणय इसको चैट पर डाल दूं.
Really gives me hope from this team from Turkey.
It was not easy at all. I mean, these guys just held it down on the south side and destroyed everybody. I mean, and to be able to do that while holding all 4 players up for so long is just going to be a really, really great start for them. So, I mean, Sanhok is always that map, right, Max, that you just kind of don't know what's going to happen. If you're able to pull off just so many eliminations off the rip, I mean, these guys got to be.
मैं बोल दिया प्रणय को, वो डाल देगा उस पे. मेरे पास आ गया है, मैं ही कर दूंगा कमेंट. कर रहा हूँ, बट इसमें कॉपी पेस्ट करूंगा ना तो वो चीज वैसा दिखेगा नहीं आपको. मैं कर देता हूँ.
They had a click in their mind, just okay, we're killing you. We're sending it. We see points on the board.
Guys. Tianba, Shan, Lingyu. Shan is Lingyu.
We're not going to be winning this
then
game.
XC.
Transitions are just too
ये थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा थोड़ा मेरे को करने में.
And that's going to be getting double-digit limbs, and they did that so quickly, especially third-partying teams like Insidious versus Falcons. It just made it so easy for them to get that surprise factor on those engagements and get the elims. So, man, if they keep up these kind of eliminations, even in quote-unquote bad matches, IWNRX are going to be looking super clean going into this group.
I mean,
For sure, especially yeah.
Okay, Rachi, shut up, bhai.
What about Nick Galaxy, man? Like we haven't really touched on
Tianba
them.
gonna dominate this group. Only Chinese team can
I'm
win.
so happy to see. Like they were able to take
Yeah,
down
they are good, bro.
TJB,
Tianba is good.
and they like full sense the west side
Let's
of
see
that
आगे
compound
क्या
we were
होता है.
talking about. I was hoping they maybe crash on the triple compound that we talked about, the trifecta compound there, but instead they still took a decent position and got a ton of eliminations. And for another team who's kind of struggled in the past when it's come to PMGC, that's another team that I'm surprised to see have a very good start.
अभी मैं अगर बात करूं वर्क पता है क्या करता है?
But we're prepared this year, don't worry. It'll work out. But yeah, again, back to the big
सेंटर या एज मैं आपको एक चीज बोलता हूँ कि जो न्यू जोन मेटा या ये चीज आई है ना, इसमें सिंपल सी बात है कि जो टीम स्ट्रांग होगी ना इन टर्म्स ऑफ फाइट, इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिफेंस, वही टीम आगे सरवाइव कर पाएगी. बेस्ट मतलब इन टर्म्स ऑफ कोऑर्डिनेशन सिंक वो बोल लो. तो मेरी तरफ से मेरे को ऐसा लगता है प्लेयर सिंक, कोऑर्डिनेशन and their mindset.
Every single time you see a hard shift like that,
that is the thing जो बहुत ज़्यादा मैटर करता है.
Just hug that edge and try to go to that hard shift side because 99% of the time it's wide open, and it actually was. But TJB, they tried to go for that exact strategy, and Enigma Galaxy was just right there waiting for him. So when I see that, and especially to see Enigma Galaxy stay there for so long, in my eyes, that's a set play. I think Enigma Galaxy realized like, hey, there's going to be some teams trying to hug this edge. They're going to think it's safe, but no, we're going to be waiting for them and take them out.
हिंदी में आएगा.
A team like TJB in that kind of play style, I think that's just a great start for them.
But do you think, Jason, Ralph?
Okay, bro. इसके बाद लगाते हैं. इसके बाद लगा. टेंशन ना लो. इसके बाद लगाते हैं.
21 again.
just for context here, we think back to Aruf, Enigma Galaxy, and before the changes to the zones and how much damage the blue does, especially on Sanhok.
Good answer. Obviously, bro. यार मतलब यही है. मतलब जो मेन अगर आप ये चीज समझ गए तो आप समझ गए.
And then Max comes in while we're watching the game, like, yeah, I talked to Navarro.
In short, मैंने आपको चीजें बता दी है.
And Roof's changed up his leading style, and then I see them in the blue, and I'm like, have they, Max? Have they?
Have they changed it?
I can't really knock them because they made a great rotation. I also wanted to quickly touch on Tianba as well, kind of pushing the pressure towards the north side of the map once they rotated into Alter Ego, really pinstering them between Furia and themselves.
In Barn area, really, when you play Barn, Hodrix, that high ground position, the compound that was taken over by Tianba, not only is it a good scouting position, it's a good defensive position if you're making sure to clear your backside, which they did versus IHC. They knew IHC would come in their way. They instantly clear all of the eastern edge, and that makes the further transition into the northern eastern side way easier. After that, they go for a clean third party up there that really makes them have an easy access to the lane.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Yeah, it just seemed like it was.
Hello, Mr. Rango. What's up? What a player. Yes. किसकी बात कर रहे हो?
Everything just worked out for them.
Okay, Dr.
So, I mean, yeah, exactly, right? Hey, if it rhymes, it's got to be good, right? So hopefully we see them, be able to make it happen here. We got 3 Erangels coming up, right? As far as Erangel,
टीम स्पिरिट ओपिनियन होगी भाई.
right? Who do you think?
देखो PMGC. अभी मेरा यही आपको एक रहेगा कि PMGC देखो. अभी पहला मैच हुआ है. अभी दूसरा मैच होने वाला है, वो देखो.
These circles were kind of rough on the first game on Sanhok, but really, if you're looking at their performance over in PL, I'd have to say them. Tianba also, I'm going for the 2 PL teams because they were just so scary over on Erangel. They know it like the back of their hand because it's the OG map, right? So yeah, I'd have to go for that. How about you, Jukes?
I'm gonna have to I was actually thinking the same exact teams, to be honest, because just watching how they performed at PEL was ridiculous for TJB. I mean, I always love to see teams that have that clutch factor, because in my opinion, there's so many different things you can teach. That's the hardest one though, right? So to see them at PEL on day number 3, back-to-back chicken dinners off the rep, it just set the tone from them, and that's what won them the whole thing. So, I mean, they didn't start off strong here in Sanhok because they got caught, by Enigma Galaxy, but you know what? There's still plenty of tournament left to be played.
Yeah, and it's Sanhok at the end of the day, right? We're not going to put too much focus on that in particular. Obviously, we did see Major Pride win 2 out of the 4, or at least 2 in a row on the first day. It was quite surprising, but I think the real meat of this meal here today is going to be, of course, our Erangels, and of course, the dessert of Miramars. I don't want to take too much in context of those results just yet. I want to see how the likes of like IA, Tianba, Enigma Galaxy, more importantly, do when we get to Erangels here. But also Alter Ego, man, they kind of got pincered. I know
हम तनुज वो मेरे लैपटॉप में नहीं है मॉड, इसको बनाओ पॉसिबल हो तो वाली लॉगिन करता हूँ. ओके.
Albeit just one match. be able to get off the ground running yet.
It was a good rotation too. The way they were
This
playing.
is also regular
their
watcher of
edge
whoever you
northern
both
side,
can
they
do watch
understood the
party
value
together.
of
Okay,
a
bro.
southern position of Paradise Resort, which you have two good playable positions. You got the warehouse southeast, and you got the high ground that was played by Furia. We didn't even talk about Furia. They had a great position to play this match. But yeah, Ultra Ego saw the position was taken over by Furia. Go into the warehouse. They do have a little bit of a clash with Furia here and there, but unfortunately, when you have bad circles and you are fighting in the circle, teams that are desperate to go for these wide wraps are going to be super willing to
Under the Jen, if you don't have anything to contribute with me, okay, bro.
which I think that was the
TJP
best
chicken
play
next
of
match
Tianba
देखते
this
हैं.
game.
Guys बताओ
And Ultra
second
Ego
match
just
हमारा
really
start होने
weathered
वाला
the
है. What do you
storm
think इसका chicken
unfortunately.
आएगा? Make sure to hit the comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just happens. I mean, they made the right play, and just sometimes when you get their party, it is what it is, you know. And if they do end up winning that fight, then we could have definitely seen them win the game, you know. But that's PUBG Mobile in general. But what I love to see is when you get those bad circles, being able to put points on the board regardless of the situation. You know, that's why I'm so impressed with seeing just some of these teams and just how they performed. I mean, Tianba on that third party really done well. And with Erangel coming up, I expect more big things from them.
Just looking at Furious sleeping here. Like, come on, guys, wake up. We got more matches to play.
Pixie कब मारेगा? खोलेगा? अरे?
I think also something I'm focused on.
भाई मेरे को ना ये
How many times are we going to
इसी की तरह लगा भाई.
or Azoe
Guess करो किसकी तरह.
over in that direction?
Audience.
We had it so many times last week.
I want to forget
That's
about
true.
it.
Especially
No,
at the
you can't.
start, right? I mean, it was like non-stop, just Western Circle, Western Circle, Western Circle. So why don't we start off with military, boys, off the rip?
Oh, I mean, can we just do like more of a normal circle?
Okay.
Yes,
what's
Naya
normal to you?
area. Give me Yes, Naya area. Yeah.
Yeah, I could go for
Yes,
some
Naya
Yazzie.
Fields.
Some Yazzie.
Or Pachonkers. I mean, I'm a big fan of both.
Oh no.
I know Max isn't a fan of me saying Pachonkers. But as we do head to Erangel, is there also any possibility of hot
फिश
drops in your
चिकन
guys' eyes?
एक
We did
चिकन
have the
अंकल सूप
BTR
चिकन
versus
टॉप
your
के
boy
जैसा
Zinco,
भाई प्लीज
like
एक बार
in
उधर में
Group
लगाओ
L.
मैं
I'm not
हिंदी
sure
में
if we're
नहीं
gonna
आता
see
बंकर भाई ठीक है
necessarily
ठीक है
here in Group L.
करते हैं टेंशन मतलब धीरे धीरे टेक्स बीन फर्स्ट ब्लड निकाला है शैनॉक का गाइस कितने लाइक हो गए हमारे स्ट्रीम पे जल्दी से हमारा 1000 लाइक का टारगेट है जल्दी से कंप्लीट करवाओ if you're watching this.
What I'm really interested about, Jason, is going to be maybe Na'Vi versus I8 on Military Island. That's interesting to see how the whole dynamic is going to go. As we know, Jukes, two teams can live there, but if they don't want to be friendly to each other, which they might not be,
TJB
they
maybe.
might want to
Chalo.
try and just clear that space early on.
SSS Shen Shen Shen 676 only S and Flower. Shan is Flower. Shah जो है वो Flower था, ठीक है? TGB में जो good GG करके था, that is मोड़ा भाई गुज्जू. वन के बाद मर भी गया तो टिक्सी यार कोई नहीं 270 डन यार जल्दी से 500 1000 करवाओ यार करवाओ एक भाई सोल के प्लेयर्स लाइव कब आने वाले हैं आ जाएंगे प्रोफुल भाई जल्दी आ जाएंगे विद इन अ वीक आ जाएंगे रूटिंग फॉर टीक्यू होप दे मेक फाइनल दिस ईयर लेट्स सी टीक्यू के साथ सीन है यार वो मतलब रीजनल्स अपने अच्छे खेलते हैं बट पीएमजीसी में वो अर्ली आउट हो जाते हैं जितना मैंने देखा है वुल्फ भाई डाल देता हूँ इस मैच के बाद एक्सपीरियंस मैंने एक ही स्क्रीन है मैं डाल देता पुल डालने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं एक ही स्क्रीन है या कोई दूसरी स्क्रीन स्पॉन्सर कर दो फिर मैं डबल काम एक साथ कर लिया करूंगा
Rumbles at the start of Sanhok losing a couple of players early on. Not quite full hot drops, but still a couple of players losing their lives early. Let's see if the same is true for our first of Group Red's Erangels. From the northeast side down to the southwest, the playing path cuts a cool, calm, collected path through the map.
Easily done for a lot of teams to make their way to where they want to play on this map of Erangel. We did see last week if you're here.
कौन सी टीम गाइस जोन बताना कहां का आएगा व्हाट डू यू थिंक क्या अगेन एक क्वेरी जोन हमको देखने को मिलेगा व्हाट डू यू थिंक इट विल बी द वेस्टर्न ईस्टर्न सेंट्रल और एक मिलिट्री जोन यही जोन आजकल बन रहा है मैक्सिमम व्हाट डू यू थिंक ईस्टर्न या एक वेस्टर्न जोन और एक मिलिट्री जोन
I imagine the group yellow might do quite well in those games, but we'll see how it works here because we were talking before, John, just about how
action top east Na'Vi versus I8 in military zone बन जाए मजा है military zone इस मत flight path में military zone देखने का मजा आएगा especially for TJB
a lot of them want to play on that edge side. We could see it
बन जा military zone बन जा भाई military zone बन जा
meta here in Group Red of how these teams are playing. And we know from experience of watching
ओ भाई अलग ही जोन बन गया बोले ना ईस्टर्न ना वेस्टर्न ना सेंट्रल ना मिलिट्री
with a circle that heads over towards that
भाई मेरे को लग रहा है ये शोर वाला जोन तो नहीं रहेगा मोस्टली, शूटिंग रेंज की साइड का या सेवरनी वाला जोन भी रह सकता है अगर शिफ्ट आया दूसरा वहां पे। कैसे होगी भाई, बुट कैंप पे हो या घर पे ब्रो, स्कूल, लेट्स सी। शिफ्ट देखते हैं, सेकंड शिफ्ट कहाँ आता है, मेजर सेकंड शिफ्ट है कहाँ रहता है।
than heading up north later on. So it's a difficult crossing nonetheless, and teams will have to pick their moment nice and carefully. Down on the south side, IWNRX have already dropped around this very pair split, but it looks like ASI8 going to try and keep it on going.
I8 अपने ड्रॉप पे, Falcon
and Falcons as well.
Falcon केसो टीम केसो का TQ का क्लैश था क्या? उजम नॉक।
This is the danger of dropping around this IWNRX area. They are ready for this fight.
Zedwolf simply just has ferocity on his side, and that is something that has always been a big problem for teams coming up against IWNRX, is that they have a player on their team who is just unlike the rest. I think in terms of mechanical ability, how he is, I don't think we've produced a talent quite like Zedwolf. He is simply the protagonist.
नहीं है bro, full bro.
He is him. That's all it is, man.
Full
I mean,
BT2
taken down 2
I8
players on his own from ASI8. To be
by
fair,
NRX, जो कि maybe expect ना किया हो I8 ने। कोई 2 मैन बची है, 2 मैन बची है I8। नेक्स्ट टाइम से सेम फ्लाइट पाथ पे they will be more, मतलब अपनी सावधानी बरतेंगे इस फ्लाइट पाथ पे। एनआरएक्स का ध्यान रखना है। एनआरएक्स का स्प्लिट मोस्टली फेरी स्प्लिट ही रहे होगा, फेरी स्प्लिट। काफी लेट भी इन्होंने पैराशूट रखे, चलो कोई नहीं, नेक्स्ट टाइम को ध्यान रखिएगा। ये वुल्फ ने 2 नॉक दे दिए ब्रो, देख लिया वुल्फ का ही नॉक देखा मैंने। फिनिशेस भी कंफर्म हो गए, 2 मैन बची आई है। कल लेने के बाद ये थोड़ा पीटी होता है।
Because it did feel like that was the missing piece for IWNRX before, is they just didn't have Zedwolf on side, and certainly he got much better towards the ending of PMSL EMEA.
Push incoming on
I8.
I8.
It took a little bit of time for him to find himself again, basically.
Yeah,
अपना लूट करो यार।
It's really great to see them.
रोटेशन पे ध्यान दो भाई। ये जो नॉक दिया है इसने, क्या ट्रेसिंग करी है भाई।
Okay, I mean, a little bit on ASI8 there, then I guess.
Alter Ego,
especially coming off of a win.
इनका कहाँ हो रहा है अल्टर? अच्छा, लिपोव का की टीम है अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स, और कैसो शेल्टर की टीम है। स्प्लिट पे लूटने आया होगा, पकड़ लिया ऑफ कार्ड, बट 2 बंदे मार दिए भाई इन्होंने भी।
Yeah, absolutely is. Everyone knows that Rosemary is a
Guess okay.
player. And I think
Good
a
one.
lot of Alter Ego fans were very happy to see him get picked
Alter Ego फुल रिसर्च करके आई है टीम कैसो के ऊपर, TQ के ऊपर, स्क्रिम्स के ऊपर। इन्होंने देखा होगा कौन सा बंदा फ्लाइट पाथ ठीक ही था, कितनी देर तक कहाँ पे शेल्टर प्रिजन का स्प्लिट लेता होगा, देखा होगा कितनी देर तक मेंशन पे लूटते हैं। और इन्होंने धीरे धीरे करके एंगल्स बनाए, फील्डिंग सेट करी एंड अच्छे फिनिशेस निकाले नियर बाय। बढ़िया, अच्छा एग्जीक्यूशन। अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स प्लानिंग के साथ आई है, ये देख के चीज पता चली है।
Not quite as stalwart as some of the players in the past that we've seen just completely carry PMGC.
रीड करके आई है टीम्स को, टाइमिंग्स एंड ऑल पे।
One of the first players that comes to mind for me on IHC, who really did kind of put the team on his back a lot of times and make a lot of these plays happen, but made them happen game to game. And I think that's the difference between him and Rosemary. Is Rosemary can perform.
इन्फर्नो ने टीको को सपोर्ट किया, 2 मैन हो गई स्टार्ट में ही। अच्छा,
sometimes he will fall flat on his face. Similar almost to last week with Naomi. You have that give and take, right? That sometimes he makes mistakes, but other times he just wins you the game.
And it is just sort of widening that the error bars on the expected value of your games, right? Which is sometimes a little bit dangerous, but in short form tournaments will relatively frequently, depending on the skill of the individual player, net you a top 3 pretty consistently overall, and certainly you're going to be looking safe in a survival stage when you get that sort of
एक भाई बिग फैन, मी टू बिग फैन ऑफ यू रोंजा भाई, 1 जैन भाई, मी टू बिग फैन ऑफ यू।
Danger, but a little bit of security at the same time, which sounds like a little bit of an oxymoron, but there we are.
I'm not going to do it. That would have been real mean.
What were you going to say? No, I have to know what you were going to say now.
No,
you're going to call me a moron. Is that what you're going to say?
I was going to call you an ox. course. Cool.
ठीक है भेज देता हूँ
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, if I'm the
You
ox,
like-
that makes you the moron. So
It does, yeah, I guess so. You teed yourself up for a swing drive into a hole in one, and I just completely missed the mark and handed you the driver.
it's fine. Yeah, no, you
I'll
were
take
very
it, look,
gracious in it. You were very gracious.
Yeah.
भैया
it had to
व्हाट्सएप
happen.
चेक
It
करो
had
हाँ
to
मैंने
I
देख लिया
also shot,
bro
and then I unloaded your magazine there. I just pressed
You
the
did.
mag release switch.
I'm missing a bullet case, unfortunately.
ये भाई
In the
आईआईटी
meantime,
कैसे
though,
क्रैक
we are
करूं
having a
यार
lot of
पता
artists
नहीं यार
looking
ब्रो
towards
मैंने
that
करा नहीं है
north
मैंने
side
करा
of
होता
the
तो
map.
तुमको
And you're
बता
right,
देता
sometimes
मैंने
it can be a little bit easier. Head over towards that north side early. and come
आईआईटी
down
का
south,
कभी
especially
सोचा ही
for
नहीं
hardship
दिमाग में ही
like
नहीं
this,
आया आप
where
सोच
you
ही रहे
wanna
हो
get
तो
into
मतलब
some of the
बड़ी चीज
limited
होगी कुछ
areas.
यू कैन ट्राई
Are
ब्रो
on that north
हार
side.
मत मानना
There
कर
is a
लोगे
huge amount of compounds. Where
इतना ही
if you
बोल
look
सकता
down
हूँ
towards the south, if you come back across that bridge crossing, you've got Rozok. Plenty of other places to go. Na'Vi though rocking up onto Alter Ego in what I would call an incredibly messy fight.
I think I'd call it that too, Black. I think that's fairly accurate right now, but Na'Vi on the roll-up seems to be going well. It's a veritable pantry over on the roadside there with Lemon and Rosemary both going down.
गॉन
But at the moment,
नावी गई
the team really looking too good and having a real tough time of it. It's all up to punching.
नावी गई ब्रो नावी गई
Back suppressed. Oh my goodness me.
6 फिनिशेस ऑलरेडी ले चुकी है अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स गुड गुड वन
Alter Ego to handle business here on the eastern side, but they've lost.
बट नावी के साथ यहाँ क्लैश कैसे हुआ 2 मिनट यार
3 though the zone will allow this res.
I like that from Na'Vi, honestly. I like that from Puncher. It doesn't happen enough in our PMSLs where teams are able to make the hard decision in the moment. And having Puncher realizes that players behind the tree like
अच्छा नावी आसनाया गॉड बिल्डिंग साइड को दिया है ओके ब्रो तो नावी भी आपका ईस्टर्न साइड से मूव इन कर रही थी आई गेस 20-30% ऑफ द एज नावी खेलना पसंद करती होगी अल्टर ईगो भी सेम सेंट्रिक भसड़ना फंस के ईस्टर्न एजेस पे प्रेफर कर रही है तो ये एक इनका रोटेशनल क्लैश हुआ है नावी और अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स का बट नावी एक जगह पे फंस गई है और अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स ने डिफरेंट इंडिविजुअल एंगल से उनको फंसा लिया Good fight.
A little bit off target though.
Not going to quite
Off angles का अच्छे से
Concilio
यूज
still
किया
wrapping around this fight like a
रोटेशनल
bull.
क्लैश था वो
Trying to choke the life out of it. Looks like they're doing well. Breath's getting shorter and shorter here for Vengeance as Incilio continue to move around. It
अच्छा
looks
मैं
like
सोचा
they
पहला
may
बॉय
need
7-1
that
कर लूं
fourth
ए का
player,
पोटैटो
and
किधर गया
I feel like that's probably the right. You
नीड
do
तो
need to
पैसे
get
से
ahead
होता
and
है
up to the north. Get that run down.
भाई
Leave
ऐसी
one
बातें मत
player
करो यार
alive.
चैट पे
Hopefully not going to come back to bite them, but they can now get north of the river because everybody's looking for it. Just about gets over the rock.
Yeah, it's a criminal rotate you have to make anyway.
Increase
Over
game
towards
sound
the
मैं
north
सोच ही
side
रहा था
now,
यार
with
कुछ चीज
Sony
तो मिस लग
players
रही है
taking precedent on that area of the map. There's not going to be a huge amount of positions available for teams. We've seen already plenty of squads rotating over this very same bridge. So there is tons of teams already over towards this western side and east side of the map. You see even a couple of teams actually biding their time down towards that south side. That is an unbelievably lucky res.
Wait,
So,
Incilio are coming back. They turned around. They were like, oh, there's actually so much going on over there. Let's finish off this fight. An immediate re-knock at Incilio. Goodness me. They give him the old 1-2. Switcheroo. A knock over towards their backline, but they'll pick that up. That has got to be the most comical wraparound I've ever seen. A swift 180 from Incilio.
oh, think you're safe, are you?
It was all my plan all along. Bait him out.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it did bait him out, right?
I think as soon as they didn't get the notification that Lily had been eliminated, I think that's fair enough to make the turnaround because they know that he was out in open space. Therefore, a wrap back actually was the best decision they could have made for 2 free eliminations, essentially. It's a smart play from Incilio. It does
NGX
somewhat
chicken.
cut out their
Okay,
rotates
bro.
going forward, but with the circle still having a little bit of ground down towards that south side, they can certainly play over towards the western edge of Yasnaya and then plot their course through into the next circle. I don't think they can make any break for the center just yet. I think they'll have to wait for teams to be moving out from those positions that sit around the edges of the bridges.
That is going to be the opening they're looking for, but I don't know how likely it is to present itself. Next circle popping in soon, and Incilio very likely to be cut out here. IWNRX, they've left a player, at least Swain, on that south side. I think there maybe, yeah, he's got two of IWNRX on the south side in Rosok, but they've got that foothold that Incilio just doesn't have right now. The circle pops, does keep a little bit of that south side in, but we're definitely going up north of it, so teams are going to have to make their way across. And by teams, I'm talking about Incilio.
It's a pretty evil position on the map to play as well. I don't think a lot of teams like playing around this area, purely because over towards the eastern side, you just have a lot of that open, flat ground. That right now you got Team Queso rotating.
Yeah, one of the
over
tough
the
zone.
Tianba, Fury is still sat on the back side of it, over towards Yas Lake. Tianba though currently just rotating around trying to spot out all that they can, because this is an area where you can hide a lot of players in.
Falcon chicken, let's see. Sorry bye, आज से नहीं करूँगा, चलो bye bye. पढ़ने जा रहा हूँ.
Not a bad position to play whatsoever for them. It is a little bit lacking in terms of that high.
कैसे भाई stream चल रही है, साथ-साथ काम कर रहा था, अब free हुआ break में. Okay man भाई, welcome to the stream. Don't disagree bro, need पैसे. ठीक है भाई.
On this position, allowing teams to get shots from underneath the little gaps that are on the walls. So I'm hoping this doesn't happen for Tianba here.
Furia trying to keep the heads down there. But the spray downs from Getso Roy from Tianba across the way, but Tianba find one, nearly getting the knock, but up the hill it's a little bit more successful over towards Kayovsky.
Yeah, shot coming through from Enigma Galaxy actually. Takes down Kayovsky. Now Valor will get the flush on that as well, so it won't be picked up by anyone from Tianba there. But Fury is backed off because of that. Back down towards this compound on the east side, so they don't find too much success of finding some kind of breakout point to find into the circle. Enigma Galaxy though return fire onto QZZ and will flush him as well. So Tianba now down to 3 players. Getting a very aggressive hold from Tianba. One that I don't particularly think is super necessary. I think as soon as you start fighting 2 separate teams, this is where you fall back into one another. Maybe try and play that roadside. And with how far QZZ was out on that western edge, this was just not a split that I expected from them.
I mean, the hill
ISC और NGX इन दोनों में से एक का चिकन होना चाहिए.
East of Rosok, up north side of that river. Right now, the overlook for Enigma Galaxy on the north side of that hill is
बाकी देखते हैं. Again Tianba versus Furia.
So Roy and their big plateau area out to the west a little bit further, who are able to do a lot of damage control and rotational control as well to the southwest. So in general, this south side I think is looking fairly safe to try and pressure out these teams on that edge, and that's what Tianba felt just then. Taking those shots from Enigma Galaxy, who have had such an influence over the teams to their east, it's going to make it really hard to move away from that position for them. I question what they're going to do when they have the next circle pop, but it looks like they can just stay stuck to the ground here. Enigma Galaxy,
Furia जो है वहाँ पे हम 1v okay bro TJB.
Enigma Galaxy suffered a lot with this reshuffle of the roster. Weren't quite able to make it work for a while, and I think they're slowly finding their way now throughout the year, which is nice to see in terms of the teamwork that's coming through. Alter Ego trying to wrap over towards Team Queso. The off angle is not working out at all, and with that, it is 2 players from Alter Ego going down, and there's a pretty lukewarm amount of help coming through from Rosemary up on high.
मन में क्या बोल रहे हो यार आप?
Alter Ego.
समझ नहीं आया मुझे, हिंदी में पूछो.
He's trying to cut out that approach, but the nades can come through and sort of force this flush to happen. There's no way that Rosemary can crash into this one. The last player alive for Alter Ego, you don't want to risk going out here. 6 limbs though still, you noted that. A successful game. Ralph into Furia, and the backup to come through from Redox now is turning the corner. Furia try and get one. It'll be successful for the first, but through the window, there is a response. Immediately going for the flush. Worried about the wraparound, and immediately Redox shots over the bonnet, but in come Tianba, scouting this one out, turning around, not going to crush fully. This is a brilliant approach for Enigma Galaxy.
Nice.
Yeah, again, it's that initial hold that was so important to allow the rest of Enigma Galaxy to come in for the assist. If that wasn't the case, that would have been a very different story. Incilio finding Zed Wolf. They had spent a lot of time down towards the south side and Rozok looting, only for them to head over towards the northern edge and already lose out Zed Wolf. And now down to 3 players, and one of those players is extremely low on their side. Virtus Pro looking to crunch out Falcons Force, who are playing on that northern edge. They do have the high ground right now, and are looking for some kind of opening versus Virtus Pro.
Cilio, a ground floor approach towards the dropout shot from Kine. The backup from the top rope, but in comes Nick Galaxy, moving down south. They flexed out towards the north side, took down Furia, and now it's the turn of IWNRX to feel the brunt of the force from Nick Galaxy's descent from that north side. We'll see if they're able to flush that one out, because Falcons are fighting to hold out Virtus Pro on this northwestern edge. The nades come in from Nick Galaxy, frozen on the top side of the tower here, but there are so many threats. And out the window for a second drop shot? I don't think so. 7 elims now for Nick Galaxy.
Yeah, great cleanup from Nick Galaxy around the map. They are very aware of what is going on so far. Frozen probably throws the nade of the day there, though, out of the window, getting the double knock, or essentially hits the other player for basically 10% life. Very, very well placed there, and kind of saves the day. That is it up until Nick Galaxy coming to ruin it. Falcons Force, though, finding Malloy. 3 eliminations for them and doing a great job as 60 has to send away.
Some third-party shots as well coming through from IHC on the south side of that fight. That's a pretty big nade as well coming through from IQ there. For ASI8, they've been down on their luck for a while now, but one more player to hold, and it works. A 3-person hold, and TJB cannot get rid of him.
IQ has always been, true to his name, really. He's a very smart player. And he knows what needs to be done in those moments. Versus TJB, a 1v3 essentially. That's light work for him. It's light work.
Nice and easy done. The south circle pop as well keeps Nick Galaxy's position inside the circle. Gets Roy again happy about
रोजमेरी भाई ग्लोबल्स में कभी तो अच्छा खेलो यार. खेलेगा भाई, टेंशन क्यों ले रहे हो?
Over right now, looking pretty healthy, looking pretty good. So maybe
told you NGX chicken. Let's see.
Galaxy, I think that's true. They didn't do well on Sanhok, but this is a different map, and they are slap bang in the middle. These are so many good points you're making, Blank, but consider the alternative. Big game.
Easy for NGX. Falcon में बोल रहा हूँ guys, जितना अच्छा ना खेले उतना बढ़िया है फर्स्ट डे में भाई. उनके क्वालिफिकेशन के चांसेस उतने ज्यादा हाई होंगे एंड के डेज पे. जितना अच्छा फर्स्ट डे पे खेलेगी उतना क्वालिफिकेशन के चांसेस लो होंगे. By the way guys, almost 400 people are watching. If you are new to the stream, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel. We have a target that कि हम अपना 1000 लाइक का टारगेट करें. जल्दी से कंप्लीट करवा दो.
Basically hired out as a security squad for them on this southeast side, and is raking home the hourly pay.
Definitely. 7 elims.
There it is. There's one.
Ooh. IQ trying to get across here, but there's one player from Team Queso in the way. They will be aware of each other's presence now. The vehicles making that noise, and IQ actually looks like he wants the fight. Both of them hopping out. A little bit of a call out. The ridge line. This is Nick Galaxy's oversight, and it has been for a long, long time. IQ falling a little bit short of the circle. That's a very difficult approach he's got to make there. Elodius for Team Queso. Looking for those shots as well. Both Melodious and IQ gonna have to make their way on in at some point, but they're out in the blue. It's not looking good. Falcons on the west side, trying to hold out the west edge as well against IHC.
Tianba will like.
Get so Roy have
okay, bro.
There's a knock already.
Yeah, Nick Galaxy found IQ.
Tianba.
After he made its way over towards that position. It's a smart move from IQ. I think he knows he has to get out of the vehicle. Towards the gas station. Try and find whoever is left in there.
Hello भैया पहचाना. Hello sir, bhai, what's up? Only OGST supporters know about this. First day choke equal to qualification in GC. ठीक है होना था. NGX knock निकाला. NGX push.
Coming on through, and it's Nick Galaxy again with a big flex out here. This is
एक बंदा नीचे गया पम्प की साइड पे.
They're playing on the edge. They're drawing teams into these fights. An aid comes through. That's FaZe?
ये FaZe से knock
खाएगा. How many of
खाएगा.
those points did they manage to snaffle away there? Because I think 2 of them went to Nick Galaxy at least, but that is the end of them. There's a nice little wrap around.
IHC वाले कहाँ knock खा रहे हैं FLC वालों से? IHC already split पे है.
Wonders for their points tallies, but FaZe now have open cannons to Ralph, who drops short out of the vehicle.
Ralph a little bit far behind here. I think at this point in time, you
इस पर तुम्हारी चाइनीज टीम एक मैच 1v3 Tianba मैच 1v3
all the way down towards that
okay
south
okay
side,
bro.
just checking out the shack, what's going on down there. Circle heads back up towards the north. There is maybe a
Face पे भी
world
advantage है
in
भाई.
which Snowix can pick Ralph up, but Narvalo and Redox got a huge amount of work on their hands, and Mormon's not likely to allow this to go through, but they are behind the tree.
They do have that cover, already preoccupied with the nade. The point of investing these nades
अभी
is
तो होल्ड
to
करिए
get
वो
that
सबसे
rest,
L
get
लोकेशन है.
Ralph back
ताजी
into
भाई
the mix, 'cause the
okay.
rest can come through. There's a knock on the back lines as well for FaZe, which means there's only 2 players in action on this front. They can't go for the stranglehold on that knock that they might have liked to. But now the res has come through. Vintorius is immediately flexing out. However, it's a little bit too late to stop this. Can they catch them on the rotate back up?
This is desperate from FaZe as well. They're so focused on not allowing Ralph to get back up again. Again, it's a tough rotate that they have to make.
Oh dear.
Back up towards that north side. A bit of an awkward scout out.
Mela knock होना चाहिए था यार.
On that front line, and Mela is able to find him. Mela, who is always been one of my favorite players that coming in from FaZe, just incredible in those close quarters.
Redox flushed, and now the
NGX फंसते हुए नजर आ रही है NGX.
Looking to go up to double digits. I mean, they saw IWNRX do it. They said, "You can want anything you can do. We can do better." They're looking for more on this match, but for
Good
now,
nade.
FaZe proving
Rough.
too tough of a challenge. Too bitter pill to
नहीं.
swallow.
Narvalo, Snowix, as well as Ralph, still up in
मेरे को
action.
लगा मेला ने चोक कर
Slight
दिया.
mistake there, I would say, from Redox on that front line. I think the slow roll up into the smoke. I think the reasoning behind it is just because they've been given so much time to get Prio over towards this front line. Realistically, all Nick McGalaxy had done was have Redox and Narvalo send in a bunch of nades, but with the direction they're coming in, bouncing down the hill, not a lot.
आजकल वैसे ग्लोबल पे YOLI नेड्स भी काफी यूज हो रहे हैं जितना मैंने देखा बाउंसिंग नेड्स. टप्पा के लागे जो नेड्स.
I think that's what you have to respect as Nick McGalaxy, is that you didn't have all the
कार वाला
information
बंदा
on
तो
that fight
मेरी
because you
तरह है.
went for that pickup
अरे
of
अरे अरे
Around,
भाई
in which
ऐसा है
case,
क्या?
I think they should have backed off back down towards that south side. Snowix had already read that information, that it was free, it was clear, and that was an opportunity for them that they just didn't take.
IHC, previous PMGC champions off the back of a heavy elimination focused performance. To see if they can draw on that past strength. East gets naded out, and that's a great start to demo. And immediately puts the second one down. Danger for Icy, but the nade goes long. And one short as well, leaves him still up in an action. The nades can be responded over towards, but Getso Roy do have massive oversight. Look at the buildings that they control.
Hello भाई, hello Khilesh भाई bro, what's up? भाई कोई वीडियो एडिटर चाहिए क्या निंजा द बट नहीं bro. Space has limited space.
Not really finding anything to chew on.
Yeah, it's a hard nade to hit, and another one
देखो भाई.
is absolutely on target there as Falcons Force are getting ripped to shreds. It has been a hard game for Falcons Force. I don't think they've had an easy push into this one. The fact they're even to get up towards the top 5 is pretty darn good work from them. Now AHC with their 4 players can continue forward. Currently in 10th place right now. And Getso Roy now set their sights over towards IHC. 2 nades in the pocket of
NGX का फाइट फेस से होगा ही, और NGX अपनी यूटिलिटीज ऑलरेडी पहले ही यूज कर चुकी है. NGX को बीटी होगा ही होगा फाइट पे. यूटिलिटीज वो ऑलरेडी स्मोक सैंड ऑन नेट सारी यूटिलिटीज यूज कर चुकी है. जोन का फेवर फेस की तरफ बीटी होगा NGX को.
Now IHC are going to feel the full brunt of this circle position from Getso Roy. FaZe do have angles over towards the compound, so they do need to be careful. But in general, it's going to be a little bit safer to operate on these hillsides. IHC will have to push through, though. And leaving one player exposed here is very dangerous for Getso Roy.
I think even if I was Getso Roy right now, I'm fairly understanding that the 3 story is going to be out of the next circle. At this point in time, I'm looking to take more control of the northern side of the map. This is a horrid position to leave from. It's so exposed to a lot of angles over towards the eastern side as you exit. Around that building, there's just not a lot of cover to be given. Now with Nick Galaxy as well as FaZe still on the season side, I don't think many of them are looking over towards this spot. But if IHC play their cards right, play it slow, there is a chance for them here to dominate this fight versus Getso Roy, at least in stage 8.
DRS के बारे में क्वेश्चंस है ना, आप खुद ही पूछ लो सैंग भाई से.
Keeps them covered on that northern side, are in one of the strongest positions. If I was predicting, I would be going with FaZe right now. So we'll see if they're able to capitalize on that terrain cover. Negri Galaxy currently in the way of IHC as well.
DRS कैसा खेलेगी?
No options now. It's IHC going for a fight. Which direction do they take is the big question. FaZe managed to clip out Narvalo. They're flexing out. They've been in this fight for a while. This building has been a thorn in their side, and the presence is now felt. Negri Galaxy cut down to 2. Potential insight into this fight as well, coming through from the high ground on IHC. So FaZe do need to be a little bit careful, a little bit worried about this south position, but Getso are handling IHC on the off angle. They're going for a rollout here. Getso looking to leave and play towards the south, not going up towards the north.
भाई साहब घर पूरा जला दिया भाई.
Good. Only Ralph remains. They got him back up. Let's see if that's going to pay out, because FaZe are rampaging through this building.
FaZe are done with this one. Great play from Getso Roy. Honestly, I'm happy with that. I think that they realized it was a little bit late, but honestly, I'm very happy that they decided we have to flex out from this position. We can't stay this 3-story for much longer. It's going to end with us just losing this game, and this could be a great opportunity for us to regain a lot of those points that we missed out on Sanhok.
फेस छोड़ो यार, मार्च करो. हमारी इंडियन टीम्स होती है अभी तक मार्च कर चुकी होती ब्रो. नीडिंग शेडिंग करो यार, कुछ तो करो यार.
Difficult exit for Getso Roy.
I mean, it was pretty tricky, but getting rid of IHC, I mean, it was timely. They waited for the fight on the other side of the circle. They knew that that was going to be isolated.
क्या बोलते हो गाइस, इस सिचुएशन पे हमारी इंडियन टीम्स घुस नहीं जाती.
Was kind of what drew them to a close on that engagement. Getso Roy, I mean, this is a very successful bid for the top here. 6 points already on the match. They're looking to go up to
FaZe का ही सीडी है bro. Roy को निकलना पड़ेगा.
Flank, I mean, you were criticizing Getso Roy for being on 0 points on that last match.
Good CD to FaZe
I'm going to make you eat
clan.
words here, because they played this one quite well, in my estimation.
Really? They sat in the 3-story all game.
I think that flex out to IHC.
I predicted FaZe chicken before this match. Yes.
Yeah, I think partly it's a problematic play.
India way TPP expensive. ROI नहीं मिलेगा invest करके.
Weren't really back in time to go against. Getso Roy. Yeah, it's the play you have to make though. Getso Roy, let's see how they deal with FaZe. Good smoke so far though.
Trying to bait out those peaks, get information with the vehicle roll-arounds here. For an off angle, and there's the light up coming through from Vintores, who's able to find the first knock. That's likely unresable here as the circle looks to close, leaving Getso Roy on 3, and the pen keeps shrinking. FaZe clan now with the numbers advantage, starting to move Mormon up in and closer. Getting into nade range, and this is where it gets a little bit spicy, a little bit dangerous. Looking like they want to try to find the backline with Mormon moving up. Doesn't quite take the damage from that nade. It wasn't quite long enough there, Blank. How many more nades to Getso Roy have here? Doesn't look like it's too many left in the back pocket.
For FaZe, honestly, at this point in time, I don't think it's really even worth it to be sending nades back across. I think that they are just using Mormon to essentially
इतने में तो इंडियन, अरे इतने में तो भाई दूसरा मैच स्टार्ट हो जाता है भाई. लॉबी बनने का टाइम हो जाता है, लंबा नहीं खींच दिया.
And then you can really isolate them off, but opening up that first knock is pretty problematic. There, the step up comes up now. One player left for Getso Roy in a 2v1.
Carl looking to try and take the 1 versus 2, moves forwards with the DBS, but out comes FaZe, Mellet and Mormon.
पहले हो जाता FaZe यार ये.
Pressure on it, it is just too much to bear.
कोई ना guys, TNT. Guys, if you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel. Guys, ये पहले ही हो गया था ये. दिख रहा था यार FaZe का चिकन है.
It's a good game from FaZe. Very, very good game from FaZe. I think it can't be.
Wow, excitement तो
है. Hey. Damn. Okay.
Oh dear.
Flossing and cleaning out the lobby, I suppose.
Bro, Infinity तो कब की break down हो चुकी है. नूजी वहाँ चले गया Vampire में, मेला यहाँ आ गया था FaZe पे. ये तो कब का हो गया? तो
it was just a fantastic game from them overall.
इतना time हो गया है.
Have to say about this game.
यार ये देख के अपने लैंड डेज याद आ जाते हैं.
And I get it. It's either my dentist telling me or FaZe telling me that I need to floss more. Damn. FaZe coming out with a big win here. And a very difficult win as well, considering they're matched up against Enigma Galaxy towards that north side for such a long time. And even that nade coming through onto Ventoras didn't amount to much. Is able to lock that one down and
Guys,
get
like, subscribe, transaction safety and security alert. If you receive a call from this, it's from ICICI. I want my team to play survival stage and qualify for final instant of top 3. पैसे का खेल है सब कुछ बाबू भैया, पैसे का खेल है.
The moment they knew they had to get involved with your Enigma Galaxy in particular, the way they were taking angles on those
saying भाई आप direct क्यों नहीं बोलते? You need money. You need more money.
Mystery, but also get solid angles.
If I'm not wrong, हर stage के लिए पैसा है ना?
Executed by FaZe, but at the end here, I mean, you talked about Getso Roy's position jukes being good, but FaZe, their angles were just too on point.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna say, you know,
क्या लगता है इंडियन टीम कम्पीट कर? ये सब यही क्वेश्चन क्यों पूछते हैं यार?
Oh my.
That's right.
Sang bhai, please answer this.
I will say that position
Badnaam Gabru का question का answer करिए. What do you think about your experience?
Blue zone to their backs, there's just not much they could do from that situation. But I mean, we were talking about this fight earlier on, right? I mean, we see
पैसे तो टॉप 3 वाले को ही ज्यादा मिलेंगे फिर भी. टॉप 3 और फिर ब्रेक होगा till finals survival में players will be ready for finals.
Enigma Galaxy was going to be the main threat to them this match. Remember they played Enigma Galaxy. They also have
पैसा. But Sang bhai एक चीज वो भी है ना कि रिस्क फैक्टर भी तो बढ़ जाते हैं. रिस्क फैक्टर भी बहुत है. आप सही बोल रहे हो चीज, वो चीज बिल्कुल सही है. वो चीज हम भी सोचते हैं. इन क्वालिफायर स्टेजेस हमने भी वो चीज सोची है एक बार कि हम ज्यादा खेलेंगे तो समझ रहे हो इन टच रहेंगे. चीज हमने भी सोची है बट क्यों हो जाता है लास्ट में बहुत ज्यादा जीसी लॉबी में स्पेशली. बाकी यू नो बेटर, आपने पहले खेल रखा है. रिस्क है तो इश्क है. हाँ वो आपका कॉल है.
I will say this though, Max. I feel like we've seen so many plays from Demorte having to play from Severny down to military.
यार एक स्टैट मेरे को चाहिए था पिछले 3 सालों का. ये मेरे को अभी ध्यान आया. मेरे को एक चीज देखनी है. जो भी टीम रेड येलो ग्रीन ग्रुप से डायरेक्टली क्वालिफाई होती है, क्या वो टीम कभी जीती है जीसी और उसका रैंक क्या रहा है? मुझे ये देखना है. कैसे मैं देखूंगा इस चैट? लेट्स डू सम एनालिसिस बैक एंड पे. एंड कौन सी टीम क्वालिफाई हुई है जो सर्वाइवल स्टेज से है? ये वो टीम जीती है क्या लास्ट जब से ये फॉर्मेट आया रेड ग्रीन और येलो का? चैट इफ यू आर लिसनिंग टू मी, लेट्स डू कुछ एनालिटिक्स स्टफ के बारे में बात करते हैं. मेरे को चीज देखनी है. Just curiosity हुई जानने की.
And that kind of made it so that if a team was trying to get close to them, they would get the information relatively quickly. And if they would get breached on one of those two positions, the other two players
S2G Red Group #3 2022 में IHC Survival Champs.
And it made it definitely a lot easier for them to.
दो ही चैंपियन बने ना उस ग्रुप के बाद.
Then as we see on this replay, they tried to leave that spot and it's just not quite successful because the angles, man, that FaZe had, and Mel in particular, being absolutely amazing. Putting on a clinic at the end of this match just made it impossible for Getzeroy to get that game-winning.
नहीं मेरे को याद आ गया.
Well, there we go. FaZe cut 20 points on the board. And of course, since it is early on in the group, 20 points can be more than enough to get you
नई टीम ने सीडी लिया. टॉप चार्ट ऊपर नीचे तो होगा. Consistent point लेना is the key, guys.
Now 2 back-to-back matches with really good play. I think they should be almost one of the #1 teams on top of that. But also, if we're talking about IHC,
लिक्विडिटी चेक करो. कर ले क्या?
8 points. Our
Guys, आ जाओ.
PMGC world champion.
मेरे को देखना है परसेंटेज क्या है.
But maybe, just maybe, Hot Jukes, PMGC is where they decide to start playing.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Honestly, yeah, if you're gonna perform well, might as well be in PMGC, right? But I kind of want to go back to your song about Enigma Galaxy. You know, Enigma Galaxy, I love the fact that they were able to rotate.
मेरे को कुछ एक चीज चेक करनी है. ये नाइस यार, ये चीज.
They didn't want to get stuck on any kind of bridges or anything like that. And man, it's great to see them.
BRU अच्छा खेली थी यार. That season BRU मैंने लाइव वॉच पार्टी किया था. मेरे को भी याद है. इन्फ्लुएंस रेज में काफी अच्छा खेला था. S2G, Gorel, ST, Nova, FF, Geek, 4M,
I thought it was going to be Mela actually being the MVP of this game. That's very interesting. But there you go. We got a FaZe player my predictions.
सर्वाइवल स्टेज से HVP LGD VP क्विकन इनको कंसिस्टेंट टीम थी जोन के मामले में लास्ट चांस S2G DRS Alpha 7 Royal ST IHC VP these are the top team और कहीं ना कहीं अभी भी ये टॉप टीम्स ही है रीजन के अंदर ये लिक्विडिया पे सब कुछ है वही चेक कर रहा हूँ S2G DRS A7 ये फर्स्ट एवर इस फॉर्मूले में जब आई थी तब का है DRS आई थी लास्ट चांस स्टेज से पूरा क्वालिफाई करके सर्वाइवल स्टेज से DRS थी #2 अल्फा 7 भी आई थी आपकी लास्ट चांस से क्वालिफाई करके इसका तो मेरे को मैच भी याद आ रहा है अल्फा 7 गॉड LST वहां से आई थी और IHC oh my god good one be in that season DRS A7 IHC VP ये इनको भी इसका बहुत सीन हुआ था मेरे को याद है शायद वो मेंशन साइड जोन बना था वो वाला ही मैच है आई गेस ये जब अल्फा 7 ने पुश कर दिया था इनको पे बहुत सीन हुआ था एचवी का एक पॉइंट का बहुत ये मैच तो मेरे को याद है यार ओल्ड नावी रोस्टर ओजी बंदे कैसे भूल सकते हैं इसको
take fights to make a lot of sense in terms of what it opens up for you later.
DRS A7 IHC VP इनको these are the team जो last stage round से आई है but जो जीती थी वो directly group stage वाली टीम थी
your way every single time so you need to be quick on the pivot there.
Yeah, I'm not worried about them at all. I think they're performing just the way they're supposed to for these first two matches. We still got plenty left, so like yeah, I think once they get a good solid like central position, we're going to see some insane double division eliminations. Look at this here. I mean, we already got one of their players on top when it comes to damage, you know, so if they get one of those blessed circles, they're going to definitely dominate. But you know what, they're showing that even when it comes to that style play, they're going to put up those numbers no matter what.
Loops A7 STE
it's not even necessarily the player I expected
NSR
to be the IWNRX. I was looking more towards Frozen and of course towards Seawolf as well, though we know Kane can be an extremely strong player, especially when you look back to EMEA. Are you surprised at all, Max?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
okay. Last chance, yeah, you'd see.
Just as you said, I expect
ST-A7 4MV.
Frozen too, but
the savior
the thing is,
face.
we knew, especially back in PMSL,
the savior
the entire
face.
squad is able to put up the numbers, so I'm not too surprised. But yeah, it's great to see another name getting the numbers here out on PMGC.
इस साल देखते हैं मिरामार वाले में चूक किया था शेक में लास्ट बंदा बचा था इनको नाइटमेयर ऑफ एचवीपी आएगी भाई टीम का खुद करो ओल्ड लाइक कुछ सोल चाहिए बस यस ब्रो टेंशन ना लो देख लिया ब्रो मैंने चेक कर लिया 2022 में मैक्सिमम टॉप टीम लास्ट चांस वाली थी जिन्होंने लास्ट चांस खेला था वो इतने अच्छे मोमेंटम में थी कि #2356 रैंक पे वही टीम थी 2023 पे थोड़ा डिफरेंट था कंसिस्टेंट टीम्स लाइक अल्फा 7 जो थ्रू आउट द मतलब अपना कंटिन्यूअस रही है कंसिस्टेंसी के मामले में वो कंसिस्टेंट ही खेली फाइनल्स में आईएचसी के किल्स एंड पोजीशन पॉइंट्स देखो S2G इस बार क्यों नहीं है
I don't know how like Max is gonna handle that, huh, Jigs?
I don't know either, but I'll tell you one thing, man. I think we're gonna already start seeing a little bit of rivalries because I don't know if you noticed there, but we saw some little trash talk from Alter Ego.
Potadia, I know.
Right? We saw one of the players just pop off and get it done. I think it was Alpha who had that
watch party भी गया है, I guess.
Right, Max?
या देखा तो है, कुछ तो किया था मैंने.
And man, Navi didn't really stand a chance from that.
It was a good idea too from Navi. Oh, we're going to send it over the road. We got an initial knock and we're going to be able to play that ridge and be relatively safe. But they didn't check that one tree. And that one tree had Alva and that just completely destroyed the entire game plan.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. Actually wanted to get a chance to talk about ASIA because they started off strong. They got
interview suna
right
guys
away,
land
and they did tell me
especially
that Sanhok is their favorite map. Today their goal is to end between 70 and 80 points. We'll see if they can do it. Let us know in the comments below how many points ASIA will end up with. Back to you guys.
Well, I think that was
third match में आएगा ना इंटरव्यू लगा भी इंटरव्यू हो रहा है सॉरी
I'm gonna say look at how things went, but 70 points, I mean that's a pretty big ask to be honest. That's a lot of points here if you look back to Group Yellow.
That's insane. That's more than 10 match.
It's interesting too because Seven also talked to them earlier saying their best map is Sanhok. That's only one game per day, so you need to do good on maps that are not your big maps, which is kind of surprising. And it's possible, but the main issue, and we saw this already this game, right, Jukes? They always drop military. You need to have a second. Leave him alone.
Leave him alone.
Leave him alone. We need to see a secondary drop location for them. Sticking to one drop the entire match, especially when the bridges are focused by
14,
Tianba and
ambush
WNRX,
HP
is not going
14.
to work out. So unless I see that change, 70, 80 points for me, it's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, because that was the
They will qualify because they are my
they
favorite.
didn't
Okay,
even,
वो आपके favorite है इसलिए qualify करेंगे
rotate
ठीक
away.
है.
No, they were just like, nah, let's just, float on over to the bridge and just run right down the center of it.
एक चीज
that's
याद
not gonna
रखना.
work. You got to have that backup secondary location. There's definitely some spots that are still available, Max. So I'm surprised that they're so like hard stuck on that. Because if they get a northern playing path in
Pro थे कि जो भी favorite team होगी वो qualify करेगी क्योंकि वो उसकी favorite team है.
I can tell you one option right now. It's not the best, but you can do a Kameshki drop. We've seen some teams do it. We've seen teams be successful in doing that. And it's the opposite side of military. So if you have a northern playing
Ambush bro बताया तो
HP
HP 14.
Kameshki is a viable option for you. So I would say sticking to have a single drop location for an entire tournament, especially at the caliber of a PMGC event, is just not going to cut it. So that would be one change I would absolutely love to see.
I mean, looking at these matches, I think
Ambush
we
भाई
talked a
बताया
little
मैंने
bit about it
आपको
in Group
HP
Yellow.
14.
Like, when do you make big changes? It's very difficult to do in the middle of a day of matches. Obviously, got to see Twisted Minds sub out Robs and bring in Freak. That didn't really work out too well when it came to the Miramars in particular. And I always love to ask this question of like, well, how do you go into these games? And Hot Chase, to throw this one to you, like, are you willing to make these big adaptations in your gameplay if you see the days are going well for you, or do you commit to the plan you had at the start of the day and then revamp it coming into the next?
I think you got to look at what happened when it comes to the past group, right? When we looked at how they started off, right? We saw MSJ start off so strong, it was working well, but then towards the end, right?
We'll do that. Tension
their strategy of just leaving so early fell off. So I think even if you're doing well, you have to tweak your strategies just a little bit, Max, just to mix things up so you're not just predictable. And because these teams, I'll tell you what, they got their coaches, they got their analysts watching. I know Axter's watching for Navi. So if he knows that somebody's going to be doing the same thing over and over and over, they're going to take advantage of it.
Bro, yeah, I mean, if you follow the tips and tricks of your boy Kitsune of Team Spirit that won Group Yellow, I mean, he said, yeah, we're just going to stick to the game plan. And we doubted it a little bit at the start, but I think they just got more comfortable in the lobby and the way they were playing those games in particular. And then they just completely destroyed the lobby in the second half and got the first place. So yeah, maybe stick to a game plan, but a new drop location, Jason, is it that big a change? I don't think so.
Big.
I need to see it because
मैं वहीं से पढ़ा हूँ ग्रीन हिल्स से अच्छा लगा आपको सोल में देख के थैंक यू ब्रो
गुड वन यार we're going to head back into Erangel for the second time of the day, our third match overall. It's going to be our halfway point here, so head back to our casters of Blank and John Allen.
Let me open
Plane path going in from the south side as we go from Novo up towards the gap between Severny and Stalba for our second lap around the grassy pastures. The teams will be dropping out towards the east side of the map.
Western teams को BT होगा इसमें.
Adjustments around Ferry Pier could come into effect. It's a little bit far afield.
Yeah, especially over towards Primorsk, difficult area to get to on the map. But for IWNRX as well as ASI8, slightly more rough, and it's definitely going to cause problems for both these teams. It really depends how quickly you can get over towards that location. Will require vehicles from the north side of Sosnovka, so maybe some infighting for those positions as well. But yeah, always definitely an interesting playing path over towards the eastern side of the map because it causes more problems for some of our southern teams more than a lot of our northern squads.
दिक्कत नहीं होगी उनके तो दो ड्रॉप है टियनबा को कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी उनके दो ड्रॉप है ऑल्ट्रिगल एमएक्स भी अपनी ड्रॉप पे जाएगी लास्ट लिपोवका पे डीजीबी को भी कोई बीटी रहने नहीं वाली है यास्ना पे दो टीम उतर ही रही है ठीक है सॉर्टेड है
a little bit
भी
more
नोवे
civil
चलेगी
on the
है
south side for this time around.
NRX सिम स्प्लिट लूटेगी गाड़ियां लेके जाएगी फेरी लूटेगी मस्त
TJB gonna head
वेयर जोन ब्रो वेयर जोन आए हाय थोड़ा सा यार मतलब पूरा मिलिट्री ओरिएंटेड हो जाता मजा नहीं आ जाता भाई
or military. Well, we'll find out.
Toughest zone bro toughest zone.
It's going to be a scramble towards the south.
Yeah, likely to be more of a
निकलने वाली है टीम मिल्टा से कौन जा रहा है ब्रिज पे
It's curious because I think this would be the first time in quite a while if we do get a military base ending that we'll be sitting ourselves over towards the eastern side of the map. A lot of times we do find ourselves on the western edge of Sosnovka, so I'll be very curious. Equally, this could head over towards
note the timing of a Roy, TJB, Yasnaya पे Virtus Pro और Trigol IMAX कैसे कैसे मूव करती है टियनबा Falcons
edge of Milta Power.
Navi, NRX तो already कर चुकी है. क्या वो bridge camp करेगी किसी टीम का? Let's see. NRX, NGX का हो सकता है. NRX के through देखो.
Go for some more trash loot positions.
Hi bro, कैसे हो आप? बहुत बढ़िया रुष्ट भाई, एकदम बढ़िया.
Contest for the next rotate.
How are you?
To kind of just go for more loot, more nades, and a better hold over the future game by heading further out inside the map.
Knock finish. I8. Okay. बदला लिया जा रहा है. Revenge time or what?
A little rundown. IWNRX trying to get involved again. This time around, not so hot to start things off for the Turkish team that was terminating in the first game. Seems like they're going to have their game terminated by one player, for at least one player on their roster this time around.
I8 का तो ये काफी वाला जोन है, पता है आपको? I8 बैठेगी स्प्लिट पे यहाँ पे.
It's a greedy maneuver from IWNRX.
बाकी बंदा आगे स्काउट करता रहेगा. यहाँ पे होनी चाहिए टीम को, काटेंगे टीम्स को. एक बंदा छोड़ती है कि वही ओल्ड स्प्लिट.
ASI8 definitely go for something quite interesting here in terms of they immediately, as soon as they see that circle, try and go for the bridge camp over towards that western side, which is smart because they assume IDBNRX is going to be coming back off the back of Ferry Pier. I don't think they quite expected the speed at which IDBNRX made that wrap back around towards.
ये तो वही चीज हो गया, वाला मैच याद आ गया जो I8 ने एक मैच में 20 प्लस पॉइंट मार के क्वालीफाई नहीं कर लिया था PMGC का स्टेज. वैसा जोन.
Good play from ASI8, honestly.
जब तक जोन नहीं कटता ना तब तक नहीं I8 हटेगी वहां से. I guess इसका रीड another teams को रहेगा ही.
Factor that we saw come into effect on military circles in group yellow last week blank was the addition of the hovercraft, right? Not only that, but also the kind of crazy rotate that Team Spirit were able to pull off, which they landed a boat on top of, a vehicle on top of a boat, and were able to get off the start very quickly, moving south towards that military island position. So potential for that to come into effect, but the hovercrafts and actually an aerial approach to the map, most notably from Alpha 7, potentially using those gliders to get across that military island.
ये वाला जोन FLC हमेशा चोक करती है या तो प्लेयर लूज करती है ब्रिज कैंप के चक्कर में. देखते हैं. भाई मैं थोड़ी देर पहले NGX का नाम लिया था शायद.
Yeah, overall, just
NGX ऐसी गलती कैसे कर सकती है?
We're not quite confirmed.
NGX ऐसी गलती कैसे कर सकती है ब्रो? I8 का तो भाई मैं 2 साल का स्टैट बता रहा हूँ I8 का ये ब्रिज कैंप वाला. How can they do it? ये मैंने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करा था NGX से. किल फिट पढ़ ली होगी लोगों ने कि NGX और उसकी बसड़ है. पीछे से कौन सी टीम आ सकती है? TJB क्लोज पे.
I think even 2 extra spawns of the hovercraft on the map to work with, so everyone is going to be able to have a good go at it. I'm curious to see in the future how many teams start opting for rotating in far more vehicles than they actually need, just in terms to cut out other squads.
अगर आपको मिलिट्री ब्रिज से क्रॉस करना है ना तो टाइमिंग्स है. ये जोन जैसे ही मतलब समझ लो एक बंदा उनका स्काउट कर रहा है. नाइस वन. अच्छा जोन मिल गया और जोन कट चुका है. वो थोड़ी देर वेट करेगा, उसके बाद तो निकल जाते हैं. अगर आपको क्रॉस करना है मिलिट्री ब्रिज, आप उस पॉइंट पे क्रॉस कर सकते हो. NGX से यार इतनी बड़ा ब्लंडर एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया, उन्होंने तो ऐसे दे दिया किल जाके.
Tianba have established across the way. That's further out to the west. However, the headland will keep them safe for now.
अरे वही ताची यार, ये तो मतलब 2 साल पहले का बता रहा हूँ मैं. ये मैं मेरा स्ट्रीम पीछे करके देख लेना. सेम बताया मैंने, सेम किया I8 ने. मतलब सही है, कुछ और कर सकते थे. इतना इजी कैजुअलिटी देने की नीड नहीं थी. लव जैन ब्रो, यस सब याद है ब्रो, सब याद है.
I think they hold a little bit far over, and I think it might just been a case that
Tianba का बसड़ हुआ है. यहाँ पे Tianba का बसड़ हुआ है.
Yes, unfortunate to lose to your players.
Bridge लेना is important.
Either go.
भाई ये व्हीकल क्या एडवांटेज है यार.
Here, craft across the. See if they can find value. Getting ahead of it, because
PM check कर रहा हूँ. एक मिनट रुको.
Some bridge camp positions and try and control this rotation from Team Queso later on. Being able to get up here, a little bit slow in the hovercraft. Is he going to make it? I don't know, man. That seemed like he had the full run up, but didn't quite manage to get that momentum going.
Yeah, with the hovercraft, there's just doesn't have a lot of forward drive uphill. So it does make it a little bit of an awkward thing to maneuver with. I think that's the beauty of it, is that it was balanced in such a way that it can go on land.
Sang bhai यार आप ना कर देना ऐसी mistake.
Is just that tool that you use to get across the
If you're
water,
watching the
and then
stream, आप
rotate
ऐसी
into a
mistakes
compound,
मत
pick
कर
up some
देना
vehicles
यार.
along the way. But ultimately, you will leave it behind. It is nice in those end games just to hold on to if you can get it towards those locations in a central spot, because it does provide a ton of cover. Because I think it's huge.
Yeah, it's a pretty beefy blockade. If you can make it work. Getso Roy with a wide south wrap will approach to the docks and not have any contest there. So an early approach. Everybody clumping up around that eastern side blank of the military island right now. Nobody over towards the airstrip. Nobody in that C block area either. With
भाई मैं तो अभी ट्रॉमा से नहीं निकल पा रहा हूँ. NGX ने क्या किया है भाई?
Still maintaining that bridge camp. I mean, they've managed to get 2 limbs off it already. Let's see if they can do more.
Yeah, Team Queso, quick send round. I mean, fair play to them. They start things off strong. They get some more loot on board as well. So they have more nades, more smokes to work with. I think for them, it actually is a great time to be trying to pressure over towards this bridge side, because they know that in terms of utility, it should be stronger than some of these other squads who are going to be making their way in. Hard eastern shift over towards Sosnovka. Very interesting circle to play with. Huge amount of water still in this one, so very limited area to play in those next circles.
Bro, no zone predictions, bro. This match
over towards that eastern
will
side
go to
Novorevnoye. And IWRX actually off the back of that rotate, looking fairly good.
नोवो के ऊपर वाली हिल नहीं होती जो.
Yeah,
उधर की साइड को जाना चाहिए जोन. बाकी पता नहीं भाई. आगे पीछे रेडियो टावर के पास बन जाए वो चीज अलग है.
The radio tower, the top of that massive mountain that sits over Novo, is going to be such a difficult position to deal with right now.
But a very tough zone to play, guys. Very tough zone to play.
Falcons on their high up, but
एंट्रीज पे ज्यादा कोई बसड़ हुई नहीं है. एक NGX को छोड़ के I8 का.
when anyone tries to move in
बाकी Tianba का एक कैजुअलिटी हुआ है.
Sometimes a little
Novo
bit
Bridge
difficult
की
to
side
hold,
पे.
a little bit difficult to leave, sorry,
मैक्सिमम
rather,
टीम्स जो है वो
into
अपनी
the later
पाथिंग
circles
क्रॉस कर चुकी है.
if you are going to be isolated to it. But for now, it's fairly central on the land mass of the circle, and it's very likely to see at least 2 more.
BT होगा उन टीम्स को जो टीम बोट रोटेशंस दे रही है, एंड उनके पास व्हीकल्स का BT रहने वाला है.
Especially for Falcons,
उनको व्हीकल्स नहीं मिलने वाले. स्ट्रगल करना पड़ेगा उनको.
Haven't quite made their way up towards the top area of the map just yet, but I imagine
जो टीम नोवो पे होगा वो अल्ट्रिगो को BT नहीं करेगा क्या?
Getso Roy, kind of unsure how they made this rotate happen down towards the south side, but they were able to make their way in and get past ASI8, which is phenomenal for them. And I think ASI8 might get caught off guard.
आज इसमें बहुत फाइट होने वाली है. Exactly.
You got Vengeance as well playing along the
खेलने को बीच में है ही क्या यार?
as IWRX, but they have the safety of the buildings.
आज इस पे होंगे
IWRX were confident to take that with just 3 players they had.
और फाइट्स भी ऐसे है कि ऑन फुट बंदे जोन से चलते हुए आ रहे होंगे. मतलब सच में ऐसा ही होने वाला है. गाड़ियां होगी नहीं, साइकिल पे रोटेशंस ड्रिल भी होगी. साइकिल से बंदे मूव कर रहे होंगे. TJB काफी लेट मूव करी है.
Moving from that farm, going for the crossing across the center block of water that sits between the mainland and Sosnovka military base. I mean, it's the team spirit rotate from last week that they always went for on a military circle. You just jump into the water fairly early on and just get across, play that north strip of the military the military island, and it generally plays quite well.
Just thinking edge पे hunting नहीं कर सकते ऐसे.
11 really to see a team rotate on that path.
क्योंकि इस टाइप के जोन पे मैक्सिमम टीम की बसड़ हुई नहीं है ब्रिज वगैरह पे. I8 एक पॉइंट तक होल्ड करती है मिलिट्री ब्रिज, इसके बाद वो निकल जाती है. टीम को पता होता तो टीम उसको यूटिलाइज कर सकती थी. सेकंडली अगर टीम मूव इन करती है शोर से तो कोई अर्ली टीम जाके काट भी तो सकती है शोर वाली टीम को बोर्ड पे. वो भी तो एक बंस हो सकता है, मतलब स्ट्रेटेजी का पार्ट. और कोई भी टीम अगर लेट मूव इन करेगी तो एज वाली टीम एज पे थोड़ा सा जा सकती है. आपके पास एडवांटेज रहेगा ही, गाड़ी होगा. पॉसिबिलिटीज बता रहा हूँ, डिफरेंट. बाकी तो सिचुएशनल यार, कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. बंदों ने बोट में गाड़ियां डाल दी थी, वो भी कर सकते हैं भाई. वो कैसे किया था भाई पता नहीं यार. अलग से POV मिल जाए तो बात ही मजा आ जाएगा देख के.
Very central of this map, getting a lot of that high ground under control early would have been nice, but now with so many teams in here, making those rotates is somewhat worrying. especially for Falcon Force, maybe they assume there's someone who dropped over.
आटा फर्स्ट जोन ST 7 मिनट होल्ड करती है अगर जोन मिलिट्री ब्रिज पे नहीं है तो भाई ये तो Falcons की बहुत पुरानी होल्डिंग्स है 2-2 split
just pervades so much of the
2-2 और 2-1-1 मैं भेजूंगा मैंने बनाया था POV उसका भेजना मुझे यार देखना मुझे मैं अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स की यही थोड़ी देर पहले बात कर रहा था जो तैयार के आ रहे थे उनको बीटी हो सकता है
for alter ego up into the coastline. It's not going to go super well for them. The cannons opened up.
नोवो पे जो टीम बैठती है ऊपर ये एरिया पे ब्रिज पे जाके जरूर बैठती है और हमेशा ऐसे जोन पे होता है कि कोई टीम तैर के आ रही होती है और वही टीम ऐसी टीम को काटती है और किल्स निकालती है.
This is always
not in this PMGC, in every region.
Areas that people are able to break into, and it's becoming more and more often now that you will see teams, especially on an eastern shift like this, where they'll just hold over towards the eastern side and over up Neuer. They know teams like to head over towards this
group
position.
में भी भेज देना Itachi. Group में भेज देना Itachi. Guys, if you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel.
And step up. You see that flip is so ready for the step up coming through from Alter Ego. Now just down to Alva. And a nade over the top, fairly close to its target, but goes slightly far.
For that subaquatic resurrection here.
सोन पटेल वैसे मैं चैट पे भी आपको रिप्लाई दे रहा हूँ यार गूगल पे मैसेज करने की जरूरत नहीं है.
The piranhas out in the water.
If you're watching this stream, you can text me on that too.
Trying to figure it all out. I wonder if Na'Vi are going to spot them soon. A lot of teams still on that western road. I mean, ASA8 now controlling a lot of that approach as well. Going to force some fights to pop off as we hop over to IHC and FaZe. And Furia. This is on the northwest side of the circle with IHC on the back foot,
chicken lag raha hai.
Through Furia's territory. A big nade-in comes through from Demo and a lovely light up on the swing around.
Zone
navigating those off angles well. IHC playing this one.
Favor करता है Falcon को अच्छे kills निकाल सकती है Falcon.
Nice and powerful.
अगर shift कटेगा देखो आगे क्या होता है.
Champions, the spray down, not going to connect there for Demo. Felt like he was on broadside, but either way, gets it on the second go around, and now they're looking for the last player on Furia.
Anchor बसड़ देखो तो नीचे से सबने board rotation मार रखी है.
A third for the strafe. What on earth just happened? Furia! Kayovsky goes for a 1v4 against IHC on the northwest side. Blank. That is disaster.
I don't know how that just happened, but Kayovsky puts the team on his back in those final moments where IHC thought everything was done and dusted. The amount of smokes, the amount of trees in that area made his life a little bit easier, especially having that DBS in the hand. That's not to say that wasn't likely the most difficult play to make you'll see all day, and that is very typical of Kayovsky. Massively experienced player over on the side of Furia with a huge amount of games in his back pocket, but the amount of time he's been playing PUBG Mobile,
जो मर्जी बोलो IHC का खेलने का तरीका बहुत अच्छा है. Military zones
ASIA, my goodness me. I mean, Kayovsky. Yeah, that's incredible. Definitely going to need a replay on that at some point in the highlights package, but what a way to take down IHC. They thought they had it all done and dusted. Oh, goodness me. Just shows you can never take your eye off the ball here at PMGC.
भाई TJB का चिकन लग रहा है.
Champions.
Okay.
That is
1v3
disastrous for them. On the south side, these teams have been trying to make their way in for a long time. They'll have been harried by the blue for a long time as well. ASA8 have forced this to be the case as well. Teams have started to make their way in ahead of them, but they've been very controlling. They're up to 5 elims now. Getso Roy over towards Tianba. Tianba down to 2 players. Remember, they lost some players over on the north side earlier on Blank, and they lose both of the rest of them to Getso Roy. Carr was a solo, I think, making it work.
Yeah, it kind of helped out by the
fact
fact that
Tianba
made their own teammate. So Bond goes
Tianba निकली एक ऐसे टाइम पे जो एक प्राइमरी रोटेशनल टाइम रहता है टीम्स का, वहाँ वो बीटी पे फंसी है. Tianba के पास एक्सेस रह सकता था नोवा का, if I'm not wrong.
ASI8 still playing very much out on the edge in the out portions, but getting a lot of work done for it as Vengeance loses more and more players. This has been a great run from ISI8 so far. 7 eliminations, great read over towards
Tianba यहाँ तक भी पहुँच गई, वरना Tianba पहुँच ही नहीं पाती.
UCM is popping off this game. 5 elims now, up to 10 in a blink of an eye.
ASI8 Really laying down the law here in Group Red to open things up. 10 elims. They've already got a chicken dinner today. A little bit more passive on that chicken dinner, granted, but still a great result for them. Nice rotates coming through. Nigma Galaxy with 2 players. They've got Virtus Pro in their sights right now. A lot of experience against this roster, both coming from EMEA, but there's only so far experience can take you, especially when there's off angles from Na'Vi over towards Novo. They have been very controlling from this area. We've seen
इस मैच में अगर गलती से भी चिकन आ जाता है टीम कैसो का, भाई मेरे को कितना टीएनवा के लिए बुरा लगेगा। टीएनवा के साथ गाइस पता क्या हुआ है, बताऊं? ये फाइट देखो फिर बताता हूँ टीएनवा के साथ क्या हुआ है।
And Big Galaxy around here as well, still pumping damage in. Narvalo having a little bit of influence, but not a huge amount. Redox basically being kept alive by...
टीएनबा भी निकल रही थी ब्रिज के लिए, कैसो जल्दी निकली शेल्टर से, उनको गाड़ियां मिल गई, एक क्लैश हुआ, टीएनबा ने पहले क्रॉस कर लिया, टीएनबा ने ब्रिज कैम्प करा टीम कैसो का, TQ का। कैसो ने क्या करा, वो वाटर रोटेशंस देके शोर पे आ गई। वो शोर मेरे को बहुत पसंद है और जोन का फेवर भी कहीं ना कहीं शोर के एजिस में ही एक ओरिएंटेड रहा है, जो हम शिफ्ट बोलते हैं ना, एक साइड को फेवर करता है, वैसे ही फेवर रहा।
Lining the south now of Novo. Take a knock over towards Puncher from Ketso Roy, who are playing.
टीम कैसो ने अनएक्सपेक्टेड पुश कर दिया। अरे नहीं क्लैश हो गया है, वो क्लैश हुआ है वो। यार थोड़ा जल्दी भी हो सकती थी यार, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट काइंड ऑफ जल्दी थी, बट टीएनबा थोड़ा सा और फास्ट रहती तो कैसो के इसको किल मिल जाते और कैसो की पोजीशन से शायद टीएनबा खेल रही होती। और मीनवाइल जब ब्रिज कैम्प करने गई तो पीछे से एंगल बनाने के लिए एफएलसी आ गई, एफएलसी का नोवो ड्रॉप है तो उनको छोड़ना पड़ा ब्रिज कैम्प, उनको कंपाउंड में डालना पड़ा टीएनबा को। अल्फा 7 का, अल्फा 7 ब्रो फाइनल्स खेलेंगे लंदन। वो शोर मेरे को बड़े पसंद है, नोवो के जो रहते हैं ना ब्रिज के साथ वाले।
Falcons force with IC as well as top sitting on this area. Shots down. IQ just about gets away here. You can see IC swinging with the gyro on his camera.
Falcons.
इनके ऑलरेडी निकाल
चुके हैं. Starting to branch out north. Narvalo, last player for Nigma Galaxy, a little bit ahead, so not much control over that. With the high ground now, not that much of a danger, or in fact, not a danger at all, as the Falcons descended from it themselves. They can have a little bit more freedom on this western side.
Prediction तो मेरी ओपी है। मैंने गैस करो, मैच स्टार्ट जब हुआ था पहला ही जोन बना था, मैंने बोला था ना आपको ये नोवो के ऊपर वाली जो हिल्स पे जोन खत्म होता है, कहीं ना कहीं वैसा ही होता जा रहा है कुछ।
Have a chance to crash down, but it's a little bit of an open approach from this west side. You can see before them a sloping long hillside, which is so open to Novo.
रेडियो टावर के आसपास या रेडियो टावर के नीचे जो हिलती जहाँ पे एफएलसी खेल रही है। प्रेडिक्शन तो ओपी है भाई, आज जितनी भी प्रेडिक्शन हुई क्या मस्त गई है यार। आइसोलेटेड शिप फर्स्ट मैच, सेकंड मैच क्या हुआ था? सेकंड मैच चलो इतना था, मिनी फेज का था, फेज ने अच्छा कन्वर्ट करा वहाँ पे। निग्मा फंस गई थी, आईएससी एक साइड इनको पुश करना ही था। हार्ड कंपाउंड पे गए, फेज ने एंगल्स बना लिए, वहां पे उन्होंने फाइट निकाल दी। आईएचसी उसके बाद फंस गई, उन दोनों की फाइट होगी, फेज का चिकन आना ही था।
Shots down towards IWNRX. So difficult to deal with this block that Falcons have had on the western side for so long. As
भाई मेरे को सच में टीएनबा के लिए इतना बुरा लग रहा है ना भाई।
Time and time again. IWNRX going to struggle to move the next circle.
टीएनबा यार, you need to be fast in this lobby bro. अच्छे से रीड करो यार, क्या कर रहे हो इतनी छोटी-छोटी मिस्टेक। आरएसजी की याद आ जाती है मेरे को। गाइस 511 लोग देख रहे हैं यार, नए स्ट्रीम के अंदर लाइक 1000 लाइक का टारगेट अपना कंप्लीट करवाओ, लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो, पर चैट करो यार, सुपर चैट का ऑप्शन भी है, मेंबरशिप्स एक्सप्लोर करो हमारी। क्या कर रहे हो, मजा नहीं आ रहा क्या? कितना प्यारा मैच हुआ है। आई8 का स्टैट हम फर्स्ट मैच में बता दिए थे, वही वो करी। एनजीएक्स वाले पता नहीं क्यों वहां पे आपका किल लेके आ गए, फालतू की कैजुअलिटी।
Falcon Force a bit of an opening here. Good name.
क्यों कैसे भाई कैसे का चिकन आया ना मेरे को टीएनबा के लिए इतना बुरा लगने वाला है ना भाई साहब but let's see आगे देखो क्या होता है
They might have liked. I think if the cook was a little bit
भाई
longer,
साहब
that might have been a knock and pretty much a free elimination essentially because IQ's never getting over towards UZM.
There it goes. I was going to say, Tixi is actually maybe the major threat from that angle. He's got his back to the blue.
टिक्सी भाई नहीं मान रहे भाई टिक्सी भाई बोले अब अगले मैच में दिखाऊंगा तुम्हारे को क्या नाम है आपका हाँ भाई नेक्स्ट मैच बताता हूँ आपको
Still, Falcons trying to make their
निकालो
way
किल
on
निकालो
in.
भाई
They've taken a knock. They're looking to move out for that.
भाई
res.
आपकी
That was
किल है आपकी
Action,
किल है
who got taken down on that high ground.
मारो
So
मारो
moving
प्री मारो
in,
यार
the blue zone's crunching, so they're going to have to move forwards to
सरप्राइज
get that res. It's
सरप्राइज
stage
बैठे
6. You
सरप्राइज
cannot res in this blue zone, so you need some safety.
मैटिक एंड किट सुने ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड ब्रो
Navi still holding on this side of Novo.
ये नावी वाली नावी नहीं है ब्रो टिक्सी अलग खेल रहा है पहले बता दूं टिक्सी वीपी में वर्चस्व प्रो में
as well, up to the north side, nice and safe, tucked away.
Yeah, Navi's done a good job here. And again, this is what you want to see from a team who has a dominant position in the circle. It's just to have influence over the sidelines, right, over towards the edge of the circle here. Good pick from top there. Great spot onto Navi, not going to lie. But yeah, for Navi to be up to 10 eliminations this stage of the game, I think that this is a success no matter how you call it. But for ISIA, you know, 10 eliminations still with one player with an innings on this one could easily be a top 3.
क्या लग रहा है फिर क्या होने वाला है फैल्कन का शायरी आ जाए 5 6 7 8
Falcons
नावी i8 को मिलिट्री छोड़ने की ऑफर भी दी थी पर i8 ने उनको चोको दे दिया
have managed to find another plateau. This slow descent towards Novo seems to be internal.
पुरानी नावी कहाँ है टूट चुकी है ब्रो बिखर चुकी है
zones of safety along their path. 10 elims from Navi. This is exactly the sort of value that you want from a team in Novo. As the shots from Getso Roy going to make Falcons descent even harder as well, should they need to go for it.
Guys, be ready. Really... You guys are not ready for the Ankit Pandey shairi.
Team Queso actually...
I know. You guys are not ready.
This one blank. No matter where it goes, they've got options to rotate in, whereas it's a coin toss for the other two teams.
Yeah. I think for Getso Roy, I mean, great spot for them to hold. It all depends on this next circle. Where it goes, they head down towards that south side. For IQ, he's just going to sit this one out for as long as he can.
Hello, Piyush. What's up? Kya hal chal?
Falcons force, though, exposed to all the angles in the circle, pretty much. Equally, they just have to keep showing that they're not to be trifled with. Directly on the edge of this circle as well. That's actually very nice for Falcons. They can set up towards this north side and rather have Team Queso fight off against Navi. I think at this point, Falcons Force realize, you know, we've only hit up towards 3 eliminations, but realistically,
personal favorite Falcon 4MV DK A7
until stage 7.
इस group में bro, my favorites are Falcons.
Team Queso slowly marshalling.
Favorites बोल लो या मेरे को लगता है top 3 prediction according to me. Falcons यार ऑल्टरी को क्या कर रहे हो नाक कटा रहे हो यार मैं top 3 की prediction दी है Tianba 3rd number पे
crash on their horizon, but they're trying to hold this hilltop for as long as possible. Nobody else is going to move
NGX का मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि चले तो बहुत चले नहीं चले तो नहीं चले क्योंकि इनकी रोटेशंस बहुत ज़्यादा क्रेजी होती है मतलब पाथिंग बहुत अच्छी बनाते हैं बट रोटेशंस काफी क्रेजी है अगर आप भी देखोगे if you want to learn you can watch NGX rotations pathing wise.
As it stands, it's looking like Falcons have to make the next
FLC के किल थोड़े कम है यार किल और निकलने चाहिए.
Yeah, Falcons Force struggling slightly now, like you say. I think that the really only move they can make is to send it to Getso Roy's position. Even then, that's on the edge of the circle right now.
जो कविता लिखते हैं वो होते हैं कवि. ठीक है?
Landing point.
जो कविता लिखते हैं वो होते हैं कवि. आज चिकन पे चिकन निकालेगी टीम नावी. Okay.
I mean, you could potentially also rotate up to the north,
okay.
maybe, and crash.
Let's see ये मैच निकालती कि नहीं निकालती.
I don't know. I feel like
as far as I know,
the big problem for Falcons at the moment.
ये हो जाता है VP BTR not qualified.
I don't really think there's an easy choice either way for the Falcons.
NGX equal to Afghani route. Afghani नहीं bro यार उसमें भी दिमाग लगता है भाई जो उनकी pathings सीखो यार वो चीज सीखने वाली है.
Trying to hold their nerve on the coast.
Not a fun
towards
part.
Novo.
Exactly.
Team Queso looking to branch out, but get humbled a little bit. The Falcons now with the back to the blue. This next shift, oh, the circle shift all the way out west. Does this keep the Falcons in? Are they not going to have to descend after
West
all?
shift,
This changes a lot. Na'Vi going to have to cross the road.
West shift.
Queso going to have to crunch in and fight
Zone
for
बहुत
it.
मेहरबान है भाई वेस्टर्न पे चीज याद रखना.
Here, Blank.
Yeah, it's funny. It's real funny. This case of like Falcons have literally just sat up here for the longest time. It's
Iggy versus Pro में है.
like, I guess we'll keep you in for another one. One more round.
No, you guys are cool. You could stay. It's cool, man.
You can stay. Well, honestly, the funny thing about this is that their
Guys, अगर मैं आंसर ना दूं तो आपको हमारी चैट भी आंसर दे देगी. हमारे मॉडरेटर्स इतने एक्टिव है ना,
it's like fine
इतना नॉलेज रखते हैं ना ब्रो. मेरे से ज्यादा नॉलेज हमारे मॉडरेटर्स रखते हैं.
or jostle will
So you can ask questions, you will get the reply. If not me, then my moderators.
The thing is, once these teams move into the hills below them, they get more and more freedom, right?
Falcon भी like सारे हमको भाई Falcon को बोलो फर्स्ट डे मत खेले, फर्स्ट डे चिकन ना ले, थ्रो कर दे.
On the long side, Na'Vi have to move
उनको
first.
नहीं पता है इनका
past
history क्या है.
With the blue zone pushing in, Team Queso making
अगर
that
तुम
shift up.
Falcons को जीतता हुआ देखना चाहते हो.
Maybe it's their only chance. I think it's a good rotate. A spray down from Porsche as he lights up Na'Vi on their exit.
निकल गए
Looking for two as well as Flip tries to cross through the smoke train. Puncher tries to break out, but it's really tough going for Na'Vi. They've got 10 eliminations already on this match, but Getso Roy looking to change that tune, and the Falcons chime on in finally. And
टीकू के नॉक में ये बोलने वाला था, टीकू का नॉक निकाल दिया. Falcon ने निकाला क्या?
The Falcons, with this shift, get more mobility on the hilltop, and now they can start to stretch their wings.
It's
बढ़िया.
absolutely
एक और नॉक, दो
disgusting
नॉक.
what has been able to happen here for the Falcons, but they could not be more pleased
Trade,
by this.
rev,
Okay, so
easy.
couldn't
कितना
quite
damage?
get their
4.
way over towards them, but nice shot from Papi Potro will at least shut down action.
All
But
the time
Pam's
being,
fiance Roy, honestly, doing some great work this game. This is a game I actually impressed with. Getso Roy right now. As
They can
Na'Vi
cut out
attempt
Na'Vi.
to make their leave.
A big nade as well coming through from Papi Potro, who's doing so much work for Team Queso, all on his lonesome on this other side of the road, trying to combat on the crossing. Nades from Getso Roy, not going to find it. The spray down from Falcons on the high ground as turns the corner, and Lemon is able to do it. 180 and the rest of Team Queso to the rescue.
Falcon का chicken guys, Falcon का chicken.
Potro alone for a while, but they thought, you
guys,
know what?
अगर आप चैनल के नए हैं, लाइक, शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब जरूर करिए. 1000 लाइक हमारे होने वाले हैं. Falcon का chicken.
As they are racking up the elims now, 6 elims, and they're looking for more. A spray down on the sidelines, and Na'Vi actually finds
nice one.
Queso.
Southern Sari fights, Falcon
but it's all to the Falcons on the high ground. That shift out to the west, there was only one way they win it, and the Falcons take it home. What a way to close it out.
Yeah, just
घर की बॉस कहलाती है, घर की बॉस, सॉरी, घर की बॉस कहलाती है मालकिन, घर को बॉस कहलाती है मालकिन, और हमारे ताची भाई को जो टीम धूम मचाए वो है फाल्कन. Good one. GG guys, GG. As if you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe. 1000 like का target है पूरा कर दो. Good match by FLC. Good zone. Good patience and composed gameplay.
For Hot Chicks and Max Band, we had botations.
Convert किया zone को.
I was supposed to say
But feel very bad for team Tianba guys. To be honest, Tianba के साथ इतना बुरा हुआ है, अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं, मैच तो हो गया है. मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ Tianba के साथ कितना बुरा हुआ है यार. Let me show you. Tianba के साथ हुआ क्या है.
Discussing what has been able to happen here for the Falcons.
आपको दिखाता हूँ.
They could not be more pleased by
Let me do some live analysis type thing.
But nice shot from for Furia. They'd rather have that possibility.
अब यहाँ पे सीन क्या हुआ कि स्टार्टिंग में मिल्टा स्प्लिट पे बंदे गाड़ी के लिए उतरे, यहाँ पे उतरे. आई गेस और थोड़ा जल्दी हो सकता था. शेल्टर पे बंदे, अगर इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग, शेल्टर वाले बंदों ने ज़्यादा लूट नहीं करी, जल्दी से वो गए. उनको था कि ब्रिज का एक्सेस जल्दी ले लें. मिल्टा पे टियनबा आगे थी, पीछे से आपकी आती है टीम केसो, यहाँ बसड़ होती है. टियनबा का एक बंदा उसमें कैजुअलिटी आती है. उसके बाद जल्दी टियनबा क्रॉस करके यहाँ पे ब्रिज कैम्प कर लेती है. जैसे किलफीड आता है, एफएलसी एक्टिव रहती है. एफएलसी भी यहाँ पे एंगल्स बनाने के लिए आ जाती है कि हाँ इनकी बसड़ यहीं होगी. जितने में थोड़ी देर वेट करती है, उतने में क्या करती है, जितने में निकल जाती है आपकी टियनबा, कैसो यहाँ से आइए शोज एंगल पे यहाँ पे खेल के, और यहाँ से इन्होंने कितना बड़ा मैच कन्वर्ट कर दिया. इस टाइप के जोन ना मैक्सिमम यहीं पे फेवर करते हैं. मैंने हिल बोली थी, हिल पे ही पूरा मैच फेवर करा है. बट इस टाइप के जोन, मतलब ये एज है ना, मेरे को यहाँ से एग्जीक्यूशन बहुत अच्छा निकल सकता है। सो बाकी और कितनी टीमों ने यहाँ पे यार क्रॉस करा। आई8 ने क्या कर दिया, आई8 ने बीच में शायद सेंटर में डाल दी दिया उनको, मतलब खेलने का था नहीं शायद, एफएलसी ने एंगल बनाए थे, ओपन से वो खेल नहीं सकते थे, वहाँ पे एफएलसी से भसड़ रहती, सब जगह कंपाउंड पे बंदे खेलने की जगह थी नहीं, ओपन में भी भसड़ थी, खेलने का प्लेइंग एरिया नहीं था, उन्होंने शायद कंपाउंड पे डाल दिया था। बट जो टीम यहाँ पे रोटेशन, आईएचसी बहुत लेट आई है, ये चीजें नोट करने वाली होती है मिलिट्री सर्कल्स पे, ये टीम्स कब कैसे, ये कैसे, ये जो ब्लू वाली टीम है मैंने देखा था ये यहाँ से अर्ली निकल गई, ये चीजें बताऊंगा मैं, वीडियो बनाऊंगा प्रॉपर, आपको अच्छे से समझाऊंगा इस शॉर्ट में। ये बसड़ आई आपके थोड़ी देर पहले। ब्रो आप व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप एडमिन उनने क्यों कर दिया? क्योंकि उसमें मैसेजेस आ रहे थे, मैं करता हूँ उसको, सॉर्ट करता हूँ। सुपर चैट मिस, सुपर मेरे को सुपर चैट तो छू नहीं हो रही, विच सुपर चैट? गंदी बातों को करो तौबा तौबा, गंदी बातों को करो तौबा तौबा, कब आएगी पीएमजीसी पे वापस आप सबकी प्यारी टीम नोवा? यार नोवा यार जल्दी आ जाएगी जब वो अच्छा खेलेगी, अभी अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे वो। फैल्कन चिकन, यस गाइस फैल्कन चिकन। आरएसजी ग्रेटर एंड टीजीबी, ऐसे मत बोलो यार, ये एक्सपेक्टेड था कहीं ना कहीं मुझे। न्यू प्लेयर्स खेल रहे ब्रो, टाइम लगता है। में ज्यादा व्हीकल फिनिशेस नहीं होते हैं इंडिया से, क्योंकि व्हीकल उस पे ज्यादा वो नहीं किया जाता है यहाँ पे फोकस। मिड रेंज फाइट्स हो गई, काफी सेफर फाइट। फॉर एन एग्जांपल मैं बताऊं आपका, मैच नंबर 2 जाके देखना, एक सिचुएशन थी जब आईएचसी वर्सेस जिस टीम का, जो टीम सेकंड आई थी, मैं नाम भूल गया उसका, जिसने 3 ट्रिपल स्टोरी पे होल्ड भी किया हुआ था, शायद हमारी टीम होती मैं भी जाके पुश कर देती, एक पॉइंट पे जाके घुसा देती, बट उन्होंने टीम ने वेट करा, पूरा जोन अच्छे एंगल बना के, पूरा जोन टू जोन, मतलब रिस्क, मैं इन शॉर्ट बोलूं तो रिस्क फ्री फाइट्स रहती है, और व्हीकल वाली फाइट बहुत रिस्की फाइट होती है इन शॉर्ट। इन्फर्नो यार तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? इताची को मैं एक बार उसको, इताची को मैसेज कर लो, इन्फर्नो को, इन्फर्नो अपने जो बंदे हैं उनको बना दो, तुम डिस्कशंस कर सकते हो ग्रुप के अंदर, तभी ग्रुप बनाया है। इन्फर्नो या हमारे जो मॉडरेटर है बढ़िया बढ़िया जो एक्टिव है, आप उनको एडमिन दे सकते हो हमारे ग्रुप के अंदर। बाय द वे गाइस हमारा ग्रुप है, if you want to join I'll share the link.
First Erangel, but they come back pretty strong here, Jason.
Team Roy थी guys वो ट्रिपल स्टोरी पे।
So big and so difficult to hold as 4-man squad. IQ took advantage.
ऐसा लग रहा है बीजेएमआई खत्म हो चुका है, इंटरनेशनल बूस्ट की जरूरत है, इंटरनेशनल स्लॉट के लिए डेस्परेट हो जाते हैं, इंटरनेशनल स्लॉट के लिए आएगा ब्रो, आएगा, टेंशन क्यों ले रहे हो ब्रो, छोड़ दो ऑफिशियल्स पे वो चीजें, मे बी दे आर वाचिंग टू।
Honestly, there was so many great like individual plays across the board.
डे 1 है गाइस, जिन्होंने भी पूछा है, मैंने ऑलरेडी बोला अगर मेरी चैट मिस हो जाती है आपको, हमारी फैमिली मॉडरेटर्स भाई लोग आपको मैसेज कर देंगे। ग्लोबल और बीजीएमआई में अलग है, डिफरेंटली अलग है ब्रो।
Impressive stuff with the S12K in particular. If he doesn't win that fight versus Tianba, they can't do the rotation into their northern spot and make it into a top
East बोलते पब्लिक, East MVP.
Make it as far as they actually did this game. So really good stuff from that player.
Yeah, I didn't really get to talk about it, you know, at the top of the show when you were talking about Jason, like, hey, what
आईएट को सब हल्के में ले रहे थे, पर TJS गेमिंग आईएट का मिलिट्री जोन, आई डोंट थिंक कोई इसको वो करेगा। दे हैव अ गुड मिलिट्री जोन ब्रो, मिलिट्री सर्कल वो अच्छे से खेलते हैं, इसमें भी उन्होंने फुल ट्राई करा, बट एक टाइम पे उनके अकॉर्डिंग ऐसा था कि नहीं हो सकता, यहाँ कुछ खेलने की जगह नहीं बची है, तो उन्होंने सेफ एंगल, सेफ कंपाउंड पे डाल दिया। भाई देखो उन्होंने जितना ट्राई करा एज पे किल निकालने का, उन्होंने फुल एज क्लियर करा, आगे कुछ खेलने को नहीं बचा, तो दे डिड इट वेरी वेल। आई गेस अगर मैं ओवरऑल रैंकिंग की बात करूं, आईएट अभी भी टॉप पे चल रही है, दिस इज द मैटर। एक अच्छा चिकन, बाकी पे अगर आप एवरेज पॉइंट लेके जा रहे हो, आप पोडियम पे रहने ही वाले हो। एक चिकन और हर एक मैच पे एक चिकन दूसरा ले आए तो क्या ही बात हो जाएगी, गैप बन जाएगा अच्छा खासा, बट एक चिकन प्लस हर एक मैच पे एवरेज पॉइंट लेके यू विल श्योरली बोल रहा हूं मैं, आपका पोडियम रहेगा। Unless एक टीम,
I don't think that's what they're saying, but that's what you're saying, Jason, for sure.
क्योंकि भाई आपकी प्रेडिक्शंस बताए पीएमजीसी कौन जीतेगा यार, अभी जल्दी रहेगा बोलना यार, अभी मेरे को खुद देखना है, मैं काफी टीम्स को फर्स्ट टाइम ही देख रहा हूँ क्योंकि मेरा मिस हो गया था बीच में, सो यस अभी थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा मेरे को बताने के लिए। ऑल्ट्री को एमएक्स से एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं है भाई, कमबैक मारो यार, तुमको पोडियम आना है, मैंने बोल दिया भाई आउट मत हो जाना।
because I mean, yeah, they've had some
IHC का तो
experience
पता
in
है मेरे को
PMGC
ऐसा
in the
GG होगा
past, but, like,
Tianba से भी कर
Falcon
सकते हैं बट
can
ऑल्टर
kind
ईगो
of
लाइमैक्स
still
आपसे नहीं
put
कर
that kind of
सकते
form on we saw in
एक्सपेक्टेशंस ब्रो
CSA in
कमबैक
PMGC.
चाहिए ब्रो
I'm gonna say so far, I'm pleasantly surprised. However, I want to see them be able to
फर्स्ट मैच क्या खेला था इन्होंने
not just in Sanhok. I want to
दो
see them be able to
फिनिशेस
do it
निकाले
again,
थे
like
जो
on
इन्होंने
Erangel with a
TQ
decent
के
result,
उसके बाद
especially
जो
when we
नावी
get
का
to
पुश किया
Miramar.
मैं अप्रोच
And if we
देख के
see
इनका
that,
ऐसा हो गया था भाई
I
क्या
think
हो गया
Juice,
उसके
we're in
बाद
a real
इनको
world where I could potentially qualify in top 3.
ज्यादा ही आज घूम लिए
I mean, for sure. I mean, if they keep performing the way they did right now, I mean, we heard from
ओके टॉप
none other
16
than
के
Seven
बाद
himself.
बताना
You
आप
know, he got
ओके
a chance to talk to them. They said that
कैसे कैसे
Sanhok was
लोग
their
टेबल
strongest
पे
map, but
टॉप
they were
चल
looking to
रहे
get,
हैं
what was it, 70 points
मतलब
right here, and at least in
Falcons
their
are blessed
Sanhok
by
match,
zone
and
for
this
this
one,
match
it's a good start to
Bro,
that trend.
at last
you know?
noob,
So hopefully they kind of
जोन
just use
लक
that
का मतलब
first
ये गेम
Erangel
लक
match
का
as
भी
kinda
है
like just a
ब्रो
little bit of a
मैक्सिमम
wash, you know,
परसेंटेज
and
लक का
they
भी
bounced
है
back
लक का
already,
ही है
so they got plenty of matches left to go. Hopefully they're able to repeat one of those
Zone.
performances here.
I was a little bit scared going into PMGC. For
TGB
IH because
TGB
I
के लिए
thought they
बुरा
might
लग रहा है
try and
भाई
play more passive going into this lobby, but man, you just saw that fight versus IW and RX
Right.
when they dropped. They like saw a player trying to run away, and they got in that buggy and they were chasing him down for that point. It's 1 point, but we're gonna fight.
तरुण भाई ये चीज आपने गलत लिखी है यार
You can get it. So I gotta say the mindset from IA is not what I expected going into this, but aggressive is the meta. Maybe because of
It's not
elimination.
even I8 Max. It's like major pride. One of the most
I8 play
passionate teams
grittiest.
on CSA.
They played
got
very मतलब
aggressive.
उन्होंने
It
सही
seems
खेला
like
जो
aggressivity
करते हैं उन्होंने वही किया
is the way to go when it
say
comes
like
to
that.
एच पे हंट करा किल्स मिले एट लास्ट जब कुछ नहीं बचता था उनके अकॉर्डिंग उनको लगा सिचुएशन के अकॉर्डिंग उन्होंने कंपाउंड पड़ा
We
दिया
saw the aggressive style of Navi there, like taking area around Novo, Falcons, taking peeks over the hill. I know you guys are both saying like they're using their smokes way too early. They don't really need to invest them just yet because they're not going to transition just yet. But using the smokes just to get peeks as well, it seems to be the way the lobby's going.
I think they were using a lot of the smokes, Jukes, just to preemptively rotate. But like, wait, we got circle again? Oh, we guess we don't have to move. And then the next phase, well, we still don't have to move.
I
But
played good
how
in
many
2020
smokes did they have, man?
PMGC as well.
30?
I know
Like,
in
that's
front
an
of bro
insane amount.
नावी
You
का
gotta
फ्लैग कौन
stack
से
them up,
कंट्री
dude.
का
You know,
है
I love
कंफ्यूज
the-
ये तो मैंने भी ध्यान नहीं दिया
he
भाई
was spending too much time in
बता दो यार
Italy,
ऑडियंस पे किसी को कुछ
aggressivity, you know,
ध्यान
I'd like
में
to
रहा
see
हो
that
तो
there. But you know what?
ऑडियंस प्लीज लेट मी नो
When it comes down to it, oh my gosh, you know what?
I
Falcons,
like how
they
you
didn't
think
need
just
to have
doing
it.
this
Huh?
makes it Italian.
गाइस हमारे
sure does.
सब्सक्राइबर्स बढ़ रहे हैं
It
क्या
kind of does, though, to be fair. I'll be perfectly honest. That stereotype is pretty damn true when it comes to this. But what about some other teams? I mean, we did have so many teams rotate, swim, etc. But that's something we're going to look forward to when we come back from a break here. We get things ready to go for a second half of matches. So, guys, don't go anywhere. Take a quick break. We'll see you all soon for the continuation of Group Red.
चाइनीज टीम हाइप बट परफॉर्मेंस भाई एज सिंपल एज दैट अगर मैं बात करूं धोतार भाई ये चीज़ मैंने आपको स्टार्टिंग में बोल दिया था मेरे को देखना है कि कैसा खेलती है एक्सपीरियंस है टियानबा पे और देखते हैं कि मैंने इसी रीज़न की वजह से बोला था उनका गेम एक डिफरेंट गेम है ठीक है वो पेस वो सारी चीज़ें माइंड में आने में समझ रहे हो माइंड का गेम है एट लास्ट आप पूरा साल कहीं और खेलते हो आप ग्लोबल पे आते हो तो चीज़ें थोड़ी डिफरेंट थोड़ा टाइम लगता है एडजस्ट होने पे तो ये चीज़ें टीजीबी से एक्सपेक्टेड थी क्योंकि नए बंदे खेल रहे हैं जो टीम ऑलरेडी खेल चुके हैं उनसे भी गलतियाँ हो सकती है तो समझ लो नए बंदों से तो मिच्योरली देखा करो चीज़ें मिच्योरली सोचा करो यार इसका गिव अवे भी है गाइस मैं कैसे पार्टिसिपेट कर सकता हूँ इसके गिव अवे में बता दो यार किसी की सेटिंग शूटिंग है तो लगा दो मेरा भी गिव अवे हो जाएगा एक मतलब इस पे आई थिंक चाइनीज टीम से नोवा का डोमिनेशन ही रहा है ग्लोबल लेवल पे ऐसा नहीं है यार एसटी ने भी काफी अच्छा खेला है 6-8 एसटी 6-8 बट आई डोंट नो फॉर द अननोन रीजन मेरे को नहीं पता उनका लाइनअप टूट गया मैं देखा मैं शॉक हुआ भाई वो इतना एक्सपीरियंस लाइनअप भाई मतलब ग्लोबल पे अगर मैं वन ऑफ द चाइनीज टीम अगर आप मेरे से पूछते हो मैं 6-8 का वो वाला रोस्टर रहता जिसमें शान सुनान वगैरह ये सारे थे मैं वो वाला रोस्टर रखता ये गुजूजू भी गया था उसमें आई डोंट नो व्हाई दे स्प्लिट बिखर गए वो नोवा 4M टियनबा ये डोमिनेट कर चुके हैं कह नहीं सकते एक्सपीरियंस है उन पे देखिए भाई सॉरी भाई आया छठ पूजा प्लीज टियनबा का कंडीशन बता दो टियनबा कंडीशन यार ब्रो फर्स्ट मैच वाज गुड ठीक है, मतलब ओवरऑल गुड था, अप्रोच वाइज ठीक था, जोन अच्छा मिला उनको, अच्छे से यूटिलाइज करा, #2 आए, उसके बाद से कुछ अच्छा दिखा नहीं है टियनबा का। थर्ड मैच का तो मैंने अभी डिस्कस करा जो उनके साथ बीटी हुआ, थोड़ा सा और फास्ट हो सकते थे, मिलिट्री काइंड ऑफ अ मतलब आपका नोवो ओरिएंटेड जोन था, थोड़ा रोटेशन में बोल लो या क्विकनेस अगर थोड़ी तेज रहती तो वो कैसो के किल ले सकते थे, बट कैसो ने वहाँ पे एक बीटी दी, फिर वो कैसो वहाँ से निकल गए, वहीं से उन्होंने अच्छा मैच निकाल दिया, तो फंस गई थी टियनबा वहाँ पे एक पॉइंट पे। ओवरऑल प्लेइंग गुड, बट यस इट्स जस्ट अ डे 1। मैं आपको ऑलरेडी एग्जांपल दे चुका हूँ, बट ये इंटरव्यू देखना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, सुनना चाहिए।
This is Group Red, baby, and I'm talking to one of the strongest teams, by the way, a coach from IWNRX. You guys have started off strong, but I kind of want to talk about PMWC a little bit. You guys didn't have one of the best performances. What have you guys changed since then, since the roster is still the same?
Vallahi şimdi bu hafta bayağı iyi başladınız. Geçen PMGC'ye göre ne değişiklikler oldu? Çünkü kadınız hala
इंटरव्यू अच्छे से सुना करो आप, you know the mentality, mindset.
Çok büyük bir değişikliğimiz yok. Asıl değişikliğimiz
Questions and answers,
mental
translations
olarak
हो जाती है.
Son günlerde turnuvalara iyi başlamada bir sıkıntımız olmuyor. Ama son günlere doğru turnuvalarda bir sallantıya girdiğimiz olabiliyordu. Özellikle kötü başladığımız turnuvalarda sonunu iyi bitiremiyorduk. Bunu hallettik. Umarım bu turnuvada son günde dahil olmak üzere bunu belli ederiz.
Well, most of when the starting of the tournament, there's no problem. We can start very greatly, but when the end of the tournaments, it's become really hard. Our mentality is shaky, so we improve our mentality most of that. So, mostly of that, the mentality.
Right on. Hey, well, there's only so much, especially that you can change when you still have the same roster. So it's good to see that you guys are wanting to change that mentality. Now, going back to this past 2 Erangels that I've seen out of you guys have had 2-2 splits. Frozen has been the main scout, and it seems like you guys end up switching players of who goes along with Frozen. Is this something that you guys have determined beforehand, or is it just something that happens throughout the match of who goes with Frozen to scout?
Şimdi bu ilk maçı Erangel'den beri Frozen ana scoutunuz olarak hep 2 kişiler çıkmasını. Bu ikinci oyuncunun önceden belirlenmiş mi olarak mı yoksa oyun arasında randıman mı olarak?
Asıl IGL'imiz ve scoutumuz Frozen tabii ki. O yüzden bu scoutlama işini o yaparken ona yakın birisi duruyor ki böylece takım çok kopukluk yaşamasın. 3+1 daha çok oluyor çünkü eğer yardıma gitmezsek. Bunu 2'ye 2 ile destekleyip böylece sıkıntı çıkmamasını, takımın kopukluğunu, sorun olmamasını sağlıyoruz. Bu spesifik birisi yok. İlla Frozen'ın yanında Kane, Wolf ya da işte Swain'den birisi oynamak zorunda değil. Ama o pozisyonda en yakın kimse o oynuyor.
Well, it's true. Our main scout is Frozen, but is actually randomly based off the game. Mostly, we don't want to split the teams 2-4, but by 3-1. If anything happens, there's a support behind him that can help the team to survive the true tournament.
All right, right on. Well, hey, you were talking about the mentality change. You were talking about how you guys start off strong. You guys have definitely started off strong. You're currently in 3rd place with 26 points. 21 out of those points coming for elimination. So let's see how you guys can end the day. Back to you guys.
गाइस ये इंटरव्यू सेशंस जो होते हैं ना, ये अच्छे से सुना करो, कभी इग्नोर मत किया करो। प्लेयर्स मेंटालिटीज ये चीजें आपको पता लगता है। जैसे मैंने स्टार्टिंग का सुना, उसका मेरे को कॉल आ गया था, वो मेरे को आप चैट पे बता देना सेकंड क्वेश्चन क्या था और आंसर क्या किया।
Learn a new instrument before this entire show does finish off. You still have a couple weeks left to go.
उसने बताया हमारा जो शायद वही था ना कि मेंटालिटी ऑन द फर्स्ट अर्लियर स्टेज एंड लास्ट स्टेज पे काफी डिफरेंट रहता है। सो दैट्स द पॉइंट जो फैल्कन को अलग बनाती है भाई। जब फटी में होते फैल्कन वहां टॉप मारती है। यार इसको वॉच करो गाइस, बेस्ट टीम फ्रॉम कोरिया नाउ they are in finals of PMGC. Yeah, they are good bro. They are very very good. They are consistent भाई, consistent रहे वो अपने ग्रुप पे.
These big tournaments, PMWCs, PMGCs, the longer it goes, the more pressure can get to you and it can really make you falter. But yeah, I think that when it comes to fragging potential, they are up there. But if they can make it a little bit later in these games, Hodrix, that would be a big
हो जा स्टार्ट तीसरा जल्दी से तीसरा स्टार्ट हो जाए भाई, जल्दी से हो जाओ.
That we heard from the coach, and he was talking about how he doesn't want to see his team split up too much, and he goes according to the game. You know, like these guys have that flexibility to make adjustments on the fly, and I like how he said, like, you know what, we try to stay more in like a kind of 3-1 position, but we've definitely seen just how like these grouped up play styles are so advantageous. That's why I think it was so awesome to see Na'Vi like split and hold that spot in Novo for so long. It's really impressive for sure.
Definitely something that's not easy to do, but to be honest, it's only going to be the first day of play here, as we still have, I mean, we still have 3 more matches to come, and then we still have 3 more days of play after that. So obviously we're going to expect some adaptations out of some of these teams.
Facecam start करो भाई, ऑडियंस से इंटरेक्शन बेटर होता है. ओके प्रवीण भाई, आपने बोल दिया और हमने कर लिया भाई. टेंशन ना लो, टेंशन ना लीजिए.
What do you think is going to be happening? Obviously let us know
उसी
what
टेंशन
your
ना
thoughts
लो.
are in the chat.
We'll do that.
We can't really interact with them this time though, Max, but we'd love to hear what you guys
Okay,
talking about,
करता
who you're really
हूँ.
supporting. I can kind of already guess what's being said in chat. It's probably going to be all about Go Pakistan.
भाई जल्दी मैच स्टार्ट कर दो
I
यार.
can make chat go wild right now, Jason. No, say you're supporting I8.
एक तो मैं थक चुका हूँ यार. सर दर्द हो रहा है मुझे गाइस. युवा भाई, I am good, but थोड़ा सा सर में दर्द है. How are you?
Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop showing it.
I'm sorry. You know, you can do it because off the phone, you can pick one up and play like the pros as well. You know, as we've seen in some of these videos, Max, that is actually how you play. You do nod your head like this while you're playing.
Yeah,
you know, so spin in your chair.
Oh, yeah. No, that's just him peeking in game. You know, that's it. He's got that aversion.
Bro, how can I play PUBG in India? I don't know, bro. इसका मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है. बाहर कौन स्क्रीन कराता है नहीं करवाता है. करो भाई, फेस कम भाई से कंप्लेंट करेंगे. कर रहा हूँ. तरुण भाई कर रहा हूँ. टेंशन ना लो. रोहित भाई, हेलो भाई, कैसे हो रोहित भाई? बढ़िया यार, तुम कैसे हो? I'm good, bro.
You're just always flashbanged unless you have the lights off in the room.
I'm very good, bro. How are you? How's going? Guys यार 157 लोग देख रहे हो. If you're new to the stream, firstly यार I have a request कि इस मैच से पहले whatever your favorite team, spam with the heart. एक heart डाल दो लाल रंग का with your favorite team and spam कर दो. थोड़ा यार मेरे को पुरानी वाइब चाहिए जैसे हम पहले watch parties करते थे.
Yeah, swap.
I put my teams to focus
चलो guys,
before
heart
that match
spam कर दो.
and that's why
For
you're
your
seeing my
favorite team and with the heart, chat spam. Match start होने वाला है mostly and spam करो hearts and जैसे flight path आएगा आप predict करो your predictions on the zone thing.
I've also been extremely quiet. But I don't want to be too judgmental just yet, considering it is still very early on right now in this event.
Yeah. I was saying it at the top of the show too. You know, TJB, when it came to PEL, going into the final day, they were in 9th place. And they went from 9th all the way to becoming PEL champions, winning over $700,000 in that one show right
Hello, bro.
there.
अच्छा ये मनी वो है क्या? मनी वाला बंदा है ना ये?
Too worried about it.
Hello Danesh, what's up?
Something on the board this game for sure, Max.
Yeah, having that comeback potential is very important for these short stunt tournaments.
Okay,
right?
go get up, bro.
Your PMGCs is very important to know that.
Godless रफ को देखा कौन join करेगा. Face chicken, okay.
You can bring it back. You can get a
Vampire and Face Clan. Vampire तो already bro नहीं है यहाँ पे. Face Clan है.
Yeah, TJB has been a bit
ये face chicken face. Oh my god, face कितने सारे fan हैं. NRX, Tianba, TQ. Okay, Falcons.
Circle was literally just south of Severny and
I business trading good. Early waiting for you stream. Nice chat, bro. Nice chat. WhatsApp chat नहीं कर रहे bro.
A little bit better here because Erangel, even though
chat normal chat भी कर सकते हो. Normal भी लिख सकते हो normally. Normal लोगों की तरह रोहित भाई.
Roseberry, Alter Ego, man. They have also had
मैं समझ जाऊंगा. वैसे भी समझ गया हूँ. नावी चिकन फेस चिकन तो करे तुम्हारी चैट दूसरों की तरह टॉक्सिक नहीं ब्रो. हमारे पास टॉक्सिक या टॉक्सिसिटी तो कहीं भी हो जाती है बट हम डिलीट कर देते हैं.
Don't try and find like
TJB चिकन दानिश भाई 2022 की बात 2024 में देख रहा हूँ. नोवा कहाँ है? नोवा कहाँ है ब्रो? नोवा अगर आप 2022 के बाद देख रहे हो तो बहुत सारी चीजें 2022 के बाद हो चुकी है. नोवा डिसबैंड हो चुकी है. सारे प्लेयर स्प्लिट हो चुके हैं. ऑर्डर इज इन नोवा. जिमी कहीं और खेल रहा है. पैराबॉय कहीं और खेल रहा है. किंग का सीन कुछ और है. So yes bro, there are a lot of scenes. अगर आपने नहीं देखा है तो नोवा क्वालिफाई नहीं हुई है बाय द वे सीजन के लिए.
Insidio and of course Alter Ego can't do much that game. But that was a tough circle as a whole, Jukes. Like, there was so much water on, I think, phase 2, phase 3, that teams were just hugging the coastal line. And if you were late rotating
Start कर दो यार guys.
guess what?
क्या कर रहे हो भाई? Fourth match start क्यों नहीं कर रहे ये?
Set up on those areas.
Yeah, TJB went in so late, all the way from Prim, and we're just not able to get it done there towards the end. But you know what? 3 more matches left to go. Anything could happen.
Well, you know what, Jukes? You know he's.
बताओ, you
who
collect
always
PUBG
gets it
trading
done?
cup or you
Our
know about it?
commentators, John on a blink and a
यार
dive into
कौन से
our
कार्ड
last
बोल रहे हो जसपाल
Erangel of
राणा
the
भाई?
day before we
मेरे
make
को
our way
नॉलेज नहीं है
into
इसका,
Miramar.
बट एक कार्ड के बारे में सुना है, वही कार्ड तो नहीं बोल रहे
Get it
जो
done right now. We're going into the game.
एक कार्ड है PUBG मोबाइल के, वो
dropping off in
बहुत
Primorsk at the end of this plane
ए,
path for our
पता नहीं उसमें कलेक्टर, उसमें कुछ है, साइन भी रहता है कुछ, उस कार्ड की बात कर रहे हो क्या आप? जो हर एक PMGC सीजन निकलते थे, पहले तो निकलते थे, फर्स्ट सीजन निकला है, काफी लोगों ने बाय भी किया, मैं भी करने वाला था, फिर मैं रुक गया.
Match number 4.
Which is going to be a banger here. Our last Erangel here, so our last chance of our teams to.
किसी को पैराबॉय साइन पड़ा है तो गिफ्ट कर सकता है मुझे यार वो कार्ड, बट उस सीजन का 2000 किसका है वो? 20 का होगा, आई गेस 20-21 का.
Navi played that game out very, very well. They set themselves up in the position of the map which usually wins in that position, but the circle wasn't having an innovation.
गाइस कहां का सर्कल यार, कमेंट करके बताओ. TJB कम बैक विद दिस मैच आएगी भाई, लेट्स सी जोन कहां का बनता है वो देखते हैं पहले. आप भी प्रेडिक्शंस डालिए जोन कहां का बनेगा. अच्छा फ्लाइट पाथ है टीम्स के लिए. चलो इसमें तो बीटी शायद ना हो, i8 और NRX वाली जो आपके फर्स्ट एरेंगल में हो गई थी, सेकंड में बदला भी लिया वैसे i8 ने NRX से. ये मतलब नोक जोक चलने वाली है 4 दिन. थोड़ा बहुत फ्लाइट पाथ हमेशा ही फेवरिंग वाला नहीं रहेगा, कभी ना कभी तो बीटी रहेगा, देखते तब क्या होता है. i8 को प्लान करना पड़ेगा उस चीज का हार्ड फ्लाइट पाथ में कि कैसे उनको चीजें सॉर्ट करनी, कहां से गाड़ियां उठानी है, NRX वाले कहां जाते हैं, कितनी देर में उतर सकते, मतलब बहुत सारी चीजें कैलकुलेट करनी पड़ेगी i8 वालों को. यासनाया जोन, क्वेरी जोन भाई, क्वेरी जोन हट गया अब आज जोन भाई. यासनाया से क्लोज इन पे है भाई, यासनाया से क्लोज इन, यासनाया से लव पे है, मिलिट्री नहीं भाई, मिलिट्री नहीं आ गया.
I think they wanted on the previous map but wasn't available purely because of the plane path itself. So this does make life a little bit easier here for IWNRX as well as ASI8. But we are heading over towards that northeast side of the map around Yasnaya. We do actually have a split drop in Yasnaya. We haven't really brought it up yet as it's not come into contention. But we do have Navi.
ब्रो आपकी टॉप कौन सी टीम चल रही है? ब्रो टॉप आपकी स्क्रीन के सामने आ रहा है, राइट हैंड साइड पे देखो, बिल्कुल लाइव स्टैंडिंग चल रही है. 33 पॉइंट के साथ i8 टॉप पे, फैल्कन 30 पॉइंट के साथ थर्ड, सॉरी सेकंड पे, एंड NRX 26 के साथ थर्ड पे, एंड NGX रॉय. एंड टू बी ऑनेस्ट अभी आपके जस्ट 3 मैचेस हुए, टू अर्ली टू जज, टू अर्ली टू प्रेडिक्ट करने वाली चीज है. लास्ट मैच तक कुछ नहीं पता कि कौन क्वालिफाई करेगा इस पॉइंट्स टेबल में स्पेशली. एक अच्छा मैच आप सीधा पोडियम पे जाओगे अगर आप कंसिस्टेंट पॉइंट निकाल रहे हो पर मैचेस. सिंपल सी बात है, एक एवरेज पॉइंट ले लो, 6-7 पॉइंट अगर आपका है सिस्टम, कैसे भी करके आप ला रहे हो, जैसे इनको करती थी अपने टाइम पे. इनको का सिस्टम यही था, सेंटर सेंटर सेंटर, पोजीशन पोजीशन पोजीशन, कुछ ना करते करते 6-7 पॉइंट, ऐसे ही करके उन्होंने कितने क्वालिफाई करे हुए PMGC. अब तो चेंजेस हो गए काफी. जिमी पैरा किधर है? पैरा GD में, जिमी आपका TC में ना जिमी.
Yeah, it's not what you want to be particularly.
Guys, chat, let me correct if I'm wrong.
Towards the eastern side, Alter Ego able to pick up Lipovka. Yeah, definitely some infighting going on at the moment, just purely because of this circle itself. Most teams wanting to cover the southeast edge of this circle. Milta, Mansion, Pachinki, that kind of split. A lot of available areas to play in this position of the
sorry,
map.
sorry, my bad, my bad. RW में Jimmy, sorry, my bad.
Too early here, John.
Yeah, it's not going to be
GT में तो King है.
Too early for them, hopefully.
ASI8.
Rinda.
Group Red, I'm here joined by the coach from ISI8, Traindan. You guys have started off strong, man. You were telling me about how your best map is usually Sanhok. Well, guess what? You guys were able to back it up in Erangel. Something that we have noticed, though, is that you guys are going to have to be fighting IWNRX. Is this something that you guys were training for already?
In PMSL, CSA, we played very good in Sanhok map. The worst map was Erangel, so we had to practice a lot to play good in Erangel. We, as our drop is military, so we are not gonna take fights in ferry pier against NRX. But yeah, only if the plane path is far, then maybe we're gonna have clashes. Yeah.
And I know it's something that the analysts are wondering too. Shout out to Max. Is that what other spot do you guys have planned to land in Erangel if it's not going to be military base? Do you guys have a backup plan?
We'll go military. Either it's near or far. Yeah, we'll go military base.
Oh, baby. I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
You know what?
no,
Stick with
no.
your plan.
सुनो guys, सुनो.
Hopefully you guys don't have to change it. Now, I was talking to the players earlier. They told me that the goal for today is 70 to 80 points.
Yeah.
After the first 3 matches, how comfortable are you guys feeling still with that projection?
We got 30 plus points in 3 games. Pretty good for us. We had a very unlucky game. The second game, because the drop was very far and unlucky knocks. But yeah, we're gonna make it, inshallah.
All right, right on. Inshallah. Thank you so much for your time. Trained up. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that catch up there.
पढ़ी guys chat पढ़ी अरे फ्यूरिया का फाइट कहाँ हो गया फ्यूरिया कहाँ जाती थी यार सुनाया फ्यूरिया रॉय किधर हुआ इनका फाइट ये
We're not going to flush over to Furia. And they lose a player, but in the meantime...
Okay, यासनाया के पास में रॉय का ड्रॉप क्या था रॉय फ्यूरी का तो यासनाया था रॉय यहाँ पे कैसे रॉय अच्छा रॉय जाती थी स्कूल अपार्टमेंट्स ओके अगर ये कैजुअलिटी आई है क्यों आई है रीजन क्या हो सकता है इसके आने का
ASIA as well in terms of they don't particularly want to have to take that fight with either
Ayogi BT
purely because
mostly
of that playing path. There wasn't really much choice in the matter. I think that they held themselves very well in that situation.
क्योंकि 2 बंदे लूट रहे हैं ना TJB phase 7 नहीं Not Giorgio 3 story okay bro काफी expected fight है देखने को मिल रही है जो होनी चाहिए जोन के अकॉर्डिंग उसी एरियाज पे नदन साइड पे ये तो एंगेजमेंट होगी भाई no fall
that's absolutely fine. That's still an achievement in and of itself.
Absolutely. Flower going down, TJB. Ooh, will get flushed away. FaZe winning out the first end of that trade, but losing a player in response. They have already taken a knock and a flush as well, which actually puts them at a 3-2 disadvantage as TJB still maintain the high ground. FaZe on the north side of the river right now by Yasnaya. The only teams really in this location, so no third party's going to flex out. But the knocks over towards TJB.
मुश्किल है FaZe का.
In the meantime,
oh,
nice one. Fighting across the map as well.
Crucial time पे सही no.
Look to try and sneak their way in. It seems like they've got the ground floor on
multiple fights.
TJB struggling to keep them at bay.
FaZe underneath right now, down 2 players. TJB is doing okay here, but equally in a similar situation. So a 2v2 currently for both of these squads. Sim Vengeance taking a fight with Incilio.
It's a lot more central on the picture-in-picture there. You can see at the moment, Vengeance just not able to win it out, unfortunately. ASIA have spotted Virtus Pro. Everybody's popping off. We are cramming the center of this circle, Blank, and maybe it was just that single circle on Sanhok that saw everyone towards the edges, sequestered to the side. And this time around, as with the previous few, it's going back towards this big central style. FaZe still trying to make their way in. Vintorius is down, so it's all on Onzen. As he goes for the spray with the PP by zone, gonna be able to get the job done.
जल्दी आनी चाहिए थी आई but कोई दिक्कत नहीं आई.
I guess he is. I mean,
कोई नहीं बचेगा. किल मिल जाएंगे आईएससी को. तो पुश मिल जाएगा. आईएससी का कम भाई मुझे वाइब आ रही है. ऐसा शिफ्ट देखता हूँ ना आइसोलेटेड शिफ्ट की वाइब आ जाती है पूरी. अगर आइसोलेटेड शिफ्ट हुए कहीं ना कहीं ये जोन
Doom as well here on the match 4.
यहीं कहीं खत्म होना चाहिए आसपास में.
Big northwest shift popping up to the north.
नदन वेस्ट पता नहीं मेरे को क्यों लगता है कि PMGC या जितने भी ऑफिशियल इवेंट है उसमें नदन वेस्टर्न शिफ्ट से पता नहीं क्या प्यार है. PMWI में भी सेम हुआ था. अभी हमने थोड़ी देर पहले भी देखा शैनॉक का मैच. मतलब एक देख के पता लग जाता है ये ना शिफ्ट खाएगा आइसोलेटेड वन साइडेड वाले शिफ्ट. जिनको नहीं पता है वन साइडेड शिफ्ट्स की जो शिफ्ट्स एक साइड को ही करते रहते हैं. ये काफी हार्ड शिफ्ट था. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि नदन साइड को जो शिफ्ट्स है वो अगले रहने वाले हैं. ये माय प्रेडिक्शंस फॉर दिस मैच.
They're preoccupied for the time being. finally found the shot as Demo able to put that one
अच्छे
to
खासे
bed.
किल मिल गया
IHC
इसको।
up to 3 eliminations.
निकलो ब्रो,
Seemingly
बस के
stealing
फायदा
quite
नहीं
a
है।
few
टीजेबी
of those
सर्कल था फिर भी।
points away from both the teams in this compound already.
टीजेबी वाला यार अब वो सीन हुआ क्या यार एग्जैक्टली में, क्योंकि टीजेबी की ये होल्डिंग बनती है वो जल्दी आए यहाँ पे। मीनवाइल फेज भी आई, वहाँ पे हुआ क्या वो देखना पड़ेगा। रुको लेट मी देख लेते हुआ क्या वहाँ पे। फाइट एंगेजमेंट कैसे हुई, मेन वो है देखने का वो।
And it's horrid as well, having to pass through Yesnaya over the top of Stalber, potentially over box compound here for Virtus Pro. Super interesting.
अच्छा फ्लाइट पाथ था, टीजेबी 7 नियरली उतर गई थी। एक बंदा स्प्लिट पे जो लूट करता है कंपाउंड्स पे वहां गया। फेज अपने नॉर्थ जॉर्जो पे गई। ये गलत मूव था, ये फ्यूरिया का ये नहीं बनती थी कैजुअलिटी यहाँ पे। देन वो अर्ली पोजीशनिंग पे गई।
VAM.
Yeah, VAM. That's much better.
I mean, it's tough. I am requesting a whole org change there.
Yeah, let's get Satani on the buzzer. We'll get that sorted. Don't worry, guys.
Vamp would be.
To be honest, for this fight, TJB and FaZe.
That is true.
I think वही लॉबी रेटिंग बोलूंगा मैं इसमें, थोड़ा सा जो ऊपर नीचे सीन हुआ है। फेज पहुंच गई थी अपने टॉप पे अर्ली, उन्होंने अर्ली मूवमेंट देना प्रेफर करा। वो ट्रिपल स्टोरी पे अर्ली एक्सेस टीजेबी ने रखी, क्योंकि सबसे पहले आई गेस ड्रॉप आउट जो हुई थी टीजेबी हुई थी। गाड़ियां लूटी, लूट अच्छे से करी, वो अर्ली निकल गई आगे पंप की साइड को, आगे की स्काउटिंग जो सोलो घर होता है एंड ट्रिपल स्टोरी उन्होंने इसका स्प्लिट रखा। फेज भी अर्ली मूव करी एंड इनिशिएशन फेज की तरफ से आया। जितने में टीजेबी के बंदे आए, कैजुअलिटीज हो चुकी थी, एंगल्स उंगल्स बनाए गए, उतने में थर्ड पार्टी आई अच्छी की आगे और वो फाइट खत्म, मतलब जीजी हो गया। इस जोन में काफी फाइट्स हमको देखने को मिली है बेसिकली। If I'm not wrong, again, आपके भाई ने बोला है ना आइसोलेटेड शिफ्ट ब्रो। If I'm not wrong, अगर अगेन एक और शिफ्ट इधर को आता है जहाँ पे वीपी का बंदा घूम रहा है ना, इसका नाम क्या है? मेलोय। इधर इसके मतलब रेडियस पे ही कहीं जोन जाना चाहिए अगर सेम शिफ्ट्स रहते हैं तो। And Alex played last match from same split.
With this big shift though. Pretty huge.
It's a great shift for them. They're one of the, I think they're the only team that sent over towards that western side. In the meantime, Furia, Kayovski burning away.
Three teams.
I'm not even sure if he hit the first aid in time. This is a wild fight.
There's players across the road as well. Team Queso have rocked up into the opposing compound. Na'Vi have taken heavy casualties, but a big nade for the backline for 6. To keep Furia at bay. They're not out of it just yet, but they are split, and Team Queso still looking to try and handle it. 2 players for Team Queso across the way. You can see they're dealing with Kayovski often into the distance. That's potentially going to allow Na'Vi to get back up to 4 players alive once they get these reses. And this is big on the north side. The south point of Saverni might just be safe for the time being for Na'Vi.
That was the wildest amount of time it takes to confirm an elimination. All that while, you could have just let him bleed out and grab themselves the res there. They knew as the final player. I guess they're worried about it getting stolen from the other side of things. And flips back up now. Good to go. This is not a bad position actually for both these teams. Team Queso actually would have had a slight advantage if it wasn't for the fact that they are a little bit lacking in members towards this location. Only 2 players on side at the moment. But good reset on all the utility here from Na'Vi. Despite that, still
open zone मजा आता है, yes bro.
Which is not ideal.
Something to work with though. It's better than nothing. And that's what they're banking on. Incilio moving in on the south side, just a little bit beneath Virtus Pro, next door to IHC as well. Na'Vi and Team Queso holding the standoff. 2 players for Team Queso. Falcons, they are playing as 2 as well. A lot of duos after this move up towards the north. This is all a symptom blank of that crunch that we saw to the south side of Yaz Fields, because a lot of
difference between the coach and
stage 3 and we're down to 12 teams.
यार मैंने इसका शॉर्ट आंसर देता हूँ। एनालिस्ट एक ऐसा पर्सन हो सकता है मतलब कि एक जो बुक होती है उसमें जो चीजें लिखी होती हैं, मतलब है ना, कोच एक ऐसा बंदा होगा जो उसमें से पढ़ के आपको बेस्ट बताएगा, सिखाएगा और समझाएगा।
60 points at the end of the day. It's only 7 points this game. Any more that they can get than that is really nice. Money in the bank.
एनालिस्ट का काम है आपको डाटा देना,
Going forward, because obviously those 3
कोच का
points that
काम है
they
उस
were able
डाटा
to
में
put
से
up over
बेस्ट
that
निकाल के
30,
टीम को
will
यूटिलाइज
help them
करवाना,
here,
इन शॉर्ट।
just to even out that point scoring. Next circle,
और भी कोच के काम रहते हैं काफी, एनवायरनमेंट। आय हाय भाई,
it's very limited when it comes to those compounds, and even more so now.
आज के दिन ना जोन का मैं पहले ही जोन में बता देता हूँ,
take control of it.
पहला या दूसरा देख के, टू बी ऑनेस्ट। पता नहीं क्यों अलग ही वाइब आ जाती है। आपको आता है फील कि नहीं आता है कि आइसोलेटेड जा सकता है, मतलब वो हार्ड शिफ्ट ही ऐसा खाता है। और नदन, मतलब ये चीज है, एक पैटर्न है हर कहीं नहीं। शिफ्ट जब नदन 12 बजे की तरफ को कट रहा है, नदन वेस्टर्न मोर, इफ द शिफ्ट इज मोर द नदन वेस्टर्न, probability is high that the next 2 or 3 shift will also go to the northern western for the northern western shifts 9 से 12 बजे की साइड को। Okay, 4 officials only, PMGC or PMWI events. I'm not talking about the PMSL or regionals event. But I absorbed, go to my thread, मेरे thread पे जाओ, Instagram में मेरा जो thread होता है, मैं सेम चीज लिखी है आज से 2 साल पहले, आई गेस PMWI के टाइम पे 2 या 1 साल पहले मैंने अपने थ्रेड पे, आई डोंट नो 1 या 2 साल पहले मैंने ये चीज डाली और वो अभी भी हो रही है। तो कितना पुराना मेटा चल रहा है। मेरा थ्रेड पे जाके देख लो जिसको बिलीव नहीं है, इंस्टाग्राम थ्रेड पे, और बताना यहाँ पे आके मैंने क्या लिखा है, कॉपी पेस्ट कर देना इंस्टाग्राम थ्रेड, मैंने वही डाला था। Tianba nice rotations, हाँ rotations वगैरह भी देखते हैं ब्रो, क्या सीन है क्या नहीं है।
Na'Vi did know that they had to handle that position in order to get out of this location, because they have to shift now given the circle. IHC were able to third party, get a lot of value from the move in on this one, but the way out a little bit more treacherous, is blocked by open ground and ASI8 behind them. Also, Alter Ego going to be dragging down this position. A nice low ground rotate, actually, for ASI8. Trying to just get away from this, get ahead of it, reposition this fight, reorient it, recontextualize things, and get themselves on the better end of this deal. They've got the hard cover of the buildings. IHC going to have to move first, and Alter Ego also going to make this difficult.
Absolutely. I think for Alter Ego, down towards that south side, they actually have a good amount of control down towards IHC as well as ISI8. I think for ISI8, they would like to just get themselves out of this scenario as quickly as possible so they can continue playing forward. Na'Vi makes a roll up over towards that northwest side, but they can have a lot of influence over Getso Roy as well as IDO and Erangel, who are currently battling off against one another.
By Falcon are the best team, but they are where they are choking. जोन मिला एरंगल पे ले लिया, फैल्कन एक एज पे बीटी हो रही है उनको, मोस्टली दे आर स्ट्रगलिंग ऑन देयर एजेस। एक प्रॉपर एक गुड फाइट जो रहती है ना, मतलब डिसीजन मेकिंग के अकॉर्डिंग सिचुएशनल एक गुड फाइट, वो भी लगेगा टाइम। एक लॉबी रीडिंग भी रहती है यार भाई। अब फर्स्ट डे हुआ है, जैसे मैंने आपको चीजें बोली, फेस का फाइट हो गया टीजेबी से, है ना, मिलिट्री जोन का, एनआरएक्स का और आई8 का लॉबी रीडिंग रहती है थोड़ा थोड़ा, मतलब धीरे धीरे हो जाएगी वो चीजें सही, टेंशन ना लो। टीम किस अप्रोच में खेल रही है, टाइम लगता है कहीं टीम, तभी तो फैल्कन स्टडी करके आती है डे 3 डे 4 पे, अप्रोच देखती है, माइंडसेट देखती है, ये सारी चीजें नोटिस करती है, एक पेज पे आते हैं वो, देन उसके बाद वो मूव इन करते हैं।
Yeah, life becomes very difficult. Tianba actually makes a wrap back round towards that north side as soon as they hear a lot of this fighting, and will try and have some influence, get some nice shots over towards Na'Vi.
IHC का लग ही रहा था ऐसा होगा कुछ।
His names just keep a popping, and
IHC का मैं शायद पहले मैच में बोल दिया था कि चले तो चांद तक, ना चले तो भाई। IHC है टीम यार, कई टीम से ना वाइब आ जाती, पता नहीं क्यों। जब मैं अल्फा 7 से 2 साल पहले वाइब आती थी भाई, ये टीम जब चढ़ती है लगता है फाड़ जाएगी। IHC का भी मेरे को हमेशा से वाइब ऐसे ही रहा है कि चली तो फाड़ देगी, नहीं चली तो नहीं फाड़ पाएगी ऐसा। उस दिन चोक ही करते हैं.
held out IHC. Enigma Galaxy going to be the main threat on the southeast side to Alter Ego, to Falcons, and Virtus Pro continuing to just hold dominance over the southwest.
सैद भाई बात ऐसी है कि होता है एक टाइम एक फेज रहता है. एक स्टैट मैं भी देख रहा था इस पूरे साल में. अगर मैं देखूं एक इवेंट चोक हुआ है ऑफिशियल, जो कि काफी अनफॉर्चुनेट था. बाकी इसके अलावा हर एक जितने भी मेजर्स हुए, इवन लैन है, इवन टीपीटीज है, अच्छा खासा किया है. मतलब अच्छा खासा रहा है पूरे साल में अगर आप स्टैट निकाल के देखते हो. बट कई बार एक आता है, एक फेज आता है. तो वी आर वर्किंग ऑन इट एंड फॉर श्योर इन फ्यूचर भरोसा रखिए. अपना बेस्ट ट्राई देने का हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं, वर्क कर रहे हैं. आपको अच्छे रिजल्ट्स देखने को मिलेंगे. टू बी ऑनेस्ट, एक जब एक मेजर चेंज होता है तो बीटी आती है, तो उसको सेट करने में टाइम लगता है.
IWNRX having a real tough time. There are 2 players still alive. I know that health bar looked empty, but the knock didn't
practical answer. बिल्कुल practical answer है अगर आप समझोगे.
Flexing out. Ego may be able to have quite a big impact actually onto this fight.
पोल में निग्मा गैलेक्सी क्यों नहीं है यार ब्रो? 4 ही तो पोल होते हैं, किस किस का डालूं? मेरे को दिखा, मैं जल्दी में डाल दिया. आज मैंने लेट स्ट्रीम भी लेट स्टार्ट करी है. बाय द वे गाइस, इफ यू आर न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम, मेक श्योर टू द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल. जल्दी से करिए लाइक सब्सक्राइब. मिनी ज्यादा यूज हो रहा है. मिनी फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मिनी बहुत अच्छी गन है. सेकेंडली मिनी आपने अब देखिए चलाते हुए, मैं भी बात भी कर रहा था थोड़े टाइम पहले, ग्लोबल लेवल पे मिनी बहुत अच्छी चलाते हैं. जब आप कॉन्फिडेंस अच्छा है मिनी पे, डैमेज अच्छा है मिनी का, अच्छी गन है. नॉक लाइक समझ रहे हो, नॉक बंदों को लगता है कि आप अच्छे से नॉक निकाल सकते हो. दैट्स व्हाई मिनी इज यूजिंग टू मच. बहुत डेडलीस्ट गन है अभी के टाइम पे मिनी. अभी नहीं, अपडेट आया था अभी बीच में, उसके बाद से मिनी काफी ज्यादा लोगों ने यूज करना स्टार्ट कर दिया था बहुत लंबे टाइम से.
Yeah, for Navi, I think it was a good run, but getting sandwiched like
this. I think they're showing us late. क्या एनजेक्स का बोला होल में निग्मा गैलेक्सी क्यों नहीं बताया ना ब्रो उस टाइम पे.
Right now, Shan at the moment is just keeping tabs over towards that western side of the map, and now they're continuing to push on through.
Believe in our team है कि भाई बस बंदों को मोटिवेट करके रखो. वो सोच रहे थे यस, believe is the key bro.
Sending them further and further away from this fight on this side. You can imagine the Alter Ego utility wise, maybe even on the damage of the vests and the helmets, aren't looking too great.
But top Falcon bro, that XST roster is in Falcon now.
7 limbs, 7 for Incilio on the
ठीक है. कौन कौन सी टीम बची है? निग्मा, टाइटन, सॉरी टियनबा बोल रहा हूँ, टाइटन बोल रहा हूँ. टियनबा NSA VP. लो भाई टियनबा भाई, लेट्स गो टियनबा. रूटिंग फॉर टियनबा ब्रो. माय टॉप 3 प्रेडिक्शंस आर Falcon, टियनबा एंड कौन सी थी? अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स. अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स भाई तुमने क्या किया है भाई आज के दिन पे भाई. यार अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स पे यार इतने अच्छे जोन्स यार.
Get back up into that top 3, chase down ASI8 potentially.
VP बहुत सेफ खेल रही. Your process at this situation.
One elimination on this match was pretty dastardly for them.
Zone,
pulling ahead with 5
if
eliminations.
I'll say VP playing on the meta things, मेरे को ऐसा लगा.
Maybe honestly though, I think that they've stayed strong over towards the southeast edge. I mean, there was a lot of fighting around that area. They had some impact over towards it, but what they have done is solidify his position.
प्रेफर कर रही है rather than fight. उनके आसपास भी काफी फाइट हो रही है, but they are never hunting for fights. They are hunting for zone, जिसमें वो चीजें लेट हो रही है और आगे उनको बीटी हो रही है.
Into this circle here, finally some forays being attempted.
एज खेलने वाली टीम है, जैसे मैंने बताया आइसोलेटेड शिफ्ट में अगर आप प्रॉपर एज से खेल रहे हो, जैसे आपकी फ्यूरियस और टाइटन ने किया था, जब सॉरी टियनबा ने किया था शैनॉक के अंदर, एक प्रॉपर एज उन पे आते रहे तो उन्होंने प्रॉपर एज होल्डिंग और आगे के कंपाउंड का इन्फो रखा. समझ रहे हो? वीपी में थोड़ा सा वो चीज अलग है. वीपी भाग रही है अभी, वीपी भाग रही है जोन के लिए. वो एक अप्रोच सही नहीं लगा मुझे.
Yeah, they're shooting that right now. That's the main thing.
बाकी यार मैंने इतना देखा नहीं वीपी को टू बी ऑनेस्ट, मतलब इन द मतलब सेंस की मैं अपने अगर बोल रहा हूँ कि वीपी में मेरा ध्यान बहुत ज्यादा है, अगर मैं मैप स्ट्रीम्स बाद में देखूंगा वीपी को स्पेशली देखूंगा तो आपको अच्छे से बता सकता हूँ। जितना मैंने देखा अभी मेरे को यही लगा।
Yeah, Tianba is more on the controlling side of things, but a wonderful shot from Rosemary. Long range as well towards Tianba. That opens the gates now for Alter Ego. Quickly Bond makes an immediate decision to send back, but
रोहन जैन भाई माइंडसेट रहा है, तो तभी बोलता हूँ मैं आपको इंटरव्यूज देखा करो यार, आपको प्लेयर्स के माइंडसेट पे क्या चल रहा है। एनआरएक्स का आपने सुना, आपको सुना होगा कि फर्स्ट डेज हमारे माइंडसेट अलग होते हैं, डिफरेंट डे तो हर लास्ट डेज पे डिफरेंट माइंडसेट होते हैं, तो दैट्स द पॉइंट। रोजमेरी यार भाई क्या कर रहा है रोजमेरी, चल चीते चल मार अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स, दिस इज द टाइम।
And that is really
But
mishandled on the advantage.
क्या करेगी यार, 2 मैन बची हुई है।
Alva's just holding this angle. I don't know how long Shan can stay out on this western side.
मुश्किल है अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स का यार।
The blue's not moving just yet, but Tianba has to create space, and they know they do because they need to be ready for both Virtus Pro
इस बार रोटेशन भाई जोन भी देखो यार, जोन मेटा बीरो जोन मेटा रोहित भाई, यहाँ पे लास्ट के जोन सब बड़े हो रहे हैं एज कम्पेयर टू द प्रीवियस वन। हमारे वहाँ पे छोटे जोन होते हैं, यहाँ पे बड़े जोन है। जोन आपके नियर बाय आपको मिल ही जाएगा कुछ ना कुछ करते हुए।
They've already got 7 elims on this game though, Blank, so if they can extract 1 or 2 more, a top 5 position, definitely a good result for them. Shan goes down, and that is that off angle you were talking about to Alva, who was just posted up there. Tianba unlikely to be able to get this res. Virtus Pro actually flexing out, trying to get some scouting done. You see them rolling straight into Tianba's position, and that's not what you want to see from Tixi. Unfortunately, gets a little bit too close to the fire.
4-12 यार मैं अल्टर ईगो के पीओवी से देखूं तो कट ऑफ।
Tianba launching themselves up the tables in the meantime, but Enigma Galaxy finally having an impact here. Virtus Pro going to contribute as well, and Incilio, yeah, they're going to fall down. Couldn't make that move.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy able to pick up a couple of those eliminations over towards Incilio at the end there. Good nade, and actually on target over towards Virtus Pro. The fact that Tiamba's had so much control towards his south side at the same time is very impressive. And Rosemary attempts to get away from the beast that is Tianba, only to find himself in the jaws of Enigma Galaxy.
Rosemary has their brains rearranged there with a lovely shot and a rundown from SnowX. Splats the guts on the tree. Not going to be good news, and leaves Alva alone. Last player to stand for Alter Ego. So it's really a 3-horse race right now. Virtus Pro only on 2. Tianba trimmed down to size on 2 as well. And Enigma Galaxy out by a length.
For Enigma Galaxy, they have a real good chance in this game to fit themselves up for chicken dinner. They've isolated all the fights over towards that western side, having this just incredible presence right now for Enigma Galaxy is a case of just not getting caught off by these off angles. That is a beautiful nade by Bond.
Can they seal the deal?
Malai reeling.
A second nade over the top, a lot of damage sent on in, and it's going to be confirmed by QZ. Although he's spotted Narvalo as Enigma Galaxy press the ridgeline. They've pushed this fight back and
यार वीपी भाई यही सीन हो रहा है वीपी के साथ एक प्रॉपर एज के बाद भी यहाँ पे तो बंदे ने संभाल लिया भाई। वीपी
is too quick with the UMP. Top 3 for Virtus Pro. 10 elims for Tianba and a 4th place.
जोन का नेक्स्ट प्लान नहीं है वीपी के पास, आगे क्या करना है, एक जगह फंस गए तो जीजी। अल्टर क्लाइमैक्स गई, आई गेस निग्मा अच्छी लीड बना गई भाई आज के दिन पे। निग्मा वीपी सिंगल मैन बचा है, निग्मा का चिकन है फॉर श्योर। निग्मा लीड ब्रो, निग्मा लीड, निग्मा अच्छी खासी लीड बना दी। एंड गाइस 400 लोग देख रहे हैं, इफ यू आर न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल। लेट्स गो, लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल गाइस।
It was a long time. We had 3 grueling weeks of gameplay where Enigma Galaxy was just nowhere near close to picking themselves up a chicken dinner. The fact that they could do it on day 1 PMGC.
गाइस हमारे कितने लाइक हो गए? 1000 लाइक का जो टारगेट हमारा कंप्लीट करवा दो गाइस। गुड मैच, जीजी, गुड गेम। इस मैच का पेस थोड़ा सा ज्यादा हाई था फाइट्स का इस जोन पे। मेरे को देखना फिर से जोन बनता है तो टीम्स किस perspective में खेलती है।
Man, Enigma Galaxy, where did this team come from? Massively surprising me, at least. I don't know about you two, Hodrix and Max, man. but this has been a fantastic performance on the day, getting themselves a chicken dinner here, and most likely propelling themselves to the top 3.
1540 वो day 1 top team TJB IHC Falcon I8.
They land Pachinki. As soon as that zone goes up to that north side, they loot very, very quickly, take off, and they get across onto that northern island. And I mean, the zone just slowly starts heading into their direction.
Long time no see Clock Gaming यार हम तो यहीं पे आप नहीं हो long time you no see.
But they were able to get it done, Max.
I mean, it left them, but they
नमस्ते राहुल भाई, हेलो नमस्ते bro. Cut off 120. देख लो last group की cut off क्या गई थी.
Send it forward into Tianba, into the solos also.
इस zone मेरे को इस यहाँ पे cut off कम लग रहा है, पता नहीं बाकी देखते हैं.
To be honest, I feel like Enigma Galaxy played a good version of what VP tried to do. VP would just wait. Enigma Galaxy here, Jukes, understood if we want to win this game, we just got to send it mega aggressively in this late game scenario to just sweep up the solo players, not get really overwhelmed by possible off angles of players we haven't scouted yet, and we're going to get the win. So again, Nigma, the aggressive playstyle of Nigma Galaxy this event and even in PMSL EMEA Fall is fantastic. So again, big props to Raul for changing the IGLing style to just look for more limbs.
I love it. I love it. You know, one team in particular that I don't think really didn't show up the way that they could have was Virtus Pro, man. They got super blessed, right? With a circle shift on over to the west-hand side. So they had a good dominant position of that zone, but they were just playing it way too passive, Max. Like they were just sitting, waiting till the late game. But, you know, as you and I both know, if you don't hurry up and get those eliminations and you have the opportunity, you're going to be behind on the leaderboards big time.
Yeah, the fact you leave Incilio for so long south of your compound for VP, you're just making yourself a late threat that you could have taken care of way earlier into that match. But unfortunately, they don't take that fight early on, so they tried to push it towards Tianba, and as they push it towards Tianba, happens what we expected, right, Jukes, which is they were going to get backstabbed and you get pincered between the teams. Sure, you do get a second place because IC is able to survive, but from a spot like that, it could have been a Virtus Pro win, but unfortunately, they got a little bit too complacent.
Tianba के record बिना chicken के top 3 में आना, Nigma के पुराने players कहाँ गए?
So I hope they can look back on this game for their future matches and say, you know what, should have been more aggressive. Let's start pumping the numbers on the next 2 matches of today.
I mean, speaking of Tianba, I feel like we have to kind of talk about them and the control they had over the zone. And Max, you were saying during the match, this is very reminiscent of what they like to do when it comes to the to their PEL matches.
Yeah, so like there are 3 key aspects to how Tianba were playing back in PL, which is playing edge, really wide splits to gather information, and then third-partying every single fight on their side of the circle, which is what they were doing. We had, I think it was
Distant Minds में कैसे हो पुकी भाई एकदम बढ़िया भाई as an analyst do you feel which team is playing this better in this PMGC?
There's a fight happening over there, and if we win that fight, we are the complete kings of this high-ground position south of shooting range, and they instantly send it, sweep those 2 teams, and claim at that point I think about 50% of the circle. So yeah, their third party is definitely to be feared in this lobby for Group Red, and they're going to keep doing it for the rest of this tournament, I am sure.
You know, who would have guessed what would be the ideal combo for him on a team? And I never thought it would be a Romanian and 2 French people on the roster to really make it complete, but it's working out for them, looking fantastic.
Major League Global teams का अगर आप देखोगे,
take themselves the chicken dinner. Tianba though getting into 10 eliminations, put themselves at 14. Virtus Pro
currently I'll say
they were pretty low on the leaderboards, able to get themselves 11, but so do Ultra Ego in 6th place here in this match.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't see, and is another team that definitely needs some points. And I even said it right before this match.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I'm gonna say it. TJB, dude, where are they? What is going on
Shagun
here?
भेजा है राहुल भाई. अरे पीयूष भाई, क्या शगुन भेज दिया आपने?
And these guys haven't put anything on the board yet.
We don't see them really reach the late game, and if they did, like on the previous Erangel, not this one, the one before that, then they don't.
Thank you so much, Piyush Thakre bhai, for the Chhat Puja ka shagun on the Google Pay. Thank you so much. Pranam.
So much, Hot Jukes, and yeah, lack of scouting is going to make you unfortunately rotate.
I got your shagun, bro.
You're going to be unprepared, and then you have matches like this where you get 0 placement points and 2 eliminations for your trouble. So yeah.
Happy Chhat Puja to all of you guys. जो भी हमारी stream देख रहे हैं, Happy Chhat Puja to all of you.
Send a player forward together, intel.
If you're watching the stream, Happy Chhat Puja.
As of right now, that has not really been the case.
Well, yeah. So sometimes it takes some teams a little longer to get used to the lobby. And TJB are not even close to even having any, anything at all. But oh yeah, look at this.
He's French, so I'm just happy. Keep on going.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I was okay. I thought you had something to say that. But you know what? Another team in particular that we kind of see off and on, Jason, is I8, right? I mean, we see them do pop-off matches and then nothing. I want to see a little bit more consistency from them, at least like 5 to 6 points if they can get it.
You know what? Can I switch topics here? Because
Yeah, go ahead.
Hot Jukes,
Hello.
I know you're a big fan of Americas and the teams.
Of course.
Bro, Furia have been uncharacteristically quiet so far at the moment. They're currently sitting in 14th place, and I had a lot higher expectations on this team.
Brazil, where are you at? Where are you at? All right, they're not here right now, unfortunately. Yeah, and when it comes to Furia, they've been really getting put in some really bad spots. Looking back at this game in particular, you know, I'm looking at their drop location. Where did these guys decide to go this map? They went towards none other than Yasnaya. Yeah, so they landed in Yasnaya, which should have been a good game for them considering
Bro, ये
where
font
the
use
circle
हुआ है,
was,
नाम क्या
but,
है?
you know,
Bro,
they
ये जो
tried
font
to
हुआ
move
use मेरे को
on
कैसे
a
पता होगा
little
भाई?
bit too late, and they just got picked apart. So you saw,
क्या
you saw
question
them
पूछते
head
हो
all
भाई?
the way up into that northern side of Severny, and they wanted to go to that dominant compound, but then they had to deal, of course, with Team Gessel and all those different squads, and just got picked apart. So maybe when it comes to Furia, maybe they should try to take a step back in this upcoming match. You know, just instead of just trying to send it towards that central position, maybe just kind of scout it out, you know, get some points on the board, get one good late game in, and then go from there.
I mean, currently they're on the cusp, right, of the bottom 5, which is where you don't want to be. Of course, it's day 1, so they still have a lot of time to make a little bit of a step up to get away from these bottom 5 positions, but it is going to be a bit risky. And those wide rotates, it is always going to be an issue, Jukes, that these wide rotates, unfortunately, just like for TJB, are not great when it comes to gathering information and knowing if teams are going to be up there, and that is something they have.
Tianba table topper
They got
confirmed.
Ayogi on the team, right? So like that is an
कौन से font में लिखा है?
So hopefully can get
Guys, match is about to start and मैं अभी थोड़ा सा कहीं जा रहा हूँ, मुझे काम आया है, तो स्ट्रीम चलती रहेगी, आप देखते रहना। जैसे मैं आता हूँ, मैं कंटिन्यू करता हूँ, ठीक है? मॉड्स प्लीज संभाल लेना चैट्स को, एंड गाइस अगर आप चैनल के अंदर नए हो तो लाइक कर दो यार।
With one of the best players in the world and one of the strongest teams in SCA. You have IHC, the previous PMGC winner. You have Furia, one of the best teams in Brazil and in Americas, and you have TJB as well, one of the best teams in China. I'm not going to count Avengers just yet because we don't know how they're going to really match up. But like 4 out of the 5 teams have such high caliber results in the past, and yet they're in our bottom 5, and the potential to be eliminated just kind of blows my mind. But as you're saying, Max, kind of is a testament to how strong these groups are and how really there's a lot of new and up-and-coming teams that can completely catch you off guard if you're not prepared.
I think after Group Yellow, I don't know what to expect anymore.
Yeah,
all
exactly.
expectations
Yeah.
thrown out the window. But it's day 1. I think we have seen quite a bit of adaptations coming through for the teams of Group Yellow after the first day, especially. It is hard to make those changes on a 4-day tournament, right? I think looking back again to Kitsune for Team Spirit, they have a game plan. They stuck to it until the very end, and that allowed them to get first place. But if you're at the bottom, there's something that maybe is not working out. So some minor adjustments could be really the difference between you going home early or you at least making it to survival stage. So right now, if you're at the bottom and your playstyle is not working, think what you can do going into day 2 to really try and get those points on board.
Man, poor Rob's at home, just sitting here watching the success of his previous teammates, saying, "No, it should have been me, not you. It should have been me." Honestly, it is great to see like French players towards the top. I feel like we haven't really seen a strong. Obviously, they're not a full French team, right? But strong French team in quite a long time. Thinking like way back in the day. So it's good to see this at least going towards their way. But again, they have to be able to maintain this over the course of not just today, but 3 more days on top of that. And anything can really happen, especially when you see Tianba starting to warm up into this, not to mention some other teams really get a feel of the lobby. Because I feel like that's what day 1 is kind of about. How many points can you put down? But more importantly, what kind of feel do you get for the lobby and what kind of read do you get on it?
That's why I'm so excited when it comes to Miramar, right? I'm excited to see just like, hey, how are these teams going to perform here? We got 2 matches left to go on the day. This is a good opportunity to bounce back for some of the squads here that underperformed. And you mentioned it. I mean, it's so crazy to see the bottom of the leaderboards, the success, and just how much money those teams have won, you know? Be at the bottom, it's got to hurt. But, you know, there's still plenty of days left. It may take a little bit longer from some teams other than others to kind of get warmed up. But I am still shocked to see TJB so far down, right, Max?
Yeah. It's a really big surprise here. But the thing is about TJB is they had a little bit of a, I think, slow start eventually, but towards the end, I think you said it earlier, Drukes, right? They were 9th place, right? Before going towards the end. And so they initiated a big comeback. That clutch factor is so damn important in a stage like a PMGC tournament where we know this team can put big, and I mean massive elimination matches, right? Just suffice for them to get a really solid position in a late game situation. And I'm telling you, this guy are going to bring 10, 15 eliminations on the board. So sure, the start is not quite what they expected, but also don't forget, this is a PL team. They need to take a little bit more time to adjust to the global version. And I think that we are going to get a pop-off from TJB eventually.
I don't know if I find that like completely fair, saying that like they have to get used to it because they're a PL team. Because they did play at PMWC and they had a really good result at PMWC. But at the same time, I will give you that little bit of leeway of like, okay, then you went back to PEL and you had to focus on PL. Now you're coming back to the global stage. You have to get used to the version of the game as well. But I feel like macro-wise, they should have a generally good understanding of how the global teams are playing. But then again, we also probably have seen some massive changes in ways some of these teams have played since the last time they met. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, for instance, I didn't have them on my radar to even be challenging. I mean, I don't want to say it out loud, but like challenging top 10, and yet here they go. They're currently sitting in first place.
I think it's just that adaptation period when it comes to PL teams. Like, I always give it for day one. I think that's just giving them a little bit of leeway, a little bit of an excuse, but it doesn't work anymore. But then you have teams like Enigma Galaxy that, since fall season, I feel like they're just not playing the blue zone anymore, Jason. They've become the blue zone. Like, if you're around them, you're going to take that tick damage over time. So yeah, it is really good to see the change of mentality in the second half of this year when teams are just building more synergy. And it's been really successful for, again, Enigma Galaxy as an example, Jukes, that have been looking so far like the best iteration of Enigma Galaxy I personally have ever seen. I love to see this.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are looking night and day difference from before. And yeah, I love to see that. And you know what? I will say, I'll give a little extra excuse stamp for when it comes to TJB. Because let's be real, if I had won PEL, I'm partying all the way up really until pretty much the day before PMGC, you know? So maybe they just need a little bit of time to kind of, you know, get ready here today.
Now we know why you're not a pro player anymore, Hot Jukes.
Dang right.
showing up late to the...
I'm retiring, bro. If I won, I'm out.
Bro, I just won like 700 grand. I don't need to be here, but let's see what's going to happen as we do finally head into our Miramar. Last two matches of the day of the first day of Group Red. Take it away.
Once more into the desert. Match 5 on the day. And we're coming in from the south side. Just Owner heading up towards Torre Ahumada with the plane path. Let's take a look at how our teams deal with the undulating dunes here on Miramar. Of course, a lot of rotational play in the early game. Let's take a look at where these drop spots fall. A lot to uncover in these first few minutes.
We're like archaeologists dusting off the dust. To see what
favorite archaeologist?
Favorite?
Yeah.
Bro, you heard this guy called, I don't know, you might not know him. It's like he's Indiana Jones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's
That's
great.
fair. Not Rich O'Connell from The Mummy.
Who is he?
The main guy. He's Brendan Fraser's character in The Mummy.
He plays another guy.
What?
He plays Brendan Fraser.
What? I'm so confused what you're trying to say right now. His character is Rich O'Connell.
Rich O'Connell plays Brendan Fraser.
No, you're just wrong on this one, I'm afraid.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
He's two guys in one. Indiana Jones has only ever been one guy, so that's cool that he like has an alter ego.
No,
as
because
well.
Indiana Jones is also Han Solo. So.
No.
Yeah.
He's an archaeologist.
What is going on? I don't like it. Blank, I'm panicking.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Oh dear. Well, you stick with your Indiana Jones. I'll stick with my guy who's got all the horses.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've got all my horses in the race. It's just one horse, actually. It's Indiana Jones.
That is true. And speaking of horses in the race, a lot of us had TJB predicted, right? For this
Yeah, you
one.
were wrong.
And as the desk were highlighting, so far, we're just flat out so bad at this and wrong. You're right.
So,
Tianba doing way better.
Wrong? Who was wrong about
Maxman?
So let's look at this. John, TJB, Falcons, Tianba, Jason, Tianba, TJB, Falcons. Oh, Max it's me and Max. Me and Max are going crazy. Falcons, Tianba, FaZe, and me, Tianba, Falcons, and RV. And even head of production went for TJB as well. That's wild.
Okay, all right. Look, it's all I'm saying is I still got Falcons at Tianba, so I'm okay. I'm doing all right still.
We didn't do too bad. Yeah. No, I mean, the thing is, I don't think this is the end of TJB. Again, this is exactly what I was talking about at the start of the day, is that Tianba is just way more suited to international tournaments. And it's always difficult for other teams from PEL to perform that way. I don't know what it is about Tianba, but the way that they adapt and the way that they play in these tournaments is much more how you would expect a team from PMSL SEA to play or PMSL EMEA to play. Whereas TJB, it might take them a day to get back into the groove of things. I don't think it's the end of TJB at all, because they are all incredibly talented players. I think they just need to get into the groove a bit.
Hopefully they can warm up a little bit, and here's the place to do it on Miramar. Get some strong rotations going. The circle, very chill. The playing path, very chill. This is the arena where you can really start to flex those muscles and get the blood pumping. That's what we want from TJB, as well as from Furia and IHC, down towards the low end of these tables right now, and still a little bit of leg room in terms of the matches, but that will go quickly. I mean, we saw how quickly week 1 went with Group Yellow. It does get away from you, so you can't afford to spend too long down on your luck, but it is still comebackable for these teams towards the bottom.
Yeah, they can definitely make a comeback in the coming matches, I think. I reckon. Yeah.
Do you think? Okay.
I'm going to actually ban you from ever using the word comebackable ever again, if that's okay.
I think that ban, for me, is comebackable.
I would more call it a justified ban.
You know, it's winnable, comebackable. It's the same thing.
All right, you keep
Surely.
using that word.
Yeah, I'm going to keep going. You can't stop me.
Yeah. I'm going to pull out the old Three Musketeers meme in a second. Yeah, we're heading up towards the northern side of the map at the moment. Graveyard currently held by Getso Roy. Not a great position on the map, but it'll do. It'll do for now. And they haven't done too badly at all. 25 points. Not where I would have placed this team at all in 7th place. So I'm pretty happy. And I mean, some of the plays that they've made have been fairly damn good. I still think some of the team fights are lacking from this squad. I mean, if I'm looking down towards the bottom of the table, IHC being in 13th place, I maybe would have put them down there at the start of the day. I'm worried for them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously coming off the PMWC performance and having a little bit more attention sent their way has made it a lot trickier for IHC in general. They had such a breakout performance in PMGC last year, high elimination focus. That was really their entire game plan, and it did work out for them there, but so far, it seems like teams have adapted to that. They've just incorporated that, and it's just not working in this current format.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that. I'd go even as far to say that the reason they won PMGC, and it's the reason I will always say they won PMGC, is they had little to no pressure on them going into those final days. There was teams at the top during that tournament, like Stalwart, as well as Alpha 7, who had been both desperate for a PMGC win for the longest of times, that they stopped making aggressive plays towards the end of PMGC, whereas IHG, they had nothing to lose. They had nothing to lose, really. So they kept making risky plays, and time again, those risky plays worked out. It's not to say they're a bad team. They're very, very skillful. But I think that pressure is now placed back on them. And they're suffering from the same curse that Stalwart, now Falcons, as well as Alpha 7 have suffered from a long time, which is that case of we should be the best in these lobbies. And they can't quite make the same plays that they had before, because sometimes you question some of those decisions you make. It's a very mental game. It's a very mental game, is PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of focus required to keep yourself in that winning mindset, right? Especially when you have a couple of rough games coming off of the first 4, needing to pick yourself back up. But Furia are looking to do just that.
Nice.
14th place. That was very cool. I liked it. I think everyone did as well. So style points, but unfortunately, that doesn't translate into actual points. If it did, they'd be quids in right now, top of the tables.
They'd be doing well for themselves if that did give points. You know, you do a quick nollie on the vehicle. I'd like that. Seen a couple of those happening. Yeah. SI8 on our screens. Obviously, they're not getting 70 to 80 points today. But I will say, for ASI8, they have come out and had a fantastic performance. And I think a lot of people expected this kind of breakout coming through from ASI this early on in Group Red. But congratulations to them. They have done phenomenally well to sit here in second place. Nick Galaxy, though, this is something that I did expect coming into Group Red because their tide is on the rise right now. They have only seen improvements as they've gone on. It's very hard to analyze communications and team, and a lot of times, even if you hear the communications, still hard to analyze because a bad comm to me might be a great comm to them. But again, it did definitely feel like they were disconnected in terms of players, and that's as far as I can say on the matter towards the beginning. But they're looking much more like a well-oiled team now, where that teamwork, where they play hand in hand, playing off separate angles, is much more there. I think in the past, they were a lot of times forced to play as just a full four-man death ball, and it was very obvious that they were kind of playing off the back of instincts alone as players, with a lot of experience under their belt. But now you're seeing a lot more splits, a lot more situations that are tactically set up, and that's how you know this team has flowered a lot more as a team.
TJB, we're on board with them right now, and they are themselves looking to flower. This is the circle to do it, right? They are slap bang in the middle. All of the teams are going to have to push in from that eastern side, fighting off against each other. How many points can TJB get from this lobby? This is probably prime real estate for them. A little latent nade there, and Tianba seemed to read that. Nicely spotted there. If that was me, I'd be both feet on top of that nade. Not a clue. Immediately taken down, but they're too smart for that. Tianba, ooh, unfortunately, not smart enough to counter the push around the door frame there, and it's working well right now for FaZe, trying to leave on this north side of Picardo.
Yeah, I still think there's a possibility for Tianba to get their players resituated. Unfortunately, Top's able to catch a stray on the outside there. And East will find Mela. Oh, yeah. Great high ground position here for the Falcons. They're looking down on their opposition, as they usually do in these matches today as well. Up to 37 points, so very quick rollout from them. I think everyone sort of put this team in their teams to watch coming into day one, and for the right reason as well, is that even though they're under a different banner, this squad has been undeniable in the past. And I joke that they are looking for another second place at PMGC, and it is a little bit funny at times to say that, but they are one of the most consistent teams in the entire world. I think that getting second place multiple times at internationals is not an easy feat to do. The fact they have been able to reach those heights so many times is crazy. But yeah, they're a very, very strong team. And again, they are a team that, yes, I joke about, but at the same time, I 100% wish them all the best in their games in the future, just because they have been a squad that has stayed together for so long and has been seeking success and gaining success for so long.
Yeah, Falcons Force previously, of course, playing under the banner of Stalwart, and like you highlighted, having great success, but just pipped to the post. And I think last year, something that was really demonstrated was the presence of Mongolia in PUBG Mobile is undeniable across the board. So something that we'll be continuing to look out for from Falcons Force. They are flying that banner.
Yeah,
even
it's funny, we almost had a three slaughter for Mongolia in the top three from PMGC.
Yeah, it was really close. What was it? Stalwart, was it IHC, and who's the other team?
I can't quite remember the last, but yeah, it was quite amusing because that really, it would have been like, what do we do? They're so strong. But yeah, so it was nice to see that. Yeah, 4-V. So it was good to see at least like one other team breach into that top three and make it not a full clean sweep for Mongolia, but they still took the prize and the title with IHC, which they should be absolutely happy with, because even if you don't have any pressure on you, it's still ridiculous to win a PMGC in the fashion that they did. They looked unstoppable towards the end of it. But I think it has swung in roundabouts now to the point where IHC maybe getting in their own heads a little bit.
Might be a little too tall of an order. Be able to pull this one back out. Falcons, I mean, they've held this high ground on the north side of Picardo for a while now, but Na'Vi move in a little bit further and are really troublesome to it. Na'Vi themselves don't have a lot of pressure, but the fact that they're keeping Falcons here exerts pressure to the south side. naturally. By stopping Falcons from leaving, they're going to be taking shots and looking out towards that south edge. It's going to slow things around them. Na'Vi can control a little bit better to the north side, but they back Falcons into a corner and utilize their pressure across this map. But TJB still in the middle of this one, and all eyes should be on them for a performance this map.
Yeah, again, they have a ridiculously strong position over towards that western side. Great high ground control, as well as the compound to anchor towards on that north. So a good 2-2 split to start things off. But it has been a few times where TJP's been in a strong position in these circles, unable to get too much done off the back of it. Gets a Roy. Don't know how long they'll live out in this area with Rosemary peppering shots down towards him.
Yeah, it's gone. Out they go. Alter Ego on the south side. Already a little bit to the west of Picardo, so have routes through. But Incilio, ASI8, Vengeance as well, all sit ahead of this. So difficult rotate potentially for Alter Ego. If they can get through, though, play towards the east side of Montenuevo, there's some open buildings there. If they can crunch in underneath TJB and get that rotation going. But Enigma Galaxy going to contest them for that area, and it's the same rotation that probably a lot of the teams on the south are looking for.
Yeah, I think if you can settle yourself around the southwest compounds, it's actually quite good for you. But it really is a question of how this next circle pops. As they head towards that northeast, in which case a lot of rotations become so much more difficult because you'd be challenging for a lot of high ground that you don't already possess. IHC is going to make a wild gambit over towards Alter Ego as they already find one from the team, and Godless goes down, as does Rogue, and it will just be one last player remaining for IHC.
Alva rolling it down, the off angle for Alter Ego, over towards Ziol, behind the knoll, and he will fall.
That's correct. There's no grass here, though.
Does it have to be grassy to be a knoll?
Yeah, grassy knoll.
Does it? Oh, rubbish.
It's okay. Don't worry. I got your meaning. Got your meaning.
I will counter you with that. A knoll is a small hill or mound. There you go. No mention of grass.
All right, okay. Okay. Respect.
According to Google, anyway.
Respect to Google.
Yeah.
The all-seeing eye. Yeah, so... But interesting project. Again, for Ziol, it just looks like he's had the wind knocked out of the poor guy. He was one of the greats in the past. It's a shame. It's a shame to see him in this group red looking the way he is. Again, it's only day one. You can only say so much from what you're seeing here. Also for Juke to stay alive and just consistently be here. He's like, I'm not done yet. I ain't done yet. Still going. Finally put him down.
Still some bite in the old dog, but
yeah.
Will be gone to seed now. That's an unresed player in the back of the buggy. Just holding on. Clutching his belly. Oh, I feel poorly. Might be a little bit more poorly when you crash into the next team on the menu. And yeah, just not stopping for that res to me is a little bit funky.
Yeah, I think with the way that the blue is coming in, it's stage 4, right? You can't really stop anyway to grab it. And you just want to push in, try and get behind cover. I think it was the safest thing they probably could have done for him, whilst also keeping Tanj safe at the same time. It's a tough one. Here's Enigma Galaxy up against Vengeance. Good nades over the top already here for Enigma Galaxy. Still at 4 players as well. That should be a knock on the nade. Again, this is what I'm talking about. The double nades as well, it's like they're coordinated very decently. The point where even if one nade doesn't do all the damage, the second should get the knock just off the splash.
Just getting some cover down. Enigma Galaxy not going too quickly into this one. No nades for Redox left. The res can come through for Vengeance, and on the northwest side, difficult approach uphill sits ahead of them. The smokes are there. They've bloomed. Vengeance allowed up to the ridge, but an immediate put down for Redox onto Noise. Not going to be too noisy anymore. So he looks for more as well. Over towards Lily, going for the challenge. Takes a little damage, doesn't go down, but in comes the rest of them. The rear axle on the buggy displayed there as Narvalo launches on over the top, goes for the side swipe, the spray down. It's dastardly, but Narvalo falls for it. Enigma Galaxy actually not looking super strong onto this engagement. I'm not convinced just yet, Blank, but they're still doing pretty well on this lobby. And it should be just Lily to remain up through the smoke. Needs the challenge, but in the buggy. Not going to find the rotate there. Snowix with the pump action. Trapped in the shack, but can step out into the blue after he gets this heal.
Yeah, for Redox, it's such a shame because he makes such a good play there to open things up for himself and the rest of the squad. And then out of nowhere, you see one of the most insane maneuvers from Narvalo. And he's completely lost in the source. Fumbling around in the smoke there as well to try and find his target with the UMP and actually falls because of it. And I think Nick McGrax could have easily been on a full 4-man here. I think that it was a maneuver that they made because they expected Redox to be in danger, but you have to trust him in that situation. As soon as he gets the first knock, it's like Narvalo had that high ground. Should not have been one of the first ones flying in outside the blue. Not by one shot. You got to trust in your teammates. You hold that high ground. That's your job, and you're the backstop. So yeah, I did not like that play from Narvalo whatsoever. For Nick Galaxy, that might hurt them in the long run, but still, in first place, 4 eliminations off the back of it, 3 players to work with. It's not the end of the world, but certainly another game where they could have increased their reputation within Group Red.
Now is an inflection point in the lobby. We're into stage 5, Blank. We're transitioning out of the middle game. We're going to be looking towards the late game. It's at this point that TJB need to stand up and start racking in those points. They desperately need them at this juncture, and with the ground that they hold right now on their split, it's looking like they could have a good impact to it as well. They have so much control. A big wide split for TJB. They're holding a lot of face. A lot of teams are respecting that as well, so we'll see if there's some disrespect waiting in the wings. But right now they've only got 1 elim. They'll need to start to stay a little bit stronger into it. A nade over towards Virtus Pro's duo, but another of ASI8 falls. 6 elims for them though. And the players from Pakistan going to be pretty happy with this game again.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. I mean, again, it's not where they wanted to end up, but they are putting up points every single game at least, which is good to see. Which keeps them in the running over towards that top side. That kind of consistency, though, it is a little bit topsy-turvy today because there is a ton of teams all still vying for that control over how the lobby develops in terms of what rotations can we mark down, what can we challenge on, how can we fix things going tomorrow, which is why you will see some of those points being a little bit skewed all over the place. We're not really pulling too far ahead today. Now, Icy potentially looking to challenge out versus ASI8, but Desai's better of it. Heads back towards his teammate Malloy.
Only Falak left for ASI8. They made a dash for the middle, and it's allowed them to survive a moment or two longer. Nades over to Na'Vi, traded back between them and IWNRX right now on the northeast side of the circle. Swain with another, Lemon cooking one of his own. Nades going long, but it lands straight onto 6. I feel like that may have been not intentional, but they'll take it nonetheless. It is traded, however. Both teams finding a knock, and that will slow both of them down. Neither in the blue zone right now, but Na'Vi closer to the edge, also under more pressure from the terrain that sits around them. Another knock comes through. That's TJB starting to chime in, a third party on the fight, and this is the impact I've wanted them to have. They need to pick up this point if they want to have a chance to break towards the top of these tables in this match, because now's their chance.
Lemon has always had killer nades, honestly, and these are no less. The fact that he's able to bounce them over that top side and get consistent damage over to IWNRX just shows the capability of Lemon, because those are not nades that are ever going to knock, but he is ensuring that ever a revive goes through, he's going to get the re-knock off the back of it, just allowing his team to slowly pressure and walk up. But you're right, TJB needs some more off the back of that. They do pick up 2 eliminations on the case, but not much more than that. I think that they're happy to just try and pick themselves up at least a top 3. Chicken dinner would be ideal for them. But with this position, it should be the case of a chicken dinner you're looking for in this game. A lot of control they're holding right now over towards that central side. At this point in time, this is where you want to see some of those characteristics of the aggression coming through from TJB on the high ground.
Hoping for it, Malloy. Backed off the top there by Team Queso. Playing from the compound on the south. Icy, low, Lemon. Still launching those nades. Overarm, looking for the bounce, but Not quite connecting there, takes a bit of damage. That nade looks like it could be dangerous to Virtus.pro. Not quite going to find it, unfortunately. Just falls short of that ridge line, but has another one to put towards the back lines for Virtus.pro. Puts it forwards. That looks quite good, but again, just short. They're playing one crag back of where they're expecting right now. That might see it. No, again, the bounce is just not working. The vehicle keeps Malloy safe, and they might think that they've cleared this. If they get too far forwards, he could get a side swipe. 3 players are there. TJB are now up on the high ground. They've moved into position on this one. There's a third party. Could potentially be a factor. Furia on the north side of the meantime against, I think that's Stigma Galaxy over there as well. Could be in danger, but still yet to conclude. A nade over towards Malloy there from Na'Vi as they continue to fight around this hillside. Stigma Galaxy giving a good fight to Furia on the north edge in the meantime, but there's not too many of them left.
TJB wildly split off right now. I think at any moment be a turnaround, but this was a fight that they desperately needed, and a great job from 676. Able to take down a lot of Furia there. Just 2 players. For Na'Vi, this is just a gross misunderstanding of the terrain, sadly. You don't always know every little minute detail of the map. But the fact that they don't know that there's that sharp inlay on the rock, they waste about 6 or 7 grenades off the back of that one. I think at some point someone should have scouted forward and been like, there is a rock there. I cannot throw the grenades around. We have to reapproach this one. So yeah, it's just unfortunate for Na'Vi that they don't have full insight onto that location. It was made more difficult by the smoke being popped up, but again, that's just well played to Virtus.pro. To deny that sightline keeps them alive for a whole lot longer, and Na'Vi's cut down the size with 2. But another high elimination game for them, with 8 elims sitting them sat pretty happily in 3rd place.
They're looking pretty good, but TJB have managed to sweep away quite a lot of these eliminations over towards Furia. I think they may have been able to get all 4 and picking up a couple over on the flip side as well, as Icy for Virtus.pro. Na'Vi still going. Icy into the smoke. The Molotov there will stop his retreat, but I don't think he's read that. That will be a burn down, and Flip picks up the point. So Na'Vi up to 9 now off the back of that elimination. A nade downhill. Ooh, just not quite going to connect.
I think this is almost an impossible game for TJB to lose at this point. It depends if anyone has vehicles. Good job from Flower as well as 676. That will be Stigma Galaxy out on this western side. But yeah, with the high ground they hold, it's very hard to challenge TJB on this position, especially because they've got a kill squad on the northern side as well, just roaming throughout the map. Incilio's doing their best to sit down towards this western side, but oversight is being held by TJB, and they've been happy to leave Na'Vi to fend for themselves versus Team Queso.
Ooh, dangerous high ground there from Longs. Not quite going to finish the spray, but it's going to slow them down, and it's going to give Triple S an opportunity to drop those nades. The Molotov to burn this one away. TJB defending this high ground area, forcing this fight to come in, and in comes the kill squad. A nade over the top to try and slow them down, but they're already putting the pedal down on the metal. There's that spray into the crag, and Flower gets the last strafe across the forward position for Incilio. 2 of their players cut away, getting trimmed down to size. Can Team Queso use this opportunity to get into this one, Blank? Can they find a way up and challenge TJB on this high ground?
Again, for TJB, this is not the end of TJB down towards 16th place. They're a very good team. You can see here that Flower and 676 play perfectly off the back of one another with the help of Longs as well as Triple S. They have this high ground to work with. It's wonderful. It just locks Incilio into this just really awkward fight. So fantastic stuff. And I think for TJB, there's still quite a lot of elims left in the lobby. If we look at it from this angle, there's still 8 elims remaining, and at 9 so far, make that 10 as they pick up 6. You know, this is a potential 17 elim game.
That's a confusing sentence. Make that 10 as they pick up 6. It's always a fun one. But they are on that 10 elimination mark, and this is what I was looking for from this team, to be able to come back. And that's what is a championship mentality, right? To be able to have a bit of a naff day, only 5 points over the 3 games that they've played already. Sorry, the 4 games that they've played already. And come into the 5th with that mindset. We can take this big, bold split on the high ground. We know we've got the power to do it. And Now they just need to hold people out. Team Queso, I mean, you can see, I said, is there a chance that they can move around? The time has really gone for them to maybe mount an ascension up towards the top here, but the cliff is just so deadly. There's so little ways to get up here. It's impossible, you're right.
Yeah, it's just the type of game that TJB really needed, because it absolutely secures you a chicken dinner playing on this high ground. It's very, very hard to knock a team that has held this position for so long. The circle center's up on it, and it's actually very rare you get a circle center up over towards the position as well, because a lot of it would be considered unplayable space by this point in time, because you have to get up here super early on. But good job to Team Queso and Incilio, taking this opportunity to take the fight between them. If I was Team Queso, there really does become a question of, like, do we just deny this now at this point? Maybe we can get some nades over towards the top side. That could be a possibility.
Flower's quite low here.
Oh,
does get the heal off. Lands it right on the ledge, but unfortunately doesn't quite connect as the shots over towards Team Queso continue to land, and it's just going to be a slow bleed out here. Flip is up on the high ground with TJB. If there's a knock sent their way, if a nade finds its mark, if Flower accidentally slips off the edge there, could be dangerous. Has to dip back into the blue, so taken low, but that was to confirm that flush. Flip does spot one, and this is what I was talking about. His position now is known. Does have high ground advantage over a lot of TJB here, though. Nade with a little funny bounce there. Doesn't quite go the direction he wanted. Danger still as he forces this healing. A nade up high, but 676 so fast on that first aid and immediately up and ready for the fight. He's chomping at the bit. The nade is there. Does not quite find the knock, and Flip does fall. That leaves TJB up on the higher ground. 12 elims. Let's see if they can make it 15 and get a 25-point game.
That's where they circle centers, really. I think for TJB...
In the
Do they have to move down? Do they have to move down the cliff? The real question.
I think Team Queso are right on the edge, right? Like, I don't think Team Queso can move at all. So this is just going to be the drop down. Flower going to take the knock. The play zone denial for at least one. The nade drops down for Lungs, trying to pick up those points. And down goes 676. What? Okay. Oh. Okay, I thought that could have been Team Queso for just a moment, but TJB do take it down, trying to rack up a couple of those points. That gave me a little bit of a shiver towards the end there, but TJB survive, and they will take it all the way. That is how you mount a comeback.
I enjoyed the, let's say, just nade in hand martyrdom play as they flew down the cliffside. I mean, honestly, it's a good play to make, because even if you don't pick up the elimination as you drop down, at least it's going to come through afterwards as they get knocked by the play zone. But a fantastic game from TJB, one that they desperately needed in match 5.
Man, my heart was beating fast there at the very end. I mean, with Flip up against 676 and that 1v1, that nade, if it just did a little bit more damage, maybe Flip could have survived and then punished TJB from the backside. But then to see them all, like, basically falling off the high ground, looking for those last eliminations, man. I was with John. I was like, I wasn't 100% sure they won that game.
Right? They gave it all they got. You know what I'm saying? Right there towards the end was getting definitely a little squirrely, especially seeing them flying TJB players. But you know what? They got that chicken dinner. I was like watching it, and Max and I were just like, okay, yeah, so TJB wins. Who's coming up second, right?
Pretty much.
And Team Queso were able to clutch that up. But yeah, you mentioned it, Jason, that, oh my gosh, Na'Vi could have snuck it out there for a second. That nade would have been so close. But regardless, a good game overall for these teams. And it's good to finally see TJB come back.
I think Flip understood, well, not just Flip, the entirety of Na'Vi understood very early on this game, okay, was almost an impossible game to win. We're just going to start gunning for first place very quickly. And he found a little somewhat cavernous area, like hidden spot that you couldn't really get info on him. Yeah, I was looking for the word.
Just like, where are you going? Was it a dark cavernous
He was in the dark alley on the mountain, just trying to survive as long as he could, and luckily enough, he did make it into the top 3 scenario. But look at this replay. I said it as a joke. Imagine they all fall off and they start falling off one by one, like, not.
Just imagine the miscommunication that potentially happens there. Like, okay, you stay. No, you stay. You don't stay. Okay, we're jumping, and then everyone jumps and they're like, wait, who stayed?
Team Queso
stayed. But I think what's kind of important with this win is on a couple different fronts here. So let's start things off by taking a look. Obviously, a ton of eliminations, right? They ended up picking up 12, if I can do my math correctly. thinking back to the split they had on top of this little mountain, having 2 players towards the north-hand side with Flower and I believe that was SSS, they were in a 2-on-2 up against Nigma Galaxy that if they lost that 2-on-2, you potentially could have seen Nigma come in, take the high ground away from TJB.
It was actually Flower on 676, but yeah, they were fighting Nigma Galaxy. Close enough. I was a little bit scared because Longs was checking out Incilio, and then you had SSS who was looking at Virtus Pro and also Team Kesso. So that means that really Flower and 676, if the fight does not instantly start going their way versus Nigma Galaxy, they don't have the assistance of those 2 players on top of the mountain. And that was a really big threat for them this game, Jukes, that if they lose those 2 players, do they end up winning the game? Losing the game, sorry, because then you have Flip that maybe can take the 1v2, you're not too sure. So it was a bit risky, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah, so many different possibilities, but you got to take those risks. And I think TJV was one of those points where they definitely had to, especially with their performance earlier on. You know, they were in last place with only, what was it? 5 points? Yeah, 5 points prior to this match here. This is the second last of the day. After this win with this many eliminations, Jason, how far up do you think they moved up the leaderboards?
Do you want me to cheat? Because I already know where they are.
Don't cheat, just guess.
Wait, you read the script?
Very far. Very far.
Very far.
I mean, considering there was only a couple point difference like across the entire leaderboards, I'm just going to give like a random guess. So 16th place, I'm going to guess they moved up to 7th or 6th.
Okay.
Off that one game.
That's
well,
crazy.
no, that's a little bit high. That's a little bit high. I'll go like around 8th place.
I was going to say 8th,
place?
yeah, middle of the table.
Okay.
Has to be.
Get out of my head, Max. But what's also, I think, really important for us to mention is that TJB, and you brought this up while we were watching, Max, is like, how much ammo do they have left? Because they were on top of the mountain. Yeah, they would be able to get eliminations, but they couldn't loot the eliminations. They couldn't loot any of those crates that they were getting. And we did see a couple of points here where they did start to run dangerously low on ammo. So I feel like that's also something we have to commend them on, of being able to be very mindful and demure, of course, about how much ammo they're spending.
They were out of ammo, so they became the ammo when they fell off the cliff trying to nade people on Team Kesso. But yeah, they were really struggling. They got lucky. They found themselves a P90 also, which did help them a lot in the end to especially get that 1 versus 1 against Flip. But it worked out great. I think that they just held on to their resources at the end to make sure they had enough to take those final fights. And it resulted in 22 points here this time around, Hot Chicks. We know from PEL, right, that they can initiate a comeback. It's a day 1 comeback, so it's very early for them to pull it off.
Very early.
I'm glad to see it that they made a big game happen so early on when they had a rough start of the day.
I mean, yeah, a rough start is an understatement. Yeah, 5 points in that many matches is crazy, but that was a huge comeback for them, and they definitely have, I think, plenty of time here in this tournament to definitely bounce back. And they did it at the right time. They did it at the right time. Earlier, the better, you know? Another team I want to give a little bit of love to that was on the first page was I8. You know, I8, they didn't win the game, but they put some points on the board after a rough rotation. That's something I wanted to see from them, Jason. I didn't want to see another, 0 elimination game, but they were able to go and do it. I like the fact that they did send it to center. They did get taken out early because of that. But regardless, I'd love to see them making those bold decisions.
Yeah, and it's something you guys talk about quite often, right? It's about how the teams measure up when they have bad games. And this was a good bad game, I think is exactly what you said, Max, right?
Yeah.
A very good bad game for them because they still get like the 6 points coming through. They're still continuing to build up a lead against some teams and maintain their position on the leaderboards, whereas other teams, unfortunately, finishing with 0, 1, or maybe even luckily 2.
Yeah, it's not even just them. It's Na'Vi, Nigma Galaxy, IA. They are just getting early eliminations in these matches, and it just keeps them relevant at the top. I mean, look at that. First, second, third for those 3 teams. And wait, where are they?
8th place, TJB.
Yeah,
that's what we predicted.
Yep. Good stuff.
Crazy. One more game like this and they could be in like 3rd place. Isn't that wild?
In 2 matches, imagine? What?
That'd be what? I want to see it, honestly, because that would be the most badass comeback I've seen in a hot minute.
Oh, we can see here Na'Vi, the elim leader at the moment with 33 eliminations. The only team in top 3 without a chicken dinner as well, having the 12 placement points. But then you look at some other teams like I8, 1 placement point outside of their chicken dinner on Sanhok earlier on, but they obviously have a lot of eliminations behind this. I wanted to actually ask if you guys had any surprises in the leaderboards over towards the top of the table, if it's gone the way you've expected.
As of right now, I would have to say I'm happy with Team Kesso. I wasn't sure what to expect from them going into this game. Sure, they don't have a chicken dinner yet. I think there's a chance it could be happening. But I got to say, they're playing very demure, Jason, to use your words.
Very cutesy.
Yeah, very cutesy, very demure. They've had some really solid rotations, especially on the last Erangel earlier. But this match, they knew very early on, Hodrix, I think it's fair to say, that we're not winning this game. All we have to do is outlive your Incilios, your Virtus Pros, your Navis if we have the chance of doing so. And that's going to result in at least some placement point coming our way because they were rotating from this far southern side. So they knew this is not a win. So they just got the second best thing, which is a second place.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? I'm going to say that my big surprise, honestly, is going to be Enigma Galaxy, right? They're on top with 50 points. Going into this, I didn't think they were going to have such a strong start. You know, a lot of things have been changing for them. Obviously, no more Coops on the roster, right? They're on top, though, with 50 points right now. They're looking like an entirely different squad. They've definitely put in that homework and are looking to take this away from everybody else. So it's good to see them on top. Another good one for me is Navi. Honestly, though, with them in 45 points in second place, I think we're going to see Axer coach for a little bit longer.
He's coaching well.
I mean,
what do you think, Jason?
I mean, you know, if it's working, you know, why change it?
You can't change it, dude, right?
Like if your team's in top 3 and is going to get to grand finals, you know, hell, I'll sit, I'll bench. I don't care, man, as long as my team's doing well here. But one thing I do want to mention and point out is that we're having a very different play style between Group Yellow and Group Red. Group Yellow, we saw a lot of center play where teams will full send it in. That's where we saw Mir and Sejong become so successful. But we're seeing so much edge play here out of all these teams. Obviously, the zones maybe not favoring the ability to full send it center, but there's just so much edge play that it's kind of insane that it's like working out like this.
Except for this game is a bit different because of how it finished on top of that mountain for TJB. But even the games before this, Jason, and it is very true, which is a lot of teams are going for that sweeping edge playstyle. We saw it come out from Enigma Galaxy. We saw it come out from Tianba, also south of shooting range. It is something that is very interesting how this group is different compared to Group Yellow. But what I'm interested to see is how is it going to go heading into, you know, survival stage, last chance, or even the grand finals? Because so far, edge, center, it's really different. But the clash of metas that we have in these groups, which is really weird to say, is going to be a very interesting showdown to see happen.
Yeah, the crazy thing, the big difference in my opinion is like we're seeing these edge teams here in this group be so successful, right? We're seeing certain squads be like point sponges, just taking out team after team after team. And in Group Yellow, we didn't see that at all, right? We saw squads that are playing on edge just be forced to just take out each other, and we didn't really see that happen more often than not. But here in day number 1, that's where we're seeing a lot of these teams get majority of their points from, you know, except for now, we saw TJB get like a classical, beautiful center zone, and then they just dominated, you know. But we got one more match left to go. I'm really wondering if TJB is going to make an even bigger bounce back for sure.
Well, I think TJB just proved to the lobby. Right now, one good game, that's going to bounce you up in the leaderboards and take you out of the bottom of the table. I mean, you've got Ultra Ego there looking for some movement. We got IHC looking for some movement as well. Obviously, some other teams like Furia. So I feel like it kind of should ideally put in the minds of all these other teams out there, like, yeah, you might be down right now, but you're not out. It just takes that one good game. You still have 3 days left to go after this as well. Yeah. Just keep that focus and keep on improving, and you can definitely have your chance to move up the leaderboards.
Especially when you look at some of the bottom teams in the bottom 5, especially, you still got some really big names like Ultra Ego, IHC, Furia. Like, we know that these guys can bring some big elimination matches around the corner. So just like we saw with TJB, one game, that is all you need, and you are going to be in a more comfortable position entering into your second day. But one more match is available now before we wrap up the day, and I think that those bottom teams really want to end on a high, especially IHC, right? The current reigning champions of PMGC since last year. And we had some doubts, Jason, right? They've had a really rough year. How is this PMGC going to go? As of right now, this is kind of what I expected, which is they are struggling to get in circles. Teams are holding them off so successfully, and they just can't play their typical playstyle. They're really having a bad time.
My question, though, is like, this hard time they're having, whose fault is it, right? And I'm thinking it's more of the fault of their own, because I was looking at this last map feed and we saw them landed at Al Zahar, right? The circle wasn't too far away from them. It was kind of like more central towards Pecado, but they stayed on that edge for so long. They were just waiting and waiting and waiting so long, as a matter of fact, that they got stuck in the blue zone. I'm not sure if maybe they were kind of hunting down some extra loot or what, but they took forever. And because of that, they ended up going all the way down south and having to face so many different squads. I think it was along the sides of like Tianba or Roy as well.
Yeah.
And they got punished because of that. So I want to see them just get a little pep in their step in this next one.
I do like it initially. They were trying to go for really wide rotate, but then the circle started shifting away from them. At that point, I would have just said, Hotjix, just keep wide rotating into a better spot. But but then they started fighting one team, and then the circle shifted away. They keep fighting another team, and the more fights you take, the less players you're going to be having towards the late game. So yeah, I think it's down to rotation paths. Maybe they can change a few things, but if you're forcing yourself to take 3-4 fights in a row, chances are you're not going to be coming out on top.
Well, we're going to find out what team will be able to come out on top here at the end of the day. And of course, lead our leaderboards while we finish off our first day of Group Red here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage for 2024. It's time to head back to our commentators. You know what, Maxman? Why don't we change things up? Why don't you throw it to John and Blake?
John and Blank, take it away for our last game of the day. I don't know.
Hey, thank you very much, Max Man. A nice little shake-up there. I was very, very happy to hear it. We will indeed take it right away from Miramar up towards El Azahar on the eastern side of this plane. Difficult to get up to the north side here. La Cobraria, potentially a tricky rotate.
Man, that was a good throw from Max until he doubted himself.
I liked it.
Right at the end.
Yeah. Got back himself.
Back himself a bit more. But yeah, we're heading over towards the south side of the map. A bit more of an awkward playing path than we've seen over on our previous Miramar. But hopefully we won't go to the one place on the map where it's impossible to get up in the end game. So we'll see how all that breaks down as we get our first circle coming in on just shortly after this playing path concludes. But already a lot of teams out here. Na'Vi heading down towards the south side of the map and Miramar, as well as Alter Ego pathing out over towards Partona, but likely should stop pretty short down towards the south side of the map.
See if anyone is going to drop on top of one another. Concilio further out than ASI8 right now. So unlikely that they are going to get embroiled in mischief this early on. On the north side, yeah, seems like maybe a little bit of a drop on a vehicle there for Tianba. Could be dangerous, and it's a big north shift on the circle as well, Blank. We are going to be heading up to the north side, away from the finishes that we saw over towards Montenuevo. Not going to be seeing that area again, guaranteed for our second Miramar of the day. And everybody going to be on a wide rotate. That west rotate path through La Cobraria now very viable for teams like Nigma Galaxy and Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's a very, very long rotate for some of our teams.
Uh-oh.
Machete play in action. Furia, right at the start here. Vengeance being taken down by one notch. Only 16th place, so not having the greatest of time so far. But yeah, a lot of western rotates are available for a fair few of our teams, at least on that western road up towards El Pozo, and then crossing back in through La Cobraria, so you can cut in that way. Yeah, certainly an interesting circle, this one. I'm not always the biggest of fans playing this one myself, but I think for players, it's as much of a difficulty because there is so much dead ground in this area, especially towards the center of the circle as well, where it becomes quite difficult to play. Further we head over towards the east, and further we head over towards the west, there's more high ground in play. Silence, quite literally silence. There's more high ground in play over towards the west and east. So it's a very, very difficult circle to play because you have to gamble either west or east here and take control of some of the high ground. And if it does head on the other side of you, you just got to bite that bullet and head on out to the other side.
Furia still just trying to sneak these points away. Let's take a replay of that initial knock and kill. Oh, wow, with the machete against the pump action as well. That's a pretty decent trade. To be honest, you take those. You take those where you can.
Yeah, flying through the air is pretty awesome, honestly. I was very, very happy to see it.
Absolutely. We did have... I was told we were going to have an interview. Not too sure if that one's coming through. It might have been the replay that was coming in either way. But yeah, Furia pretty happy with the start, but unfortunately losing silence to a little spray down from the off angle. Makes things a little bit sticky for them. I mean, the Brazilians right now, so far in Group Yellow, they did have an impact with Alpha 7, obviously, being the big headline over in their region. But yeah, it was unfortunate that Loops couldn't quite keep up the pace, and now Furia seems to be suffering the same fate. TJB, off the back of that last game, need conversion, right? 27 points, but if you're just going to be an all-or-nothing team, it's not going to be good enough to get up towards the top 3, and I need my predictions to be right. So for me, they need to pick it up.
Yeah, for sure. I think 27 points, though, is still an incredible result coming down right in 16th place at the start of this one. Should see them very, very happy to pick up a massive amount of eliminations in that last game. One of the biggest games we've seen so far during the group stages in PMGC. Sorry, we're just getting updated on some info about that interview. Not happening yet. Potentially later. Onshore.
Might be in a bit. After the scrap between Vengeance and Furia, Japan versus Brazil. I mean, PMGO certainly provided that arena.
Got wrecked.
Yeah, Brazil lost that one. Are they going to be able to win it out on this little scrap here in Impala with Virtus Pro potentially third-partying into this? The massive high ground for Furia as well. He's going to have to solo face off on this angle, but he goes for one, looks for a second. Okay, no, they're going to just tuck back away. Lily on the background there. Can't quite find the response. As Vengeance lose another on the forefront. Not going to go for the res just yet. Look at Kayovski up in the high ground as well. With that scar, can have an impact.
Nade through the backside. Damn, almost grabs him, but straight up into the Molotov. Very well placed there from Vengeance. Fury sat back into a more precarious situation, and Kayovski, considering whether his decision was the right one to stay up on the high ground, needs to have some sort of impact, but can't quite catch any of these players off guard just yet. M24, though.
Virtus Pro, they're crawling up behind him. They've heard the shots that he launched earlier. The nades are coming through from Furia, sure, but I'm expecting Virtus Pro to be able to find this one. I think he's figured it out now. Danger up on the high ground. A solo, an isolated position, whereas Virtus Pro have a lot of backup to play around. If they can get closer, this is one dead Kayovski, and all of a sudden, Gusta is all alone. A spray down on the inside and quite out in the yard. Doesn't quite have the backup, doesn't have the time to go for it. Oh, goodness me. Furia in danger, taking down Vengeance, but can they turn things around and keep themselves alive?
Arthur's in with an incredible spray down on the front lines. Take down two. I think that still sits them on two players alive, though, and Kayovski tucks himself into a little corner now. Koa and the rest of Virtus Pro starting to make their way down to catch whoever was left remaining in this area.
Tixie backing off a little bit. Virtus Pro, they may not know that there's only one player, but it's Koa, actually, who spots him clambering around the rock face. And that should be a nice, easy flush. Too difficult to climb. Tianba with Shan there. Actually, Team Queso should be able to find this knock, potentially. Not quite going to go for the sprays. The hop out's just a little slow for Team Queso.
Whole goat here from Team Queso. Looking out, we're trying to take some couple of pot shots. Not finding too much of anything, though. Whole goat currently with the highest LM proportion for the team. But a huge amount of central play here. A lot of teams not opting to head either on the east or the west side, but trying to occupy a lot of those compounds that sit around that dead area we talked about earlier in the center of this circle. Just in case stage 2 is a little bit wonky.
Circle yet to fully close, so teams waiting to fully commit. But again, huge and central cluster. Alter Ego pushing in, playing back towards the edge. La Bandita navigating around the east side of things. We'll have to go a little bit closer if they want to be in the middle mix. We are going to take a little stopgap. We do have an interview coming in for you as well, so make sure you pay attention.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one's going to be in regards to Alter Ego, currently in 13th place. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and he was telling me that right now the morale, the confidence for the team is really not that high. They're hoping they'll be able to reset after today. So hopefully tomorrow Alter Ego will come back strong.
Definitely needing that mental strength to come on through for Alter Ego. And we are hoping that they can pull it out the bag here. Right now, they are down in the doldrums amongst the teams at the bottom that we've been covering so far, Blank.
Yeah, I think for Alter Ego, I don't think it's been a terrible day today. I think it's just been a couple of mishaps here and there for them. Rosemary's definitely been leading the charge for the team, but even he can't keep everything going at the same time. 22 points. If you look at the difference between that and 4th place, it's realistically 15 points total. It's not a ridiculous jump up to find either tomorrow at the end of today. FaZe, though, coming up into the face of the Falcons, who so far are getting the better of them.
Falcons right now trying to push into the top 3, trying to maintain a spot at the top of the tables, but they have a stiff competition in this fight with FaZe as 1-2 knocks sent back their way. They have managed to find a knock into this fight in response, but Falcons are falling here. Icy's the last to go, and FaZe lose 1, but gain 4 points.
Which is surprising. At the start of that fight, it looked incredibly in the favor of the Falcons, but fantastic turnaround there from FaZe. So we know they are a scrappy team, love to get up in the face of their opponents. As soon as they were in that compound, it felt like it spelled doom a little bit for Falcons. Shot towards Virtus Pro. Insleo will find themselves Malloy. This is as Virtus Pro was trying to extricate themselves out from Impala. It was a good rotate from them up towards that top side, but it feels like they've just stuck around a little bit too long out in the open. Not expecting any more rotates from this eastern side, but realistically, I think you should have been expecting that, considering where the circle has gone up towards Sierra Brunca and Cruz de Valle.
Yeah, big open area to the west of Cruz de Valle is still in. A lot of undulations, though, so it can contain quite a few teams. Getso Roy with a compound position, I believe, over on the west side, and looking for a couple more teams to try and take up occupancy there. On the north side, you've got Na'Vi trying to approach, IHC and TJB out on the west, who probably going to have to fight on the east side of Water Treatment Hill. Meanwhile, on the south, where we are with the cameras, we're with Tianba and Alter Ego trying to make their way on in north. Still 4 players for both of them, but I imagine that's about to change because damage is pouring either way, and Rosemary is the first casualty. Alva is the second, and Tianba definitely leading in this fight.
Yeah, Tianba doing quite well here so far. It's on 4 players and a fantastic couple of shots. Looking over towards Alter Ego. I mean, Tianba want to get further up towards that top side. IHC taking heavy damage.
Dangerous stuff. The spray down for TJB looks
still
good.
alive.
Finally manages to stay up in the fight. I mean, both of them going wide with the sprays, but TJB keeping all 4 of themselves alive is really important here. The conversion game needs to come through. The hill on the east side of Water Treatment, really open and dangerous. Repeatedly, we see teams having a tough time getting up there, and so no wonder that there was a squad wipe. I'm just surprised that TJB keep it clean with all 4.
Yeah, I mean, for TJB, it was kind of interesting towards the end of that fight there with IHC just displaying some of that caliber of team fight that they have going on for them. Very difficult to take down that final moment, but TJB do make it happen. A good catch from them. Right now, it's Tianba versus Alter Ego, and Alter Ego, final player in you, not wanting to allow Tianba to leave quietly here. It looks like they will get their player back up on his feet, get gone. QZZ, though, wrapping around to catch him.
XC gets rezzed up by Shan, but this is and stage 3 actually pretty crucially, so you can actually get that first aid off, meaning that you can be back in action and rotatable. Alter Ego down. That is going to be the last out, which means that now Tianba can try and push in. All 4 of them alive as well, so some really strong conclusions for the Chinese teams right now in our last game of the day, keeping themselves in, getting 4 points and staying as a full squad, which is really important to navigate these Miramars.
Yeah, I think if we're looking over towards Alter Ego, it's an unfortunate end in 22 points, but yeah, Tianba, fantastic job for them, but a huge amount of space to cover in the coming moments leading up to stage 4. They have to get a quick regroup, reset, pick up all the loot from those death crates. Fantastic rotate out from Bond as well down towards that south side to catch off the final player from Alter Ego to make this retrieval of the game a bit easier. They want to get backstabbed as they left from this position.
Very difficult position to hold for Arthurzen. On that south side, Virtus Pro are going to try and move through that area, I imagine. in the coming moments, in the coming minutes. ASI8, again, another team that has started to impress so far in today's games, and 40 points already on the 5 matches that they found is a great result, a great way to start things out. If they can get 10 points on this game, I think a 50-point day is in general pretty huge, right? If you can keep up a 50-point day across all 4 days, you're breaking that 200-point barrier, and in general, that is enough to see you safe into the top 3. So a 10-point game would be lovely for them. However, they are a little bit in the sticks. This shift may help them, however, as it goes out to the west.
Yeah, absolutely. For TJB as well, a little bit of an awkward rotate for them. I mean, a lot of the areas where they want to flow on through are already occupied. I think Getso Roy could potentially be a position where they could take up residence in. I think that at this point in time, your team fight potential between them and TJB would firmly go in the hands of TJB. Like I said before, Tianba making this rollout has taken a while to get towards the position. They haven't had a whole lot of time to scout, so they understand more than anyone else that potentially in the future it could be some problematic fights they get themselves into. QZZ stopping early to get first aid kit off to make sure he's healthy as he comes in and out of the blue, just in case they fly into an immediate fight. Thurston trying to make his way out over towards VP. The vehicle is smoking. The explosion will not be the thing to take him out. It makes an emergency eject from the vehicle, but the drop is just too much.
Can't quite make it any further, but ASI8 chime in. Tixi goes down low on the knock, but not going to get flushed away. Not just yet. You've also got Tianba. Remember, they are sending in from the circle, so ASI8 do need to be careful. However, they've got a lot of sightlines out on this south edge. They don't have to worry about the blue zone too much for now, but they'll have to shift up towards the north side out of this one. Maybe use that roadside for cover. Maybe their only option. There's not too many positions that they can take up further. Maybe a shack or a hay bale or two, but getting out of this situation, not as profitable as sticking around and trying to take down Tianba. Team Queso now having to fend off against a push from IWNRX, but it's looking like it's starting well for IWNRX. They're already in blank.
Yeah, fully in the building. I mean, IWNRX had a great start to this day and it fell off a little bit. They were still putting up points though, which is fantastic. Team Queso playing Potro down, just Cold Goat remaining. He has been a strong contender for the squad, but in the face of 4 players from IWNRX, it is nothing that he can do to keep himself alive in that situation. So IWNRX, they confirm themselves a fairly strong spot within the circle. Tianba still awkwardly meandering their way through these rotations. ISI8 are next on the chopping block for them.
Should be Resable though, and it looks like ASI8, goodness me, ASI8 are going to be able to pick that one back up, but in comes the party bus, bringing the party to them, but immediately it's curfew inactive. Virtus Pro trying to third party. QZ trying to hold off that third party angle. Gets a lot of damage onto Icy. The blue zone may take him down if he doesn't get out fast enough, but he just gets ahead of it. ASI8 take down the remnants of Tianba, and the crash didn't work out. The third party flex, and it is a confirm onto the position for Virtus Pro. Icy having to get that first aid off allows the cross as well.
Yeah, which is problematic. Very, very well played to Falak, because he's trying to get ahead of the situation already. Immediately picks up that shot over towards Icy. Koa is able to find a nade over towards Falak, and now it is a 2v3 here for Virtus Pro.
Hello, guys.
They're unable to get the confirm over towards Falak either. I wonder if Koa's got any nades. Just about 2, but
Hello.
Nades pouring over towards his position already, and that nade will take him down from Noki. Only 1 player left remaining now, and a lot of people know his name, but not on the roster of Virtus Pro. It is Tixi.
See if he can find these nades. This response, last player to go for Virtus Pro. Doesn't quite find that knock. Koa is going to get flushed away. That is stolen by IWNRX, which means another point over to the Turkish squad over on the north side. Quite a distance away. Just Tixi remains. ASI8 can continue to trek forwards into this match. They have 2 elims, and they're pushing in from the south side. The circle goes a little bit away from them, further up to the north. Keeps Getso Roy's compound in. Keeps IWNRX in the circle as well, and that south point of Cruz de Valle, where Incelio take up so much ground, is still in also.
क्या चल रहा है guys?
It's a curious circle, this one. A really fun ending point over towards the western side of the map, actually, where it's going to be
तेरे को भाई
super interesting how
पढ़ाई
teams play
करने
this
गया
round
था
because it's
Tianba
very
let's
open
go now
ground.
we guys I am reading comments
Just
you can comments now
in
बताओ
terms
क्या
of the
क्या हुआ अभी
area,
लास्ट
no
मैच में क्या हुआ
buildings,
कौन
no
सीढ़ी
nothing,
निकाली
but a fair bit of
पेलिकन बहुत गंदा
hardcore
वाइप
to
हुई
play
है
around with,
वो स्पॉट
a
होल्ड
lot
पे
of
ओके हेलो भाई हेलो
bumps
मिस्टर
and
रेंगो व्हाट्स अप
stumbles
मिस्टर रेंगो भाई आपने
little
यार हमारी
mounds you
मेंबरशिप
can
ली है
play
क्या
behind going further into the game. I think it really will just come down to the players rather than the positioning when we get down to
I just
stage 6,
came.
stage 7.
NGX on top शांतनु ओके NGX on top वो तो दिख रहा है भाई राइट साइड पे है लाइव रैंकिंग आई नो नावी ओए ओए नावी ने सीडी निकाला क्या लास्ट मैच
divots that you were talking about and get so to overwatch it all.
भाई ये पॉइंट्स टेबल में कंसिस्टेंसी बहुत ज्यादा मैटर करती है
So if they look to try and flex out.
Starting के days is important, but last के days are more important. जैसे जैसे days बीतते जाएंगे, let's see what are the mentality and mindset of the teams की कैसे वो comeback करती है. Basically जो team lower ranking में चल रही है, 12 to 16th rank पे. Reason कि 12 से 16 rank की team इस साल के PMGC से directly eliminate हो जाएगी. TGB ने comeback मारा है, good one. Almost close to Tianba bro, एक match से. TGB चिकन ओके नाइस वन लास्ट मैच अभी लास्ट मैच हो रहा है आज के दिन का ऑल्सो गाइस अगर आप स्ट्रीम के अंदर नए हो तो मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक यार लाइक सब्सक्राइब करें
The point scoring is differentiated himself a little bit towards the top side of the lobby with Nick the Galaxy being able to pick up 50 points which is a wonderful result for them. So happy. Can tell that
NGX शायद से डोमिनेट करना स्टार्ट करेगी देखते हो अभी तो मैप वगैरह मेरे को पता ही नहीं क्या है थोड़ा बताओ 10 मिनट का मैच बचा है देख लेते हैं
And they are desperate to join their brethren.
आयट का बंदा नॉक खा गया
in the grand finals.
रह हो जाएगा
Alongside with Navi, in fact.
किल तो दिख रहे हैं मुझे आयट के आयट के प्लस होते हैं पॉइंट दिख रहे हैं मुझे थोड़े बहुत
SI8 now. Dangerous on the nade approach there. Spray down and Falak on the off angle. Not going to have the backup needed to suppress phase. They can't stop that not going through, nor the flush either. And the high ground for ASI8 starting to get crunched in. They do have IQ.
Tomorrow IHC come back. Let's see. Ayogi bro, love from Nepal. I'm OG. Thank you so much Nepal for the win. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. ऐसे love बरकरार रखिए आगे के लिए भी.
From this situation first.
Tired.
TJB very central, but being harassed by Nick the Galaxy right now. Snow expects himself up a shack, but that's all he's got at the moment. With Getso Royu starting to chime in on the conversation, and TJB have sort of allowed them to get over towards this spot, giving ground, headed down towards that south side to hopefully hold out versus FaZe.
Okay, now this is the
situation. Keep you safe until someone sees you, and then you're pretty much done for. Ventura's rolling forwards. May come into contact with TJB. In fact, almost seems like he has to at this point. The rollout is there. Gets Roy again.
TJB last match
with that slight high ground advantage on the long slope ahead of them. We'll be able to see these nades going back and forth, so you cannot poke your head up too high. Ventura's in danger, has to wrap back, but he's got the info. They can play off of that. And in the meantime, gets Roy navigating to a position to take shots.
Yeah, forget so Roy. You're right. They do get to a lot of late game scenarios. Like I said, it's just some of that team fight potential that they do struggle with at times.
Holy Infinity फिर देखने को मिलेगी क्या कि भाई नहीं.
They are happily keeping themselves out of the way a lot of times. FaZe Ventores finding the first shot over towards ASI8. On the other side of the road. Lackluster nade. I think he's a little bit further here, but Ventores makes for a play. It's a dangerous one. Mela does hold his angle.
ASI8 trying to rebuff this. Ventura's still up and close. The nade there takes him very low. Could be a team nade. Ooh, need to be worried there. Stay away from that. Danger close. It's a spray towards the high ground. Connects onto Nuki. That is going to be a great pickup. There is a knock back over towards Ventura's. The flush is being picked up by Mela. They want this res as well. ASI8 trying to get back up to 2 if they can. But I don't think that's going to be allowed to happen. No, UZM goes down. It's all up to IQ now to keep them in this one. Protect that third place spot because IWNRX
बच्चों Ventura's knock नहीं खाया है वो निकाल लेता आगे का Ventura's push बना के आगे वाइप कर देता Ventura's का knock गलत आ गया
going out to the blue trying to pick up the buggy to take a lot of damage for it but might be able to get a little bit further into this one.
There's Navi that came over from that north side. Currently
important fight and crucial fight
at the moment with 45 points. Very, very wonderful stuff for them. Played a very difficult game last game over on Miramar. Still were able to pump some points out of that
one. Se fatega kya?
To take down Getso Roy. Car in the backline though, very nice spot playing.
Need se fatne chahiye.
But he needs to have a little bit more impact here. As already they find Zunder.
They have managed to rebuff one of those close players here. Na'Vi landing the nades when it matters, and the nades not quite going long enough here for Getso Roy. Car's still on that off angle, spotting Na'Vi.
भाई एमओ ही नहीं बची कवर के लिए 29.0 एमओ.
Shots in response, you can see those tracers flying overhead, and Car needs to keep it low profile here. FaZe could crash into the back. In the meantime, they try and push up towards TJB, and it goes their way for the first knock anyway. And Triple S will get flushed out, so it's just 6-7-6 left.
INS को टाइम मिल गया.
Big damage over towards Getso Roy, and TJB take a tumble, 7th place for them.
Yeah, not ideal. They face off versus Nick Galaxy, who show them what for.
खत्म Na'Vi
Galaxy
खत्म.
didn't get too much over in the game because they were taking
खत्म Na'Vi खत्म.
down a couple
Last
of
one, bro. Nice one. Nice one.
Is that Na'Vi out? I think it was. That's 2 Getso Roy. Now we're just 1 player remaining in car, but
INS को बहुत टाइम मिल गया बेस फाइट में. INS रॉय को यहाँ पे वाइप कर देगी. बैंकर भाई. Nice one. Nice timings.
All of them crawling back behind the same rock.
बहुत लंबी फाइट खींच गई मतलब रॉय और अपनी नावी की.
Mistargeted. Incilio
I
don't
choke
quite have the
tomorrow.
information that they're looking for. The
I
res
को
still
point
need to come
जोड़ने
through
चाहिए
though, Blank.
थे.
That nade is
उतने ही
long,
point आए
it
उनके
is
4
high,
point.
could potentially tag on damage, but the car protects them from the east side. And they still just about weather the storm. Incilio, they pull back, they retreat, where it could all been theirs on the northern edge.
NGX कितने मिनट हुए? NGX नहीं कर पाएगी.
Because it should have been a simple push over towards Getso Roy. You know this team is incredibly damaged. I think at that point in time, you just have to send it. I don't know, man. That's frustrating. That really was an easy send.
INS के पास अच्छा एरिया
There's
है.
no confidence in this squad right now to make that
INS
kind of
for the
play.
win or not?
Get a full opportunity to clear out
Pass
at
team
least the
के according.
northwest side of the map. And you can see here, it's very isolated from where Nick Galaxy's playing. So I think Incilio just sort of had to
सारे revive हो जाएंगे
take
लोग.
the chances on that one. Gets a Roy back up 4 players with 4 HP. It's unacceptable, but it has happened.
And IWNRX have taken a knock in the meantime, so questions now need to be asked about Incilio's play there. Can they do something with this? Is this retreat going to be worth it?
Area control अच्छा ले लिया ये इसने.
Now as Redox actually
गलत नहीं होगा अगर INS का चिकन.
अच्छा but will finally get taken down. Nick Galaxy.
वो ये रॉय और नावी के फाइट में यार INS को बहुत बेनिफिट हो गया बे.
Snowx on the off angle. Gets a Roy to lose a player. Snowx gets that knock, that flush, and FaZe got a little rush in from the south side. Another nade over towards Car, and it is dangerous to move past Nick Galaxy in their current form. The value that needs to happen now, though, Blank, if they're going to make this retreat worth
लग ही रहा था VT करेगा. I need multiple hits, 1 HP. एक और फाड़ देगा ये तो.
If that does not happen, it was all a waste of time.
Oh, almost.
On Zens tries to get a bit more damage done. So far, Getso Roy have been quite lucky with the fact they've been living
FaZe भी अच्छा खेल गई. अच्छा कंपटीशन है इस ग्रुप में. NGX मर जाए तो क्या ही क्लोज है पॉइंट्स टेबल. NGX मर जानी चाहिए यार, फंसी पड़ी है. Let's see. रॉय को पीटी कर दिया बे. रॉय का पूरा गेम बिगाड़ दिया FaZe. फंस गई. INS good decision making from the INS side.
Absolutely.
अगर INS का चिकन आता है तो इनकी डिसीजन मेकिंग की वजह से होगा जो उन्होंने ली है.
And if you can exceed that mark, as FaZe will have done with the placement points that they've earned. Excellent news for them.
ओल्ड नावी लाइनअप में सब तो टूट गई ना, वो भी बिखर गए ब्रो. वेट करेंगे अभी तो टीम जब तक जोन का सीन नहीं बनता, अभी कुछ इनिशिएशन नहीं होगा. जोन के अकॉर्डिंग ही चीजें एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं यहाँ पे टीम्स. जब तक जोन है ठीक है.
Maybe it felt like they just did not know. They didn't have proper scouting. They weren't paying enough attention to know that Getso Roy were so
नहीं था, जोन की तरफ गए.
Were so low with only 1 player active, 3 players down all in the same place. And now they're going to be able to take those points either way. So good news. Snowx will fall down as well. That shot goes
भाई FaZe का बंदा टॉप 3 ले आया. ओ भाई किल्स अलग निकाल दिए भाई. मेला ना माने. एक पॉइंट इंपॉर्टेंट है ब्रो. एक पॉइंट इंपॉर्टेंट है.
Yeah, good stuff. Very, very good stuff.
अब तो जाएगा मेला भी गया.
FaZe last remaining. I don't think Mela's long for this world now.
Gone.
And nade looks fairly decent over the top and will take down Mela. So Incilio versus IWNRX. 9 eliminations for IWNRX. Starting the day strong, looking to finish the day strong.
Turkey versus Kazakhstan here for our final battle of the day. A flex out comes through from Incilio. Frozen not going to be able to connect, but the buggy takes a lot of damage. Burning down that vehicle. Going to be dangerous to move forwards now, but IWNRX penned in. You can see that central line across the minimap established by Encilio. Stage 9 going to be breathing down their necks, and Encilio have the middle.
Fine. Quick smoke out.
गाइस बताइए कौन 4v4 फाइट जीतेगा आपके अकॉर्डिंग? नीचे चैट सेक्शन पे स्पैम हो जाए. लास्ट मैच है भाई, आ जाओ यार, थोड़ी एनर्जी दिखाओ. हम भी एनर्जी दिखा रहे, थोड़ी सी आप भी एनर्जी दिखाओ.
Slightly easy for them. Neither doesn't find too much of anything. Set over the top here. Kane has to move out though. Push back the rest of his squad. He could try and go for an isolate onto one of these positions, potentially. See them look to push out. Strong nade.
Ooh, just pushing them back, and Kane's already taken a lot of damage. Molotov on the vehicle. Swain's already shimmied away. Zedwall takes damage in response. They're not really finding what they're looking for IWNRX. The damage just not there. The healing is coming through nice and quickly. But there's what they were opening with. Frozen over onto Redlick on the sideline. They've isolated that position, the smokes to cover that rotational ability for Encilio, potential to get that res, but a nade up high as Westron responds over towards Swain. And nade over to the rock. They know they're looking for the res on, but in the meantime, Swain down.
ज़्यादा zone नहीं है. NRX को आगे आना है. I guess INS का chicken है. INS का chicken है.
Finds a second big value for Encilio. That move away from Getso Roy. Now
फेंको नेट फेंको. Rev भी हो गया. INS का chicken है bro.
Got to get that heal finally, but in comes Zedwall.
Area ही नहीं है.
14 frozen at his back, but he's low. The nade is the back line.
राइट साइड अगर एक नॉक निकल जाता, कुछ पॉसिबिलिटीज बन सकती थी. नाइस वन गाइस. 266 लोग देख रहे हैं. Fan hit the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel guys.
In the end, criticizable sure, but they make it work, and IWNRX the last to fall to them.
Yeah, IWNRX just did that.
INS के स्प्रेड से, अरे वो उन्होंने स्प्रेड अच्छा लिया बे. जो स्प्लिट उन्होंने पकड़ा ना उस टाइम पे, और रॉय और नावी के उसमें फाइट हुई, इसके बाद उनको काफी अच्छा टाइम मिल गया फैलने के लिए. वो फैले उन्होंने काफी अच्छा एग्जीक्यूट किया. नाइस डिसीजन मेकिंग. चल एनआरएक्स लास्ट में जोन क्या ही बोल सकते हैं उसको. अच्छा एरिया, मतलब पत्थर पुत्थर के कवर थे आईएनएस के पास. उनको आना ही था आगे. जितने स्मोक से उन्होंने स्मोक यूज कर लिया, उसके बाद चल ठीक है. अब पॉइंट्स टेबल काफी टफ हो गई वैसे इसके बाद. लेट्स सी क्या सीन चल रहा है. मिड रेंज फाइट ज्यादा होती है. यस रेंगो भाई, मिड रेंज फाइट ज्यादा होती है, क्लोज रेंज नहीं. जोन की रिस्पेक्ट करते, जोन का वेट करते, जोन के रिस्पेक्टिव में ही आगे इनिशिएशन ट्राई करते हैं. मतलब फाइट एग्जीक्यूट करने का ट्राई करते कि अगर कोई हल्का फुल्का पीक दे, नॉक निकालने का ट्राई करे, क्योंकि हर बंदा अलग अलग एंगल्स को पकड़ता है. देन वहां से वो एग्जीक्यूट कर सकते हैं पुश को. जब तक नॉक नहीं निकलता तब तक कुछ नहीं करते. ट्राई करते कि करे बंदे गलतियां, बट जोन के अकॉर्डिंग एंड जोन के रिस्पेक्टिव में ही सारे मूव्स बनते हैं पेशेंस के साथ. मिड रेंज फाइट्स.
Really, I would have to say, Hodges, with how they played, so damn respectful of teams around them, not taking unnecessary fights. Really,
sit your butts back down. They're like, all right, we're ready to go.
ऑन स्पॉट. कल करते ब्रो, कल करते हैं. अभी तो एंड हो गया डे. आपने स्टार्टिंग में बोला था, हम स्टार्टिंग में मैच के बीच में ही कर लेते हैं. ठीक है, श्लोक मिश्रा कल करते हैं. अब तो डे एंड हो गया. कल स्ट्रीम, कल मैं भी करूंगा स्ट्रीम. तो अभी ओवरऑल देख लेते हैं एक बार. कल फिर से स्ट्रीम करूंगा, तो एक बार आप याद दिला देना, बस याद दिला देना पक्का. भूल मत जाना. NGX 55, Navi 48, I8 45. लेट्स सी. मेरे को लग रहा है मिड इन द सेंस 4th 5th 6th 7th ये भी काफी क्लोज है मेरे हिसाब से. ये सबसे टफेस्ट ग्रुप होने वाला है. इसमें कट ऑफ कम होगी, बट पॉइंट्स कैप भी कम रहेगा. बाकी देखते हैं.
Making sure that they got that chicken dinner. Now they did do it with, a good solid 5 eliminations, and they'll take that for sure. So I think for Encilio, you got to be stoked. You got chicken dinner.
Soon, मेरी जान, soon.
Plenty of more days left to go. Hopefully they can kind of just take this energy and this feeling and move it on into future days.
I mean, again, it came down to edge play for them. Like, they had a good position. They were ahead of Navi and where they were. Navi instead just rotates around counterclockwise around the zone and run into Roy. And then you saw Encilio just quickly collapse on top of that for the third-party edge, fighting. This initial little slash was phenomenal. It was amazing to see.
Overall दिखा दे guys एक बार. कुछ क्वेश्चन है, जल्दी आओ, जल्दी पूछो, and we'll end the wrap up. इसका wrap up करते हैं आज के दिन का. Then we'll do a stream tomorrow. कल हम फिर से stream करेंगे.
They eventually transitioned to, they had a perfect timing on the window of that crash.
बट इस ग्रुप में आपको लेजिट मजा आने वाला है, बहुत अच्छा मजा आने वाला है। एंड के मैच तक, एंड के मिनट तक मैच में मजा आने वाला है। ऐसा भी हो सकता है कोई टीम 4th 5th रैंक पे हो और वो लास्ट मैच पे चिकन निकाल दे और टॉप 3 पे आ जाए और आपकी जो फेवरेट टीम टॉप 3 पे हो वो एलिमिनेट हो जाए, या मतलब ऐसा सीन तक हो सकता है एंड पे। डोंट मिस दी एंडिंग, स्पेशली एंडिंग मत मिस करना, स्टार्टिंग मिस कर रहे हो अगर मैचेस में, लास्ट डे का लास्ट मैच मत मिस करना, बहुत हार्ड ब्रेक्स होने वाले हैं। और इतनी सारी बड़ी टीम्स है, किसी ना किसी सेटबैक तो होगा किसी बड़ी टीम्स का भी, जो 12 से 16 रैंक पे होगी, जो एलिमिनेट होगी।
It is going to be a great position for the late game of this match, which it ended up being fantastic on the southern eastern edge of the circle. But the fact that they fight, especially so early, to sweep the entirety of Team Kesson
यार रोय ने यहाँ पे निकाला है भाई,
great because you don't get third party. Teams are too far away from
पूरा
you
घेर
at
के
that
मारा
particular
भाई।
point in time to third party that breach. So the timing of that was on point. The execution was on point, and then making the cross. I think you even mentioned at one point, Jason, they kept. I think it was Swain on the back.
Right, PMGC की ट्रॉफी मस्त है, yes, but मेरे को ओल्डी सही लगती थी।
Everyone's going to be safely in circle, ready to play out the game. Sure, they don't get the win, but they put the most amount of work in this match to get to that point. So again,
15, 15, 15, 13,
when looking at IWNRX.
भाई सबने क्या पॉइंट निकाले हुए? INS 15 पॉइंट, गैप क्या ही कम हुआ यार, टॉप 4 टीम डबल डिजिट नंबर।
into at least one placement point, which we can see they eventually picked off with 6, getting themselves 15
नीचे वाली टीम ने कुछ नहीं निकाला भाई,
who did get the chicken dinner. And
6 5 5 4
after the floss was extremely quiet on the day with only about 5 points until this last match.
Bro, just a suggestion, if यार क्वालिटी इंप्रूव तो आई गेस 1080p है क्वालिटी, इसमें भी 1080p चल रहा है देखो।
For sure. I mean, yeah, IWNRX prior to this game,
इससे
they
अच्छी
were
क्वालिटी क्या
7th
करूंगा?
place with 30 points, so this 15 should net them 45, and Navi actually had 45 in 2nd place, so they're definitely going to move up. How far?
Overall दिखा दे तो we'll discuss about the overall, then आगे बढ़ते हैं।
Overall, today was a pretty crazy day. We saw some good consistency from I8. I don't think they hit their
बहुत सारे, अरे अल्ट्रेगोला एमएक्स क्या कर दिया तुम, कल कमबैक चाहिए भाई।
What did they want? They said
EQ अच्छा खेल रही थी, फैल्कन एक ही पॉइंट, ओ भाई फैल्कन के साथ क्या हुआ इस मैच में?
hopeful, right? Let's be real.
Come on now. 70-80 point on the day in PMGC, that would be mental if it did happen. But big surprises across the board as we go into the second half of the teams for this game.
मुझे ऐसा लगता है ना कूल बॉय, आप ना उस पे देख रहे हो, कूल गेमर सॉरी, लो क्वालिटी पे थोड़ा सा वो साइड में उसको बढ़ाओ क्वालिटी को।
Again, I gotta say, just like Group Yellow, Jukes,
आप लो क्वालिटी में देख रहे
we
होंगे।
didn't know what to expect going into this tournament, and boom, massive
MVP.
surprise going into PMGC group stage. So it's good for them, but man, we have so many big upsets happening at the same time.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was good to see TJB put something on the board in that last Miramar, but one team in particular that still hasn't done it is IHC. I mean, they had, what, 17 points prior to this match, and they pulled up a goose egg here. Yeah, they're going to definitely have their work cut out for them for the next couple days if they want to make it to the top 3.
I really feel like we're almost in like a wild west phase in PUBG Mobile esports, like thinking back to early days of like really anyone could be at the top, or more as now I don't really see a team having that dominant run that we had Megatron do back then, or eventually Nova winning 2 PMGCs back to back. But just to see like the last year PMGC winner, they're at the bottom of the table.
Falcon IHC come back tomorrow. Let's see. FaZe ने wipe किया Falcon को. Overall rankings मैं pause कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा. आज top पे है 56 point, 47, 45. Now जो आगे के 3 दिन है वो थोड़े से टफ रहने वाले हैं. अगर 3 दिन का टर्न नहीं होता ना ये, तब तो और ज्यादा था. बट 4 दिन है तो chaos और ज्यादा रहेगा. बहुत कम गैप है यार. 38 point to 45, 47. बहुत अच्छी लॉबी बनी है, बहुत अच्छा. Even each team is playing damn good. अब अगर आप finishes भी देखते हो, ओवरऑल अच्छे finishes, eliminations आप बोल लो, काफी अच्छी टीम कंसिस्टेंट निकाली हर मैच. मतलब एवरेज हर एक टीम ने मेंटेन करके रखा है. तो ये ग्रुप में आपको मजा आएगा भाई. इवन TJB कहाँ नीचे थी मैच, इस मैच में मेरे को अच्छी रैंकिंग में देखी, इस मैच में पॉइंट नहीं निकाल पाई. सो एक अच्छा मैच और एवरेज पॉइंट्स गाइस, दैट्स इट.
Because realistically, you're probably not going to be right.
NRX without chicken dinner, Navi without chicken dinner, Roy NS का नाम और का without chicken dinner, good one.
The points were really heavy.
Imagine करो एक CD ले आए 20 points भी ले आते तो direct
who
ऊपर.
got center circles, who would last the longest. But now with the eliminations being, just so imperative.
Still VP can do a comeback, bro. Even alter ego MX. IHC के लिए थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा, Fura के लिए मुश्किल होगा, Win के लिए तो बहुत मुश्किल होने वाला है.
Everybody has a good idea now of what to do.
alter ego MX कल comeback आ सकता है. Even Furia, Win और IHC आज अगर अच्छे से lobby read करे, map streams वगैरह देखे कि क्या-क्या loopholes उनको मिलते हैं, तो वो भी कल के दिन पे अच्छे से execute कर सकते हैं चीजों के around आसपास की टीमें जो भी होती है. Especially Sanhok पे आप BT दे सकते हो टीम्स को, काफी टीम split loot out करती है. Let's see कल कोई इस चीज को execute करता है या नहीं करता है. कल मुझे एक military circle और नजर आ रहा है, मजा आ जाएगा आएगा तो.
For them to find a sense of consistency. So Tianba, TJB, I mean the two PL teams, I think we are expecting to get a little bit higher, but again, I don't know what to expect anymore. I feel like I'm an analyst and I just don't know what to say because
Max,
it's all over the place.
So Max, they're at 38
Okay.
points.
Overall
Third
MVP.
place is 45 points.
Wolf.
That's a 7-point
Day one
difference.
MVP.
Like, it
Wolf.
might show 9, 10,
Nice.
11, whatever, but they're really just one
Average
okay game
elimination
away from breaking through
1.8
top three.
damage.
So
Nice
I think it's a little
one.
bit misleading the placings. It's more about focusing on the points and where the teams are. But we are going to see Z-Wolf, who, I mean, MVPs is in his blood, man. This guy's always an MVP.
OG. Yep, that's what they should change his name to at this point.
Yeah, give this man an M16 and I8's going to be running away in fear. But this guy, I mean, we saw, especially after PMWC, sure, the finals did not quite go the way of his team, but really, the survival stage, he was absolutely cracked. So he's a guy who literally, he could be, he is the top contender for Turkey players, in my opinion, to be MVP at this stage.
Lemon.
He is the only one I can think of
assist,
that could
part
be taking that
assist,
title.
Rof, Godless. IHC में Godless effort डाल रहा है.
I agree. Oh, is
This
it?
one.
Lemon!
All right, let's do it, baby. You know what, guys? It's time to do the ad read. Let's talk about PUBG Mobile X Venom, the Last Dance collaboration available now. Experience a unique gameplay adventure. Discover Black Symbiote clusters at Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and Livik to obtain the Black Symbiote arm and encounter Black Symbiote warhorses. Equip the Black Symbiote arm to move rapidly by aiming at fixed targets. Pull in mobile targets like players. Airdrops. Watch yourself with the 3-shot moves. Gear up and harness fast power. PUBG Mobile bomb with the Symbiote becomes the ultimate duel. Play the game. Watch the movie. Let's take it on over to 7.
ये इंटरव्यू देख लेते हैं guys. Interviews are very very important. Mindset पता लगता है.
And just like that, 6 matches for the first day are done for Group Red, and I'm joined by none other than Enigma Galaxy Peko. Coming into this PMGC, I kind of want to go back a little bit more, right? July, you guys had a big roster change. You guys were able to perform really, really well in the PMSL EMEA fall split. Coming into this PMGC, what were the expectations?
First of all, the roster change obviously affected us. We lost like really good players, Freak, Lord and Coops. I mean, it's really, really hard to find someone like players better than them, obviously. But we had to get used to it, get used to the new roster and everything. So for every tournament, whenever we enter, we always aim for the top 1. Even in last PMSL, we did like kind of the same thing. And all of this because of obviously the hard work of the players and the trust and the confidence Nigma gives us all the time. Such like a wonderful org, to be honest.
That's good to hear. And I mean, you were talking about first place. You guys are going to end up finishing off the day there in first place. 56 points, 30 eliminations, 26 placement points. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about the consistency you guys had today, because you guys ended up finishing top 5 out of 6 matches. Yeah. That was completely unexpected, at least, I'm gonna be honest, at least for me.
That's fine.
What went into this strategy today? What was the main thing that you guys were focusing on?
Yeah, we know no one expected us to do top 1, which is a good thing for us. So we had like a play style for us that we knew that like we have to play this like the way we know in this PMGC lobby in order to perform good. So like we had to play aggressive. We knew that like if we don't play aggressive, we can't really like do anything else like later, like in next zones. So we had 3 months to me and Raouf to do like all these like strategies and everything to make sure everything goes well. Like and all of this came because of the last mistakes like from previous year and the new year as well, the first PMSL. As I told you, like everyone, like or even the new players really understood like the way how it's done through PMSL, and we are trying to like do it now. Hopefully we'll end up qualifying from top 3. I mean, obviously we're aiming for top 1, but still 3 more days left. Nothing really like over yet. So it's just the beginning.
Hey, I like that. I like, because it is just the first day. Thank you so much for your time, Peko. Back to you guys.
Okay guys, thank you so much for coming to the stream. Bye bye, take care. कल मिलते हैं. All good. Bye bye bye bye.